Chapter 874. The news that Yang Fan was moving the succession hall to Luoyang not only alarmed the 7 sects and 5 families, but it also alarmed his allies, especially the Dugu and Shangguan families. Yang Fan had been in charge of the succession hall for more than a year. Although he had always looked like he was ruling by himself and did not make too many adjustments or infiltration of the succession hall, he had used the convenience of controlling the succession hall to inject vitality into the dying Guanlong group and develop a force outside of Xianzong. Even though he did not do too much control over this power, since this power was born because of him, it naturally had to be controlled and influenced by him. The succession hall had been in Chang, and since its founding. Now that it was suddenly moving away, this was not as simple as moving away from a place. For an enormous organization like the Succession Hall that operated the economy and influenced politics, the significance was no less than a country moving its capital. It was always accompanied by deeper political intentions. The Dugu family's roots were in Chang, and they were the most uneasy about the Succession Hall moving out of Chang. And although the Shangguan family was also a part of the Guanlong group, because their family had always been involved in politics and now relied on Shanghai, their focus had long since shifted to Luoyang. They could not contain their joy at Yang Fan's decision. The 2 families came to see him at the same time, wanting to find out what Yang Fan's intentions were. Yang Fan did not hide anything from the envoys sent by the 2 families. He received the envoys from the 2 families at the same time. The 3 had just sat down when Yang Fan said openly to them, "Shenmu has returned from Xinluo." The people from the 2 aristocratic families naturally knew who Shenmu was, and they also knew that Shenmu had been banished to Xinluo. However, as members of the Guanlong group, they did not know that Shenmu had already returned to the Central Plains. Therefore, Yang Fan's next sentence immediately caused their expressions to change. As early as a year ago, Shenmu had already secretly returned to the Central Plains. The 2 envoys were the core members of the Dugu and Shangguan families, and their intelligence was not something ordinary people could compare to. When Yang Fan said this, they immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Shenmu's goal in doing this was naturally the Xian clan, and the master of the Xian clan was Yang Fan. The rise and fall of their families depended on Yang Fan. How could they not be nervous? I am in Luoyang and cannot help Chang, and, moreover, he had secretly returned to Chang. And for a year, if he had any plans, he must have been well prepared. Now that I'm gone, the right time, the right place, and the right people are not in my hands. On the other hand, moving the successor hall to Luoyang will give me the advantage in terms of location and manpower. I might be able to make up for the loss of time. After Yang Fan set his goal, he said to the people from the Dugu family, "Tell the head of the Dugu family not to worry. I have no intention of giving up Chang. And after the successor hall is moved to Luoyang, Chang, and will need your strength even more." Yang Fan then said to the people from the Shangguan family, "You have to play a big role in Luoyang. He is setting up a formation in Chang, and I won't go. I want to force him to come to Luoyang to see me." The people from the Shangguan family stood up happily and said to Yang Fan, "The Shangguan family and General Yang will live or die together. We are willing to follow your orders and advance and retreat together." Although Yang Fan had provided a lot of convenience to the Shangguan family, and Shanghai Wanner had also used her influence to help many of her family members, Yang Fan and were people who believed in keeping a low profile. Therefore, the 2 of them consciously suppressed the Shangguan family's involvement in politics, agriculture, and business. They did not want the Shangguan family to move too fast. This made the people from the Shangguan family very dissatisfied, but they could do nothing about it. This situation was an opportunity for them. The excitement brought by this opportunity made them temporarily forget about the heavy losses that could be brought if Young Fan failed. The two of them quickly left with this important news. Floating fragrance lingers on the crooked shore. Round shadows cover the Hua Chi, always afraid that the autumn wind will come early and you will not know it. The Hua Chi was gentle, and a boat floated on the oily silk-like water, gently gliding forward. A person on the boat was chanting. The crooked shore was bright and beautiful, and the pavilions and terraces were hidden among them. In the distance, there was the Great Mercy Temple, the big wild goose pagoda, and many other sceneries. It was summer, and the lotus flowers were in full bloom. The shadows of the flowers were indistinct, and they could not be separated. Shen Mu was wearing a loose robe, and his feet were bare. His hair was draped over his shoulders, and he was holding a cup in his hand. He looked like a wild and unrestrained scholar from the Han and Jin dynasties. It was a pity that the cup was not filled with wine, but tea. Enough! You don't even have an elementary scholar title, and you're pretending to be a scholar. Miss Chi-Chi, who was carrying a big belly, came out of the cabin with Gongsun Lanji. She rebuked him mercilessly. Shen Mu laughed dryly. Talented people don't necessarily have an elementary scholar title. Don't you agree, Lanji? Gongsun Lanji supported Chi-Chi with one hand, and her other hand was placed on her small waist. There was a long sword at her waist. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not young anymore, and my parents ask me every day when I'm going to get married. When are you going to marry me? Shen Mu's face changed. This year, Gongsun Lanji was overjoyed. Really? Shen Mu said, I'm afraid it's not possible this year. How about next year? Gongsun Lanji looked at him and asked, Are you sure? Shen Mu said guiltily, I can't be sure about next year's matter now. If there are no accidents. As he spoke, he slid towards the back of the cabin like a yellow croaker. I'll definitely prepare as soon as possible. Definitely. You be *starred. While Gongsun Lanji was furious, Shen Mu had already hugged his head and ran to the back of the ship. Yang Shuarao sat at the back of the ship, wearing a bamboo hat and holding a fishing rod in her hand. Shen Mu came over quietly, and Yang Shuarao only knew that he was here when she saw his reflection in the water. Yang Shuarao glanced at him and said, You've been hiding for the past year, and now that he knows your whereabouts, you can show yourself openly. Why are you still sneaking around? Shen Mu sat down beside her and laughed bitterly. Maybe I'm used to hiding. Yang Shuarao frowned and said, Is it really okay to be like this? I still feel that you're not being honest and upright. No wonder he's using underhanded means to deal with you. I don't have any other way. Shen Mu frowned, and his originally cheeky face became serious. What can I do? Should I go directly to him and have a heart-to-heart talk? It's fine if he agrees, but what if he doesn't? I'll have lost the initiative then. What can I use to fight against him? Can I place my future and the future of all my brothers on his trust? How much suffering have I suffered, and how lowly I was to walk step by step to where I am today and become a person above others. You know it better than anyone else. Which step of mine didn't I kill my way out of mutual deception? Among them, there are those who trusted me, nurtured me, and treated me as a nephew or a brother. In the end, when my status and power exceeded theirs, everything changed. Some of those who once nurtured me were filled with jealousy and thought of ways to trample me down. Those who once treated me as a brother betrayed me and stabbed me in the back. Yang Fan might not be such a person, but I can't make decisions based on my own judgment. Judgment can be wrong, but strength can't. But no buts, because I don't represent myself. To this day, do you think I can compromise just because I want to? Once, our goal was to be on equal footing with the obvious sect. After Lu Binmi died, many of the hidden sect's brothers began to hope to be above the obvious sect. What will be the status of the obvious sect and hidden sect in the future? Who will be on equal footing? This is not something that can be discussed, but fought. Then can you win? No matter what, Shen Mu was her man, and what she cared about was Shen Mu's success or failure. Shen Mu stared at the fishing bobber on the clear water. The bobber was floating up and down, and there was already a fish on the hook. However, Yang Shuirao was too concerned and only stared at him with concern and didn't notice. Shen Mu slowly said, "The 7 sects and 5 families might be huge, but what they can do to the world and to the imperial court is to use their enormous economic power to push the imperial court to make decisions that are beneficial to them. This process is extremely slow. If it's fast, it will take 1 or 2 years. If it's slow, it will take 10 or 100 years. Thus, the aristocratic families need people in the imperial court. They use all methods to send their descendants into the imperial court to become officials, or they don't hesitate to spend money to nurture some officials with a bright future. When they become officials, they will return the favor. With their support in the imperial court, the policy decisions that are beneficial to the aristocratic families can be passed in a short few months or a few years. It is the same the other way around. If you want to attack the aristocratic families but can't use military means, then the best method is to reduce the number of aristocratic families' descendants and people who have close relationships with the aristocratic families becoming officials. Emperor Yang of Sui created the imperial examination system for this purpose. The current dynasty's Emperor Gaozu, Taizong, Gaozong, and even the current emperor continued this system for this purpose. Emperor Taizong rewrote the clan genealogy, and the current emperor promoted the commoner scholars for this purpose. This is the most effective method, and also the fastest method. I think that Yang Fan is in the imperial court and has a complicated relationship with many factions. He will most likely use the same method. He must be an idiot if he doesn't use what he is good at." The bobber no longer swayed, and the fish had left the hook. Yang Shuirao, who didn't notice anything, nervously said to Shen Mu, "The hidden sect has only risen for a short period of time, and the nurturing of officials will take years, decades, or even decades. In this aspect, your foundation is far inferior to the hidden sect. In addition, you were suppressed by young Master Jiang in the past. After defeating him with great difficulty, you were exiled to Xinluo by the biased clan lords. After coming back for a year, you were busy recovering your vitality and filling up the holes left by the fierce battle with young Master Jiang. Your influence in the imperial court hasn't developed much. If he starts to attack in this aspect, I'm afraid you will be at a disadvantage." Shen Mu stretched his waist and recovered his usual lazy smile. He said indifferently, "What can I do? I have prepared for a year in advance and have already gained a great advantage. I can't possibly ask this little brother to tie up his hands and feet and fight with me, right? Don't worry, I have already set up a chess piece, and I hope it will be effective." Yang Shuirao asked curiously, "What chess piece did you set up?" Shen Mu laughed heartily and said, "You don't have to ask about these things. You should be more concerned about when you are going to give birth to a son for me. Look at Chi-Chi. She hasn't even married to me, and her belly is already growing." When Shen Mu mentioned this, Yang Shuirao instantly had a belly full of hidden bitterness. "Isn't it because you didn't live up to expectations? Why do you think I ran to the back to fish by myself? Humph, I can't be bothered to see her showing off." Shen Mu complained, "How can you blame me for not living up to expectations? I have irrigated your fertile field, right? What can I do if you don't give birth to me? This is really strange. People always say that a big but is good for reproduction. You gave birth to a big but for nothing." Before he finished speaking, there was a splash sound, and a mournful scream quickly echoed from the surface of the River Chu. "Save me! I can't swim." Gudong Dong. Chapter 875. That night, The Zhang brothers came up with an ingenious idea. They ordered people to use colored silk to cut green leaves and red flowers, and bamboo threads to make huge lotus flowers on top of the flowing water outside the Hall of Flying Fragrance. When everything was ready, the Zhang brothers and a group of beautiful youths from Fengchen Hall invited Wu Zetian to admire the flowers by the pond. The flowing water in the curved pond was illuminated by lanterns everywhere. The starlight and lamplight were one and reflected in the water, rippling endlessly. Although it was summer, the evening was still refreshing. This scene was like heaven on earth, making Wu Zetian very happy. Immediately, the group of beautiful youths from Fengchen Hall disappeared without a trace. After a while, the sound of music started. In the melodious and elegant music, the huge lotus flowers bloomed, and in each lotus flower, there was a young man in colorful clothes dancing to the music. The one who appeared in the largest and most beautiful lotus flower in the middle was Zhang Changzhou, who was known as Lianhua Lulang. Wu Zetian applauded for their ingenuity. After enjoying the song and dance, Wu Zetian made an exception and drank a few more cups of wine. Taking advantage of the wine, she looked at the beautiful and charming Zhang brothers with her drunken eyes and said, "I am a little tired. The rest of you can leave. Lu Lang, help me back to my bedroom." Zhang Changzong and his brother happily stepped forward and helped Wu Zetian back to her bedroom. The other beautiful youths of Fengchen Hall knew that it was difficult to win against the two of them and returned to their residences with peace of mind. Wu Zetian said with a smile, "Every day, it is only the two of you who try your best to make me happy. It is really hard on you to actually come up with such an idea." Zhang Yizhi said obediently, "I am unable to share your Majesty's worries in the affairs of the country. Serving your Majesty well and making your Majesty happy every day is considered to have done my part." Wu Zetian smiled and glanced at him, saying, "I knew that today's show was also your idea. Lulang is honest and not as scheming as you. Lulang has taken so much trouble. You must have something to ask of me. Say it. What do you want from me?" Zhang Yizhi hurriedly let go of Wu Zetian and took 2 steps back before turning around and kneeling down. He said with heartfelt admiration, "Your Majesty is wise and farsighted. Your subjects' thoughts were indeed unable to hide from your Majesty's discerning eyes. I do have something to ask of your Majesty. It is neither an official position nor a reward, but I hope your Majesty can dismiss your attendance because it involves a great deal of privacy, and I am ashamed to say it in public." Wu Zetian's curiosity was piqued. She quickly waved her hand and ordered the palace eunuchs and guards to leave. She asked, "What's the matter?" Only then did Zhang Yizhi tell Wu Zetian everything in detail. Hearing this, Wu Zetian frowned. Zhang Yizhi to Wu Zetian. Zhang Yizhi then. Besides, Zhang Yizhi's mother was already a middle-aged woman, and Li Chongxiu was a high-ranking official of the imperial court with wives and concubines. How could they be matchmakers, breaking up a husband and a wife and forcing a mother to marry would damage her reputation. This was different from her daughter's marriage. It was to reconcile the conflict between the Wu and Li families and to win the hearts of the people. But now, just to fulfill Zhang Yizhi's filial piety, she forced a minister to divorce his wife and marry someone else. Wu Zetian thought unhappily, "This Mrs. Zhang is too much. If you like that Li Changxiu, you can have a secret relationship with him. Why must you marry him openly?" Zhang Yizhi saw her frowning and did not say anything. He quickly kowtowed and said, "Yizhi also knows that this matter is unreasonable, but seeing mother's concern, I cannot bear it. Looking at the whole world, only your Majesty's golden mouth and jade words can help. During the previous review, I am indebted to your Majesty for the promotion. I am willing to resign. I only ask your majesty to fulfill my wish. Zhang Changzong also quickly knelt down to help, saying, Your Majesty, Wulong is filial to his mother. I beg your majesty to show mercy. Wu Zetian was silent for a long time. She sighed softly and said, Forget it. There is no morning court tomorrow. I will issue an imperial decree to summon Li Changxiu and her mother to the palace. I will have a chat with them first. Wulong, go back tomorrow and bring your mother here. Let them get to know each other first. I will act according to the circumstances. Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong, two brothers, saw that she finally agreed. They were overjoyed and repeatedly kowtowed to thank her. The house that Wu Sanxi built next to Ding Ding Street happened to be in the hot rental area. When the rich merchants and high-ranking officials returned to the capital, they all liked to rent this house. Not only the house was grand because it belonged to the Liang Wang family, it could directly face the street and open the door, making it convenient to enter and exit. In the past, when Tin Ano used his identity as a Dunhuang merchant to deceive Lu Junfan, he also rented this house. If Lu Junfan did not see that she rented such a luxurious house with so many servants, she would not have been so easily fooled. Now, this house had just been used and returned by the previous guest, and it was immediately rented again. The people who rented this house were a few Sichuan merchants. During the Tang Dynasty, if one were to talk about economic development in the north, the area south of the Yangtze River had not yet become a land of fish and rice. The population was sparse and agriculture was backward. Politics, economy, culture, and technology were all far behind the north. The north was an agricultural area, but when it came to commerce, Guangzhou and Bashu were the most prosperous. The Sichuan merchants had already become strong as early as the Qin and Han dynasties. They opened up the 1,000-mile plank road, the tea-horse road, the shoe cloth road, and the silk road in the south. For example, the widow Qing of Bashu once helped Emperor Qin build the Great Wall and later provided a large amount of mercury for Emperor Qin's mausoleum. Emperor Qin even specially built the Huiqing platform for her to commemorate her. Another example was Prince Shua's iron ruler Lin Xiong. Today, Bashu was still the most prosperous in commerce. Luoyang and Guangzhou took advantage of the imperial capital and had more Hu merchants. The emergence and prosperity of Jin merchants, Hui merchants, and other large merchant groups was after the Song and Ming dynasties. At this time, the south only had Yangzhou and Xuanzhou, which could be considered more developed in commerce. There were more than 10 of these Sichuan merchants. They dealt in salt, cloth, medicine, grain, and so on. Among them, there were two leaders. One was called Songbatti, the other Long Jiutao. The two of them were sleeping on the same bed. The bed was covered with a glossy, jade-like top-quality mat. The two of them waved their palm leaf fans and listened to the crickets whispering outside. Songbatti asked in a thick Sichuan accent, "What did that Zhang Tongxiu say?" Long Jiutao snorted and said, "First, we gave him a generous gift, and then promised him great benefits." What else could he say? Naturally, he was blinded by money and agreed to arrange for us to meet with Second Zhang as soon as possible. Songbatti softly grunted. "Look at the long term, don't be stingy with money. Only by spending money can you earn more money. No one is willing to go against money. If 500 strings of coins is not enough, then 1,000 strings of coins. If 1,000 strings of coins is not enough, then 5,000 strings of coins." Long Jiutao said, "There's no need to explain this. I don't care about the money spent. I just feel that Shenmu is making a big fuss over a minor issue. It's just a mere young fan who relied on good luck to climb up step by step. There's no need to be so cautious. This kind of person, won't he be reduced to ashes with just a little trick?" Song Batty chuckled twice and said, "Good luck? Once or twice you can say it's good luck. Who can rely on good luck all the time? Shwe Huai has more than 1,000 disciples, and he has dozens of disciples close to him. Why didn't others stand out? He used his wits to repel the Turkic army of 100,000. If it were you, would you be able to do it?" In his life, that Tubo god Luan Trinling defeated Shwe Ringue, Li Jingxian, Lu Shenli, Wang Xiaojie, Lu Shida, and many other famous generals. He only suffered a small loss at the hands of Blacktooth Changji. If not for the fact that both countries were exhausted from fighting and made peace, it would have been hard to say who would have won and who would have lost if the war had continued. It was this invincible and powerful general who had fallen to Yang Fan's schemes. The ruthless officials of the imperial censorate moved unhindered throughout the court. How many princes and marquises of Xiang had fallen under their hands? Who was it that incited the southern frontier to exert external pressure and instigate the ministers to bring them to justice one by one? The Khitans rebelled in the north and wanted to ally with the Turks. If it were anyone else, would they be able to easily dissolve the enemy's alliance, turn the tide, and hasten the Khitans' swift defeat? Old Ninth, if you attribute all the great things he has done to his luck and look down on his ability, you will certainly suffer a great loss at his hands. Not to mention anything else, just that proud act of his that allowed him to ascend to the position of the prominent sect patriarch. If you were the assistant minister of the heavenly official, would you be able to think of a way to advance by retreating? Long Jiotao was silent for a moment before he said, "If he is truly a person of great wisdom, it does not seem to be a good idea to be enemies with him." Song Batty sighed and said, "Shenmu is also in a difficult position. The human heart is not content and wants more than what they have. If we don't compete and determine who is superior, many of the leaders in the hidden sect will not be convinced. They will think that Shenmu is giving up the authority and status that our hidden sect can easily obtain. Then, Shenmu's position will not be stable." Long Jiotao said, "And, not to mention others, I will not be convinced either. Even if this person is incredible, I do not think that he has the ability to deal with us. Then let us compete with him. If he wants to win the status and authority that he deserves, then he will have to show us his abilities." Song Batty said, "That is why we have to win over Second Jom. The Wu clan is currently led by Wu Sansi, and we do not know how deep the relationship between Wu Sansi and Yang Fan is. If we hastily make contact, we will inadvertently alert the enemy. Furthermore, in the current imperial court, the emperor's most favored person is Second Jom. As long as we can win them over, we will be able to resist Yang Fan's advantage in the officialdom." Long Jiotao slapped his thigh and said, "Good. I will invite Zhang Tongxiu to a banquet tomorrow. We must get in touch with Second Zhang as soon as possible." This summer was very hot, and the battle between the prominent sect and hidden sect was also in full swing. It was like a battle between two armies. On the surface, it looked like there was no substantial contact between the two sides. Right now, they were only at the stage of mobilizing troops, preparing rations, scouting the enemy's situation, and formulating a plan of action. The final victory was largely determined by these preparations before the official battle. Under Yang Fan's unyielding orders, the succession hall finally moved into Luoyang. With their massive influence, it was very easy for them to settle down. They used various identities to conceal themselves among the millions of people in Luoyang. As long as the 7 sects and 5 families had not made up their minds to abandon Yang Fan, they would not interfere in this matter. While the people of the prominent sect, who had lived in Chang and for a long time were dissatisfied with moving into Luoyang, they were just dissatisfied. The sect master had already made up his mind. They also knew that the success or failure of this battle would determine their authority and status in the future. So they did their best to start preparing according to Yang Fan's orders. The hidden sect had originally been a part of the prominent sect. It was the battle in Chang, and that had completely established the hidden sect's status in the pugilistic world as equals with the prominent sect. What about the battle in Luoyang? Chapter 876. These days, Yang Fan was very busy. He managed the daily affairs of the military camp, inspected the situation of the garrison in the palace, went to the secret stronghold of the Succession Hall, sat and discussed with the old men of the Tianming Pavilion, met with the Shangguan family and other factions in the capital, and kept in touch with the Zhang brothers and Wu Sansi. Speaking of which, during this period of time, he was even busier than when he first formed the 1,000 cavalry. It was just that most of the time he could return to the mansion to rest, but even if he returned to the mansion, he still had to deal with matters one after another. He often had to wait until the moon was high above the willow tree before he could extinguish the candle and return to Xiaoman or Anu to rest. It was already very late today, but Yang Fan was still in the study. There was a lamp on the table covered with a white gauze, and on the cover was a green plum tree, looking very simple and elegant. There was a beauty under the lamp, charming like the shadow of a flower. Sitting opposite Yang Fan was Gu Zhuting. These days, she no longer had any tasks, but only accompanied Xiao Man and Anu in the backyard. Therefore, her clothes and clothing also changed according to Anu. She was wearing a lake silk shirt, moon-white, lightly embroidered, with fine workmanship and exquisite materials. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it was difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Miss Gu had never worn clothes made of such expensive materials before. When she had first put on the soft, close-fitting, and comfortable clothes made of lake silk, she had felt somewhat uncomfortable. But now, if she were to change back into her coarse clothes, her delicate skin would probably feel uncomfortable. It was unknown whether it was because she had nothing to do all day in the backyard, so she had the time and mood to draw her eyebrows and lips, or because she deliberately dressed up before coming to see Yang Fan tonight. Sitting under the lamp, Gu Zhuting looked especially charming. Her summer clothes were thin, soft, and close-fitting, which made the lines of her body gentle and smooth. Her fair skin was like a freshly peeled perfume pear, and her glossy black hair was tied up in a bun with a green hairpin showing a unique charm. That day, Gu Zhang misunderstood the relationship between Yang Fan and his daughter. When Gu Zhuting understood what her father was thinking, she was ashamed and angry at the same time. However, her thoughts were originally like a seed buried in fertile soil. It was originally deeply buried, and everyone knew what was on her mind. Now that her father had revealed it to her, especially when her parents not only did not object to it, but also seemed to be happy to see it happen. This was like the warm spring flowers blooming, the frozen soil thawing, and fresh air seeping in, allowing that seed to quietly germinate. At first, it was just an occasional fantasy, but now it was more and more difficult to get rid of. Especially since Anu was pregnant, Yang Fan often came over to stay and take care of his wife. Gu Zhuting could often see the two of them happily under the moonlight. She felt even more envious of them. Tonight, Yang Fan had summoned her to see him. Gu Zhuting knew that it was impossible for it to be a personal matter, but her heart was still beating wildly. Love was an inevitable part of life for both men and women. The longer one suppressed it, the harder it would be to suppress it once it was triggered. Yang Fan looked at her. Perhaps it was because of the hot summer night, but her tender cheeks were flushed red, looking very beautiful. It was impossible to tell that she used to be a female assassin who could take someone's life at any time. Yang Fan hesitated for a moment before saying, "I heard from Gu Zhang that the former Qianzhou governor Xie, you killed King Chao in order to curry favor with his majesty. Fearing revenge, he stayed in a tall building at night, with layers of guards outside and a giant bed inside. surrounded by dozens of concubines to prevent assassins. King Chao's heir spent a lot of money to hire you to go up the tall building at night and take his head. It was only when the sky was bright that the people inside and outside discovered his head was missing. Gu Zhuting was slightly surprised, not knowing why he brought this up. She said, "Yes, that was 14 years ago. At that time, I had just been transferred to the succession hall to work. In order to save money, the sect master accepted a large sum of money from King Chao's heir and ordered me to assassinate Xieyu. At that time, I was not the only one who went with me. It was just that I was weak, so the others stayed outside, and I went in to carry out the task." Yang Fan clapped his hands and said, "You are only 13 years old and can accomplish such a big task. You are really amazing." Being praised, Gu Zhuting blushed even more. She gently lowered her head and said, "Why did Alang mention this?" Yang Fan sighed and said, "To tell you the truth, I have a big task that requires a few people to handle first. I wanted to let your brothers go, but your father said that in terms of stealth skills, your brothers are not as good as you. In fact, letting your brothers go should be enough to complete this task. It is just that this matter is of great importance. If there is a first-class expert like you, then it will be foolproof. So, I am afraid I will have to make a slip of the tongue." Gu Zhuting was startled and said in surprise, "A slip of the tongue?" Yang Fan said, "Yes, I originally said that as long as you guard the rear residence, you will not show your face in public." Gu Zhuting suddenly understood and said, "Since the situation requires it, I am willing to serve Alang. I will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation." Yang Fan quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, "It is not that serious. I am letting you go this time, not to kill people. The bureaucracy has its own rules, and it is not something that can be solved by killing people. If you want to kill people, it must be done within the rules of the bureaucracy. You must know that killing is not the goal, winning is the goal." Gu Zhuting said, "Yes, I will follow Alang's instructions." Yang Fan said, "Good, then I will leave this matter to you, and your brothers will assist from the side." Yang Fan explained the matter to Gu Zhuting. Gu Zhuting thought for a moment and said worriedly, "If Alang uses this method, will it infuriate Shenmu? Once it becomes a situation where they will not rest until one party is dead. This servant is worried." Yang Fan laughed and said, "Back then when I went against young Master Jiang, Anu was worried that I would not be able to withstand a single blow. Now that the obvious sect is in my hands, you are worried that I will not be able to withstand a single blow when I go against Shenmu. Is the obvious sect stronger or the hidden sect stronger? Or do you think I am too stupid?" Gu Zhuting sighed softly in her heart and said, "I am just worried about your success or failure. I am just too concerned about it." However, she said, "This servant does not have the intention to belittle Alang. It is just that this will infuriate Shenmu, and it will not be easy to reconcile. Alang must be prepared." Yang Fan said, "I understand, but you have to be clear that this is a war that involves all aspects of the bureaucracy and the business world. Be it the bureaucracy or the business world, they are all places that are constantly changing and unpredictable. If you are not careful, you will be eliminated. Without extraordinary courage, without the courage to fight back from the brink of death, and without vigilance and decisive methods, you will definitely be defeated. You must be bold, meticulous, soft on the outside, and hard on the inside. You must not show weakness blindly. When it is time to be bold for once. That is courage, and you can seize the initiative. Now that the hidden sect is greedy and ambitious, I have to let them know my capabilities and feel my toughness and determination. Only then will they sit down and have a good talk with me. It all depends on one's heart." Gu Zhuting tilted her head and thought for a moment. When the light shone on her face, she looked very beautiful. After thinking for a moment, Gu Zhuting pursed her lips and smiled. Yes, this servant will obey Alang's instructions. Yang Fan asked curiously, "What are you laughing at?" Gu Zhuting's eyes flickered and said, "This servant is thinking about the matter of Alang escorting the prince of Luling back to the capital. Alang is courageous, resourceful, and has hundreds of schemes. He has fooled all the assassins and killers. With such a clever scheme, he will naturally be able to deal with the current situation. This servant is worrying for nothing." Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh when he heard it. He didn't know that Gu Zhuting laughed because she realized that he was explaining to her in a very serious manner. In fact, she was just a subordinate of Yang Fan. She just had to do whatever he wanted her to do. Why was there a need for her to understand? She felt that Alang's patient explanation didn't seem to be completely treating her as a subordinate. Thus, she was delighted. "Alang, when do I set off?" "Tomorrow morning." "Good. Then this servant will go back to prepare. Alang, these days have been too hard. Take care of yourself." After saying these words that shouldn't be said by a subordinate, but had already revealed a little of her affection, Gu Zhuting slipped out like a rabbit being watched by an eagle. Yang Fan looked at her fleeing appearance and sighed softly. Only an idiot wouldn't be able to notice Miss Gu's growing affection for him. But he was already very satisfied with his beautiful wives and concubines at home. He really had no intention of expanding his harem. As a result, in the face of Miss Gu's increasingly obvious willingness, he had a feeling that there is a true meaning in this, but I want to argue, but forget to say it. That night, Yang Fan slept in Xiao Man's room. The two mischievous children, a son and a daughter, were sent to the wet nurse in advance. By now, the little ones had already gotten used to the rule that when their father wanted to sleep in their mother's room, they had to abdicate. After half a night of wind and rain, Yang Fan got up at dawn. He pushed open the window and saw that the world was as clear as jade. As soon as he opened the window, a fresh and cool air hit his face. The green leaves and red flowers under the window were wet and fresh. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Did it rain last night?" Xiao Man pulled the thin quilt to cover her snow-white breasts and said lazily, "You slept like a dead pig. The thunder was so loud in the middle of the night. Didn't you hear it?" Yang Fan laughed and said, "I really didn't hear it. Was there thunder last night?" Xiao Man coquettishly rolled her eyes at him. She turned over and threw her smooth jade back to him and said, "Close the window. I still want to sleep for a while." "Yes." Yang Fan looked up at the sky and said, "It's gloomy. I'm afraid it will rain again in a while. It's cool and refreshing, but I'm afraid the road will be difficult to travel." Hearing this, Xiao Man turned around and said, "Why, are you going back to the barracks today?" Yang Fan said, "I won't go back to the barracks. I'm going to the Ministry of Justice. I asked Dr. Chen for a favor, so I'll go to his place and have a chat. After that, I'll go to the palace, and then I'll be back. You continue to sleep." Yang Fan closed the window, dressed neatly, and walked out. Xiao Man usually had to wake up early to practice, but today was a rainy day. She was also tortured by her Langjun last night, so she was really too lazy to get up. She yawned and wanted to sleep for a while. Just as she was about to wake up, she heard her son's loud voice shouting from outside, "Father, it's raining. The water is overflowing the pond. The toads are jumping onto the shore. Father, take me to catch the toads." Yang Fan's voice said, "Oh, my baby, father still has things to do. I can't catch the toads with you. Go find your mother. Your mother is the best at catching toads. She can catch them accurately." "Mother!" Yang Nianzu immediately roared with confidence. "This bad guy, he really doesn't want me to sleep." Xiao Man sat up in a panic, grabbed her clothes, and put them on. As she put them on, she shouted, "I'm coming, I'm coming. Mother will be here soon. Don't come in. Go find a jar. We'll put the toads in." Chapter 877. By the time Yang Fan came out of the Ministry of Justice, it was drizzling again. Ren Wei handed him his straw raincoat and led his horse. Yang Fan adjusted the saddle and stirrups, sat down, and cupped his hands to Chun Dong. Chun Dong returned the greeting with a smile and watched Yang Fan ride his horse into the distance. Only then did he turn around, lift the lapel of his robe, and step over the doorsill with ease. His attendant held an oil paper umbrella for him and followed him step by step into the curtain of rain. Outside the boundaries of the palace, it was no longer a smooth bluestone road. It had rained heavily last night, and in the early morning, all kinds of pedestrians, carriages, and horses had made the originally smooth street into ravines, crisscrossing, and very muddy. Especially on the side of the Tianjin Bridge, the civil officials' ox carts, carriages, and the military officials' horses had trampled the ground into a puddle of mud. Yang Fan slowed down his horse. When he stepped on the muddy ground to the bridgehead, his horse's hooves, which were as big as the mouth of a bowl, were covered in yellow mud. Following the clattering of the hooves, yellow mud fell from the horse's hooves, and the entire bridgehead was also dirty. The drizzle continued, but the number of pedestrians on the street did not decrease. Ding Ding Street was the most prosperous and important street in Luoyang. Unless there was a hailstorm, there would not be a moment of peace here. Yang Fan crossed the Tianjin Bridge and went down along the long street, passing by the Good Selection Square. Just as he was about to reach the Good Selection Square, where he lived, there was a sudden commotion on the street, and there was a faint sound of cursing. Yang Fan stopped when he heard the sound and reined in his horse to take a look. He saw a fair-skinned, handsome young man hurriedly escaping from the square. This person's clothes were disheveled, and his hair was disheveled. His feet were trudging through the mud, and when he looked closely, he saw that he was barefooted. He was obviously dressed like a scholar, but he did not know what had happened to make him look so miserable. While Yang Fan was slightly surprised, another group of people chased after him. Among them was a young woman in emerald green robes. Her hair accessories and clothes were all in the style of a married woman. She looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. She was pretty, but the tip of her eyebrows was raised, faintly giving off a fierce aura. This long street had been soaked by the rain and was extremely muddy. Although there were many people on the street, there were very few women. This young woman with a head full of pearls and emeralds, dressed in luxurious clothes, did not care. In order to catch up with the young man who was running for his life in front of her, she lifted the hem of her dress with one hand and spread her legs wide open, causing the yellow mud to splatter everywhere. Seeing that the young man in front of her had escaped onto the main street, making it even more difficult to chase after him, the pretty young woman hurled with all her might in a moment of desperation. A black object flew into the air, smashing towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan stood his horse motionlessly, allowing Wei to drive his horse forward a step. The sheathed long saber slapped towards the hidden weapon. With a plop sound, it fell to the ground. It was a wooden clog. Ren Wei looked at the clog and then at his own mud-covered scabbard. For a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As for the beautiful young woman, she was barefooted and caught up to the young man in just a few strides. She threw him down on the muddy ground like a tiger, swung her arms, and slapped him on both sides. Crack, 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 crack sounds rang out. Being ridden by the young woman, the young man was in dire straits and was unexpectedly unable to resist. After suffering several slaps in a row, he couldn't help but cry out, "I am your husband. How dare you treat me like this?" Riding on him, the young woman continued to wave her fan and claw as she loudly cursed, My father will soon become the crown prince, and I will be the current princess. How dare you bully me like this?" Hearing these words, Yang Fan was inwardly alarmed. When he looked again, it just so happened that the pretty young woman was fiercely slapping him, causing some mud to splatter on her face. She used the back of her palm to wipe it off, leaving behind several traces of mud. Not only did this not obscure her beauty, it instead added a bit of mischievousness. Seeing that she looked familiar, Yang Fan thought to himself, "I've seen her before. Which daughter of the Prince of Luling is this? Ah, that's right, this is Ian Junju." And Junju Lee Sinyu had been chasing and beating, panting for breath. She was also somewhat tired. Seeing that the people of the residence had already caught up, she shouted, "A bunch of trash! Come here and tie him up for me." Since and Junju had obtained the title of Junju, she had a residence, guards of honor, and a salary. She also had a group of subordinates of the Junju Fu, such as the judges of the hall, attendants, eunuchs, palace maids, and so on. However, they were limited by the level of regulation and did not have anything like a chief clerk. At this time, she had already been married to Pei Sun for nearly 2 months and lived in her own Junju Fu. Other than her husband, everyone else in the Fu was part of her dowry, so these people naturally only listened to her orders. Immediately, 2 strong servants came over, untied their belts, and tied Pei Sun up tightly. And Junju pointed at Pei Sun, unable to restrain her anger, and said, "You are so despicable. It has not even been 2 months since you were married to this Junju, and you already have an outside pet, treating me like I'm nothing. If I don't teach you a good lesson today, you won't know how powerful I am." Pei Sun refused to accept this and loudly retorted, "That woman was originally my maid, and we had intimate relations long ago. It was only because I married you that I sent her away and arranged for her to be placed in another residence. She is not an outside pet that I kept after I married you." And Junju Lee Sinyu gave him another heavy slap on the face, scolding, "You still dare to rebut me? Since you are my husband, you still have an unclear relationship with her. Do you think you are in the right?" After and Junju finished speaking, she turned her head and shouted, "You are all a bunch of useless servants. Have the executioners not caught up yet?" Pei Sun was shocked and struggled, saying, "Execute? Execute what? What do you want to do to Qingya?" Qingya must be the name of his outside pet. Today, when he was visiting a friend, he had gone to be affectionate with that outside pet. He did not know how and Junju had received the news and actually led people to attack. Pei Sun had fled in a panic, not knowing that and Junju was going to harm that woman. Hearing this, and Junju only smiled coldly and said nothing. After a while, for eunuchs dressed in the robes of eunuchs hurried over and bowed to and Junju. And Junju said harshly, "Have you punished that lowly servant?" One of the eunuchs bowed and answered, "As Junju has ordered, we have already cut off that woman's nose and tongue. Please, Junju, examine them." As he spoke, he took out a cloth bag from his sleeve and opened it. There were 2 bloody things inside. Pei Sun gave a loud cry, and tears streamed down his face. He glared angrily at Ian Junju and said through gritted teeth, "You vicious woman, extremely jealous and cruel. You are not worthy of being a descendant of the emperor." And Junju smiled coldly and said, "Do you still want to slander the monarch's father? Do you want your entire family to suffer as well?" Pei Sun's heart shook, and he gritted his teeth. However, he did not dare to curse anymore. And Junju snorted coldly and raised her chin. She said proudly, "Don't think that I don't dare to punish you just because you are my husband. I am only giving you a small punishment today. In the future, if I find that you have wronged me in any way, I will castrate you. And Junju slapped the bloody tongue and nose from the eunuch's hand and said, Go, cut off his hair. When the eunuch heard this, he was shocked. He could punish a woman who had no one to rely on and no power, but the person in front of him was the husband of a Junju after all. How could he humiliate him like this? Also, the Pei family was a large and powerful family. The Pei family did not dare to do anything to Ian Junju, but if he really dared to follow the Junju's orders, it would be easy for the Pei family to punish a servant like him. The eunuchs did not dare to act, and the subordinates all came forward to persuade him. And Junju saw that they did not dare to act, so she pulled out a knife from the waist of an imperial guard and personally walked forward. She untied Pei Sun's hair and grabbed his hair. As she cut off his hair, she said, Today, this Junju will use my hair as a token to teach you a small lesson. If you dare to mistreat me in the future, I will not forgive you. Pei Sun's hands were held behind his back, and 2 servants with great strength held him down. He could not struggle and could only allow Li Xinyu to cut his hair. The people on the street watched in the rain. They all looked at this pitiful person who had the misfortune of marrying the daughter of the imperial family with sympathetic gazes. Pei Sun raised his head to the sky and lamented. He wailed, What sin did I, Pei Sun, commit in my previous life to marry such a barbaric and rude woman? Yang Fan saw that this Junju was making an outrageous ruckus, especially when she implicated the innocent and ordered people to cut off the nose and tongue of Pei Sun's favorite. This action caused Yang Fan to feel even more disgust. He made a hand signal to run away. Seeing this, Run Wei immediately urged his horse forward and shouted, Stop! And Junju was burning with jealousy. She did not care who shouted for her to stop and continued to cut off his hair. Seeing this, Ran Wei could only float down from his horse and go forward to stop her. He said, Junju, please stop. Li Xinyu had grown up in the mountains since she was young. Ever since she knew that her father was going to become the crown prince, and she was going to become the princess of the dynasty, the attitude of a nouveau riche caused her to become so arrogant that she forgot herself. At this moment, the only person she was afraid of was the Wu family. Seeing that this person dared to go forward to stop her, she did not know the other's background. She stopped and asked, Who are you? At this moment, Pei Sun's hair had been cut into long and short strands, as if it had been chewed on by a dog. It was unknown how much he had suffered, but at this moment, he only raised his head to look at the sky, allowing the fine rain to fall on his face. Tears rolled down his cheeks, and he did not move at all. Ren Wei said, This subject is Run Wei. I am only a minor officer under the command of the Investigating Misconduct Disposal Envoy. Junju, using your wife to bully your husband, and this is on the streets. It is truly an affront to public morals. Even this subject cannot continue watching this. Please calm down, Junju. Since this is a family matter, even if there is something wrong with your husband, you can report it to your in-laws and make the decision. When Ian Junju heard that this person's surname was not Wu and that he was some investigating misconduct disposal envoy that she had never heard of before, she could not help but laugh coldly and say, Since when can a cat or a dog run over to meddle in the private affairs of the imperial family? Get lost. Yang Fan raised his horse and went forward. He said indifferently, This official is the current emperor's sentinel, not some cat or dog. If there is anything in Luoyang that violates the law, this official can investigate it. Li Xinyu raised her head to look and saw that the person sitting on the horse was wearing a woven rush raincoat. She could not see the color of his travel attire, but she could recognize his cold and stern face. She could not help crying out, Yang Xiaowei! Li Xinyu knew that this person had helped her family. If not for this person, Her father might not have been able to return to Luoyang alive, and she would never have had the chance to become a princess. However, hearing Yang Fan's stiff tone, she was still displeased. She said coldly, "Yang Xiaowei, this is my family's private affairs. Please do not interfere." Yang Fan said coldly, "Junju seems to have not heard clearly. Right now, this official is the investigating misconduct disposal envoy. This official can interfere with anything that is unjust and illegal. The law of duel states that if a wife beats her husband, she will be punished for a year. If the injury is serious, she will be punished with 3 levels of fighting injuries. If the nose of another person is destroyed, she will be punished for a year. If the tongue is broken, it will flow for 3,000 li. This official was once a minister of the Ministry of Justice. What I say is definitely not false. Is Junju not afraid of violating the laws of the country?" Chapter 878. Li Xinyu was shocked and took 2 steps back. She put on a brave front and said, "You dare? I am the daughter of the Prince of Luling. I am the granddaughter of the current emperor. You can't do this to me." Before Yang Fan could speak, Pei Sun, who had been dumbstruck all this time, was suddenly enlightened. He jumped up and shouted, "That's right. I want to complain. I want to complain. With a fierce wife like this, how can I live in the future? I want to complain to His Majesty, the Emperor." Pei Sun turned around and walked away. His hands were still tied behind his back. As he walked, he looked like a martyr who was about to step onto the execution ground. Seeing this, Yang Fan secretly let out a sigh of relief. Although he was not ashamed of Ian Junju's tyrannical and cruel methods, could a Junju really rule the court? It was simply impossible. It would be for the best if this young Master Pei could think of complaining to the emperor. This matter should be left to the emperor to resolve. Seeing Pei Sun's actions, Li Xinyu angrily said, "Bring him back for me." Yang Fan waved his hand. Immediately several imperial bodyguards came forward with their horses and blocked in front of them. Li Xinyu angrily said, "Yang Fan, are you really going against this Junju?" Yang Fan slightly bowed on the horse and calmly and forcefully replied, "This is Yang's duty. I have no choice but to do it." Good, good. Li Xinyu was so angry that her entire body was trembling. However, Yang Fan was an official of the court and not a subordinate of her Junju Fu. She thought that no one would dare to disobey her. If he really disobeyed her, she didn't know what authority she had and what she could do to him. Just as she was at a loss, another group of people galloped over from the distance. This group was a group of infantry, all of them wearing straw raincoats. The general at the front was riding a horse. Although he was also wearing a straw raincoat, it could not hide the extraordinary armor on his body. When he saw the situation on the street, he suddenly called out in surprise, "And Junju, why are you here? What is going on?" Li Xinyu turned her head to look and exclaimed happily, "Brother-in-law, quickly come and help me. This young Fan is going too far." The general rode his horse closer and glanced at Yang Fan. He said coldly, "You're so impressive. How dare you be so rude to a princess?" Yang Fan looked at him and frowned. "Who are you?" The man proudly said, "I am the left guard of Jin Wu Gua Yi, Wei Jia. I am in charge of the left guard of Jin Wu Gua Yi Wei Jia. I am in charge of the left and right 6 streets of the capital. Who are you?" The drenched Pei Sun called out, "He is Consort Wei's nephew, Ian's brother-in-law. General Yang, help me. I want to file a complaint with the imperial court. At present, the Prince of Luling's daughter, Shindu Junju, was married to Wu Yanhui, Yongtai Junju was married to Wu Yanji, and Anil Junju was already engaged to Wu Chongshuan. There were 7 daughters in the family, and 3 of them were married to the Wu family. The originally life-or-death tension between the two families had been diluted by a series of happy events. For the time being, they were in a honeymoon period. This Wei Jie was Consort Wei's nephew. When the Prince of Luling was out of luck, the Wei family was also implicated. Now that the Prince of Luling had returned to the capital and was about to be promoted to crown prince, the Wei family's political environment had also relaxed. This Wei Jie had obtained an official position in the Jinwu Guards. The Wu family had married 3 Consort Wei's daughters in a row, so they couldn't very well not open the door for him. Hearing him state his identity, Yang Fan said, "This official is the commander of the 1,000 cavalry guards. Yang Fan, by imperial decree, I am concurrently serving as the capital's commissioner for rectifying misconduct and investigating irregularities. Today, when I passed by this place, I saw..." Yang Fan recounted the entire sequence of events. Hearing this, Wei Jie also felt that this sister of his wife was a bit too domineering. However, he was Consort Wei's nephew and could be considered a member of Princess Yi An's paternal family. At this time, he could only help his relatives and not help reason. Thus, he said, "Speaking of which, this is only a princess's family matter. It would be best if General Yang did not interfere." Yang Fan said sternly, "A wife beating her husband in the middle of the street is immoral and has a vile influence. How can this be considered a princess's family matter? Moreover, princess..." and brazenly cut off a person's nose and mouth because her husband kept an outside pet, violating the law. This is not something that can be resolved with just a private matter. Since this official has seen it, there is no reason for me to stand by and watch." Wei Jie's gaze grew cold. In a cold voice, he said, "Is General Yang really going to interfere in this kind of family matter?" Yang Fan smiled coldly, his gentleness carrying a hint of toughness. "This official is determined to interfere in this matter. That Lady Qin, you had her nose and tongue cut off. Her entire life was ruined. It was very likely that she would commit suicide. Out of righteous indignation, Yang Fan was determined to interfere in this matter. He knew that it was impossible for Princess Yi and to be exiled according to the law. However, if he could punish her, it could be considered as finding some justice for Lady Qinya. With this punishment, she would restrain herself if she wanted to bully others in the future. Moreover, ever since the Prince of Luling's family returned to the capital, they had inexplicably become cold and wary of him. This also made Yang Fan angry. He wanted to let the Prince of Luling's family know that he, Yang Fan, was not a soft persimmon that could be manipulated by anyone. If it could be said that Yang Fan had always been indifferent and easygoing towards power, then this time Shenmu's provocation had stimulated his sense of danger. He began to act like a wild beast patrolling his territory, beginning to possess a sense of territory and sovereignty. He needed to declare his existence. For him, the true danger came from the people he trusted. He had done a great favor for the Prince of Luling's family, but they had inexplicably become cold and wary of him. He had treated Shenmu like an elder brother, but Shenmu had secretly done something to him. In the past, his enemies had always been clear-cut. From the very beginning, he knew that they were his enemies. He had never felt this sense of danger. Now, all of this had deeply touched him, and his edge was beginning to shine. If he wanted to establish his own power, he needed prestige and the ability to rally supporters. He could no longer be like before, blindly lying low and relying on the protection of others. Hearing Yang Fan's reply, Wei Jie sneered and waved his hand, shouting, "Someone escort Princess Yin and Prince Pei back to the Fu." A group of golden guards immediately drew their spears and approached, intending to snatch Pei Sun back. Yang Fan's face turned cold as he shouted, "Protect Prince Pei." Rin Wei and the others immediately urged their horses forward, pressing down on the sabers at their waists. Wei Jie was infuriated, saying, "The one surnamed Yang, this official is in charge of the Fu subordinates, supervising the patrolling of the 6 streets to the left and right of the capital. Are you going to oppose me?" Yang Fan said in a carefree manner, "It seems that you don't understand. This official regulates the conduct of the public and investigates the wrongdoings of the people and civilians of Luoyang. All illegal and unjust matters are dealt with by this official. If you dare to obstruct this official from enforcing the law, this official will take you down as well." As a member of the Golden Guards, Wei Jie had long heard from his colleagues that great General Wu Yizong seemed to be at odds with Yang Fan. With this backing, he was not afraid of Yang Fan. He was still thinking that by standing out this time, he would definitely receive Wu Yizong's favor. Thus, with a clang, he unsheathed his sword. Holding his sword, Wei Jie proudly shouted, "The security of the capital has always been my responsibility. When has it ever been someone else's turn to dictate? Someone, seize Prince Payback for me. Those who dare to resist, die or be injured." Tit for tat, Yang Fan immediately gave the order, "Escort Prince Pei into the palace. Those who dare to obstruct, kill without mercy. As for this courageous Commandant Guai, who dares to disobey this official's orders, take him down." Wei Jie was both shocked and angry. He shouted, "You dare to touch me? Why wouldn't I dare?" Before he could finish speaking, raindrops shot towards him. It turned out that Yang Fan had ripped off his woven raincoat and flung it at him. Before the woven raincoat reached him, the raindrops had already shot out, causing pain to his face. Wei Jie let out a loud "Ah," and instinctively closed his eyes. The woven raincoat immediately covered his head. The raincoat was already heavy after being soaked in water, and with the strength of Yang Fan's wrist, it actually covered Wei Jie's face and threw him off his horse. Since the commander had already made a move, how could his subordinates dare to be careless? Immediately, the two sides began to fight. This group of Golden Guards had about 20 people. Other than Wei Jie, who was riding a horse, the rest were all foot soldiers. Behind Yang Fan, other than Ren Wei, there were only 6 people. However, these 6 people were all martial arts experts hired by the Hall of Succession with a large sum of money. In close combat, the number of people was small and the ground was muddy. This was the perfect opportunity for them to display their martial arts. In a short period of time, the 6 of them were more than enough to deal with the 20 over people. Wei Jie fell heavily onto the muddy ground and was dizzy from the fall, unable to distinguish north from south. Yang Fan said, "This person disobeyed my orders, using force to disobey the law, 30 strokes of the cane." Ren Wei used his saber to cut open the ropes that bound Pei Junma and help him up onto Wei Jie's warhorse. He then walked in large strides to the side, where a servant from the Junju Fu was standing. In his hand was a water and fire stick. Seeing the 2 groups of imperial soldiers fighting each other, he was dumbstruck. As soon as he saw Ren Wei approaching with a saber in hand, his legs went soft, and he unconsciously knelt down on the mud, howling, "Sir, spare my life." Ren Wei coldly snorted, and with one leg, he picked up the water and fire stick in front of him and caught it in his hand. He turned around and walked towards Wei Jie. With a pung, the stick smashed down. Wei Jie, who was dizzy, woke up and gave a blood-curdling scream as he tried to jump up. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Ren Wei swept his stick across his calf. The strength of this blow was just right. Although it was not enough to break his legs, the pain penetrated into his bones. Wei Jie could no longer stand, and with a blood-curdling scream, he fell onto the muddy ground again, falling flat on his face like a dog eating shit. Ren Wei laughed. "That blow just now doesn't count." As he finished speaking, he swung his stick again. For a moment, The stick flew through the air, hitting Wei Jia's buttocks. The sound was no different from a foot stepping on the muddy ground. Rin Wei's use of the stick was not like the military's use of canes. There were intervals between each strike, and in his hands, one could only see the shadow of the stick flying through the air, and the pung-pung sound was unceasing. Wei Jia wanted to scream, but he couldn't keep up with Ren Wei's rhythm. It was drizzling on the streets, but more and more commoners were gathering. Many of them didn't even bring their umbrellas. Those at the back were hopping forward to look, and each and every one of them was in high spirits, beaming with joy. With the population of Luoyang, fights in the alleys were a common occurrence. Large-scale fights on the streets were relatively rare. After all, the officials and patrolmen were keeping a close eye on the situation. If they accidentally got involved in the court, both sides would be in trouble. But today was different. The people fighting were all soldiers, and they were using swords and spears. This was a rare sight. It was really celebrating the new year. Yang Fan's subordinates had been with him for a long time, and they understood his intentions very well. When they saw that Yang Fan had even taken down County Commandant Gua Yi of the Jinwu Guards and caned him on the streets, they knew that he didn't want to be merciful. Moreover, he wanted to use this opportunity to establish his authority. Without any hesitation, they used their full strength. In a short while, the Jinwu Guards were all lying on the ground under the storm-like attacks of 1,000 horsemen and 6 imperial bodyguards. Although none of them died, they were all injured and rolling on the ground, screaming in pain. The remaining 6 or 7 quick-witted Jinwu Guards didn't care that their county commandant was being beaten, and they all ran far away. Chapter 879. While and Junju was domineering, that was only because of her arrogance that had swelled after her rise. She had stayed in the small mountain village for many years and thought that just because she had the noble status of being the descendant of the emperor, everyone in the world would respect her. Right now, Yang Fan did not give her any face at all. She stood there without any ideas. Ren Wei used the staff quickly, but his strength did not lessen at all. Because he used the staff too quickly, the pain had not been felt for long, so Wei Jia had not fainted yet. However, when Ren Wei finished his last strike and picked up the staff to leave, he had lost all feeling in his lower body. He could not even get up if he wanted to. Yang Fan threw off his straw cape. After knocking Wei Jia off the horse, he smiled slightly at Pei Juanma and raised his hand, saying, "Please." Pei Sun was extremely grateful. He was the son of a large family and had been arrogant since he was young. When had he ever been treated like this? Today he had been cut by Yi and Junju on the street. It was a great humiliation. His heart ached even more when his beloved concubine's nose and tongue were cut off by Yi and Junju. He immediately took his horse and followed Yang Fan to the palace. Yang Fan's military uniform was black. It was wet from the rain and shone slightly. It also had a metallic feel to it, causing him to appear ferocious on the horse. On the other hand, Yi and Junju wore a silk dress and embroidered robe. Her feet were bare, and her hair was disheveled. She appeared to be in a sorry state as she stood on the ground. When Li Xinyu saw that Yang Fan had used violence and was protecting the Juanma with disdain, she did not know how to respond. She felt extremely wronged and could not help but shout, "Yang Fan, remember, I will not let you off." Finishing, Li Xinyu left in tears. Wei Jia lay in the mud and called out weakly, "Yang Fan, remember, I will not let you off." He and Li Xinyu did not know each other, but his words were extremely coincidental. He blurted them out right after Li Xinyu said them. However, his voice was weak and miserable, not as powerful as Li Xinyu's. Furthermore, he seemed to be imitating her, causing the surrounding crowd to roar with laughter. Yang Fan didn't even turn his head, as he escorted Pei Jun Ma straight to the palace. As they traveled, Pei Sun couldn't help but weep when he thought about how his wife was so domineering and had been seen by so many people. If the scandal were to spread throughout the capital tomorrow, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in front of his friends and family. Seeing this, Yang Fan also felt that this young master of an aristocratic family who had married a daughter of the imperial family was somewhat pitiful. He couldn't help but say a few words of comfort. Pei Sun choked with sobs as he said, "A few days ago, the shoe merchant Long Jiutao asked me to introduce him to Zhang Tongxiu. As a token of appreciation, he gave me 4 beautiful shoe girls. Considering the jealousy of my wife at home, I did not accept any of them. Which man lives as sullenly as I do? Qinya had been serving me since we were young. We loved each other and had long had an affair. I had originally planned to make her my concubine after taking her as my main wife. But because I married a Junju, I could only go back on my promise and set her up in an outer residence. I had already made her suffer greatly." Now, Yang Fan was a little disdainful of his incompetence. He spoke so passionately. He clearly knew that Miss Qinya's nose and tongue had been cut off and tortured, but wasn't he afraid of Ian Juanju's power and didn't dare to return to the workshop to visit first? His mouth still had to go along with his words. "Junma has such a wife. It is truly unspeakably bitter. But as a Junju, there is no reason for her to divorce. Right now, it is best to ask the Emperor and the Prince of Luling to come forward and restrain her. Otherwise, in the future." When Yang Fan said this, he suddenly remembered that he had mentioned that there was a shoe merchant who had asked him to introduce him to Zhang Tongxiu. Zhang Tongxiu was Second Zhang's cousin. The people who wanted to befriend Zhang Tongxiu were most likely doing so to build a relationship with Second Zhang. But then again, the people who fawned on Second Zhang were mostly officials and definitely not merchants. Even though most of the great merchants needed to befriend the government as a backer, Second Zhang, who had lived in the palace for a long time, was definitely not as helpful to the merchants as an official in charge of the court. Second Zhang came from a prestigious family, and now his status was beyond words. His appetite had also grown. Befriending Second Zhang required more than 10 times the cost of a court official, but the effect was far less than a court official. Which merchant would make such an unprofitable transaction? Also, this person was a shoe merchant. Even if he had business in the capital, his roots were still in shoe. In this era, a round trip to a different place would take a long time, at least half a year. The transmission of information was slow. Great merchants would not stay in a different place for long, so it was far less profitable for great merchants to open a branch in a different place than to ally with the local tyrants. What did a great merchant of shoe want to do with Second Zhang, who was like the sun in the sky in the court, but had no influence locally? Also, this 9 sets of dragons clearly had no connection to Second Zhang and had no previous connection to the entire Zhang family. Why did he want to do this? If it was any other time, if Pei Sun said this casually, Yang Fan would just forget about it and would not take it to heart. However, for the past month, he had been planning the battle with the hidden sect, and his heart had been stretched taut. The more he pondered over Pei Sun's words, the more he felt that there was a profound meaning. In a short while, they arrived at the palace. Although Pei Sun was the county horse, he did not have a palace pass. Yang Fan instructed him to wait at the gate while he went to the palace to have an audience with the emperor. It was raining today, and although the temperature had dropped, the entire place was wet with nowhere to go. Wu Zetian was playing chess with Zhang Yiji on the lovely spring stage to relieve boredom. When she heard Yang Fan's statement, she was instantly displeased. She immediately threw down her chess piece and instructed him to bring the county horse into the palace. Most of the time, the relatives of the emperor were not as favored as the close officials of the emperor. How many relatives of the emperor could be as favored as Princess Taiping, who could enter and leave the palace at any time? Many relatives of the emperor had to go through a lot of trouble to ask someone to pass a message to them if they wanted to enter the palace. The emperor might not even meet them, so it was not as good as the close officials of the emperor who could speak at any time. Since young, the members of the imperial family could not get along with each other day and night like the brothers and sisters of ordinary families. Their blood ties were thin, and it was even harder to meet them after they grew up. Furthermore, after being instigated by the close officials, there were plenty of people who hated them and did not want to meet them or even treated them coldly. Therefore, even if they were relatives of the emperor, there were very few who were willing to offend the close officials of the emperor. Only Princess En, who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, would be incomparably unyielding when she saw Yang Fan interfering. Wu Zetian ordered Yang Fan to bring the county horse into the palace. After thinking for a moment, she also asked a servant to summon the Prince of Luling. The Prince of Luling had been living in the East Palace and was next to the Crown Prince's younger brother. It was obvious that he was waiting for his brother to make room for him. However, the imperial court was more concerned about reputation, and he could not find a suitable opportunity. Hearing that the empress had summoned him, the Prince of Luling hurriedly dressed himself and followed the young servant into the inner palace. He secretly stuffed some money into the young servant's hands and asked why his mother had summoned him. The young servant knew that he would definitely become the crown prince in the future, and then the son of heaven after that, so he did not dare to make things difficult for him. However, this young servant had been waiting outside the palace at the time, so he did not understand why the emperor had summoned him. The young servant thought for a moment and said, "This servant does not know either. I only know that General Yang Fan entered the palace for a while and then left in a hurry. The saint then sent word to summon Your Highness." This servant noticed that the saint seemed to be secretly angry. "Your Highness should be a bit more careful." Li Xian's heart tightened when he heard this. Mother is displeased? Just what could have caused mother's displeasure? Yang Fan had just entered the lovely spring terrace, and mother immediately summoned me. Yang Fan must have said something. What could Yang Fan have said? Zhong Run said that Yang Fan and Wu Sanxi have a close relationship, but Guo has already been betrothed to Prince Liang's daughter-in-law. Prince Liang will not harm me, will he? Li Xian arrived at the lovely spring terrace uneasily. He humbly bowed to his mother and asked, "May I know what instructions mother has for your son?" Wu Zetian's expression darkened. "Sit down. We do not know either. We will speak again when your son-in-law arrives." Yes. Li Xian retreated to the side. A servant brought a brocade stool over, and Li Xian sat down gently. He thought, son-in-law? I wonder which son-in-law it is, for mother to be so angry. Could it be the son-in-law of the Wu family? If it is just a family matter, the situation does not seem too serious. Li Xian waited for a while as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Then Yang Fan's voice came from outside the hall. "Your Majesty, Prince Pei has arrived." Li Xian thought anxiously, Prince Pei? Fortunately, although he had many daughters, only one was married into the Pei family. Li Xian immediately arrived at Pei Sun. "Is this Xian Yu's husband?" Xian Yu has the worst temperament among the daughters. Could it be that she had a quarrel with her husband? But what does this have to do with Yang Fan? Why is he the one reporting this? Just as Li Xian was thinking, Yang Fan walked in with Pei Sun. When he saw Pei Sun's appearance, Li Xian stood up in shock. He cried out involuntarily, What happened to you?" Pei Sun's hair was disheveled. His cheeks were red and swollen. There were even a few scratches on his face. He was wearing a set of undergarments. The undergarments were supposed to be white, but now they were black and yellow and covered in mud. The most ridiculous thing was that he was barefooted and his feet were also covered in mud. Yang Fan bowed and said, "This subject saw Prince Pei on the streets. Because this matter involves the emperor's family matters, this subject does not dare to act arbitrarily. Hence, this subject brought Prince Pei into the palace to be dealt with by your majesty. This subject will take his leave." Earlier, Wu Zetian had only heard a few words from Yang Fan and knew that Pei Sun and his wife had fought on the streets. This was not proper, and it was a disgrace to the royal family. Thus, she was extremely displeased. Now that she saw the appearance of this grandson-in-law, even the usually valiant Wu Zetian was stunned. After Yang Fan finished his report, Wu Zetian subconsciously waved her hands and didn't even bother to speak to him. Just as Yang Fan was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and said, "This subject still has another matter to report. This official has another matter to report. On the streets, this official saw Yi and Junju riding on Pei Juanma and slapping him incessantly. She also ordered her servants to tie up Pei Juanma and wanted to cut off his hair as a substitute for his head. There were countless commoners watching, and it was truly improper. When this official wanted to help Pei Juanma out of trouble, there were soldiers of the Jinwu guards patrolling the streets. The general leading the troops seemed to be acquainted with Junju, and thus received orders from Junju to obstruct this official. For the sake of law and discipline, this subject flogged that general 30 times on the streets." Wu Zetian didn't have the leisure to listen to him talk about this. She waved her hand and said impatiently, "This is just a small matter. You can handle it yourself. Zhen appointed you as a sentinel to do this. There is no need to report this matter in the future. Leave." With a faint smile, Yang Fan nodded his head and said, "Yes." Li Xian still didn't know that the person Yang Fan flogged on the streets was his other son-in-law. He, the Prince of Luling, had 2 sons-in-law. Today, one had been beaten by his daughter, and the other by Yang Fan. His face had already been completely lost. However, when he saw that Yang Fan hadn't even glanced at him from beginning to end, which was completely different from when he had escorted him back to the capital, he felt rather uncomfortable. He also knew that this must be because his own family had deliberately distanced themselves from Yang Fan, causing the other to feel disgust. At this time, however, he didn't have the time to reflect. After Yang Fan withdrew, he anxiously asked, "Sunner, what happened to you?" Pei Sun knelt on the floor of the hall and wailed, "Pei Sun's life is short and unworthy of a descendant of the emperor. Your Majesty the Emperor, please have mercy and choose a better match for Junju." Yang Fan didn't care about how Wu Zetian would handle this family matter. After he left the palace, he immediately sent someone to the Ministry of Rites and sent a message to Shangguan Fei of the Ministry of Rites. Quickly investigate the origins of the 9 sets of identities of the shoe merchant dragon. Chapter 880. The news of Yi and Junju chasing her husband in the rain, which eventually developed into a fierce battle between the 1,000 horsemen and the Jinwu guards, was enthusiastically spread by the common people of Luoyang. Soon, it became a household name, and the dignity of the imperial family was completely gone. Wu Zetian and Li Xian, the Prince of Luling, were also frightened by Yi and Junju's valiant behavior. After the shock, they became furious. The imperial family wanted face, and it was not easy for the daughters of the imperial family to marry. Now that their reputation was even worse, who would the daughters of the imperial family marry in the future? The aristocratic families had always been dismissive of the imperial daughters, and the scholars and scholars with a future kept a respectful distance from the imperial daughters. Instead, they circled around the noble aristocratic families like smelly flies. All of this had long made the imperial family unhappy. In the end, those imperial princesses were so troublesome. It was fine if they only had a private imperial examination and secretly had a lover, but now they had even publicly beaten their husband. The imperial family was supposed to be an example to the world, but didn't they become the laughingstock of the world? Before Pei Juanma's snot and tears could finish complaining, Wu Zetian had drawn up the punishment measures. Ian Junju would be demoted to Ian Junju, and the rules and etiquette would all be lowered by 1 grade. Originally, the Junju had a salary of 1st rank, but now she was demoted to 2nd rank. Wu Zetian also selected 3 female officials from the palace for her. One would lecture on Ban Jieyu's women's precepts, one would lecture on the women's rules written by Empress Zhongsun of the Tang dynasty, and one would lecture on the essentials of internal conduct written by Emperor Zetian of the current dynasty. Wu Zetian vowed to teach her to be a good wife and mother, so that she would not embarrass the imperial family again. As for Pei Sun, having a mistress was also a mistake, so he was punished as well. He was demoted from the capital and appointed as the provincial governor of Feng province. In fact, this was a kind of compensation for his apparent demotion, but hidden promotion. After Ma Shang Junju of Pei County, he was promoted to a 5th-rank official to disperse the court. He had no real power, and his official position was not high. Now, he became the provincial governor of Feng province, a 4th-rank local official. Furthermore, the scenery in Pang province was beautiful and rich. Prince Pei would return to the capital sooner or later, so he was being demoted but actually rewarded. That day, there was another Wei Juanma who had been beaten, and his ending was even worse than Pei Juanma. Both his buttocks had been smashed, and he had to be carried home. Xian Ping Junju, who had just been married and was sticking to her husband like glue, felt her heart ache so much that tears rolled down her face. She couldn't resist running to the palace to see her parents and viciously complaining about Yang Fan. That day, the one who had attracted the most attention was the Junju beating her husband. Yang Fan and Wei Jia, who had not announced his status as the Junju, were ignored by the common people and did not spread among the people. Now, they wanted Li Dan to take the initiative to explain this matter to the emperor. Hadn't their family suffered enough humiliation? After being scolded by his mother, Li Xiangang didn't dare to look for trouble. He could only scold his daughter and tell her to restrain her husband. He told her not to get too close to Wu Yizong and not to provoke Yang Fan. When Wu Yizong heard that Wei Jia had been beaten, he went to visit. Commandant Guo Yi's position among his subordinates wasn't small, and he also had the status of a Junju. When Wei Jia saw the Grand General, he immediately complained tearfully and even added details to the story, saying that he had mentioned Grand General Wu, but Yang Fan didn't give him any face. Wu Yizong gritted his teeth as he listened. He was so angry that he wanted to immediately find trouble with Yang Fan. But charging into the camp was akin to mutiny, and he didn't dare. While the 1,000 cavalry were on duty in the capital, they were within the palace. Wu Yizong's sphere of influence was outside the palace. He didn't dare to charge into the palace and fight, and could only endure it for now. Pei Juanma heard that he had profited from a disaster. Not only could he leave that tigress, but he could also become a local tyrant. He couldn't help but be overjoyed, and immediately went to find Yang Fan to thank him. He didn't forget that if it wasn't for Yang Fan's generous help, he wouldn't have remembered to complain to the emperor. Even if he remembered, he wouldn't have been able to enter the palace. He couldn't possibly cry and pray to the imperial palace, could he? If the matter really got out of hand, the dignity of the imperial family would be gone. Although the emperor would still punish Ian Junju, he wouldn't be able to have such a good job. Pei Juanma excitedly went to the Yang residence with generous gifts. After asking around, he found out that Yang Fan had already returned to the 1,000 cavalry camp. Pei Juanma left the gifts and personally went to the 1,000 cavalry camp in the north of the city. He insisted on thanking Yang Fan in person, and it could be said that he was very sincere. In the 1,000 cavalry camp, the soldiers were doing their daily drill on the drill ground. The sound of battle cries were uniform. Yang Fan walked slowly along the green path at the foot of the mountain. Beside him was Run Wei, who was quietly reporting something to him. Yang Fan asked, "It's been more than a month. You still haven't found anything that can be used against them?" Run Wei replied, "I won't hide it from Sect Head." Ever since the obvious and hidden sects fell out, both sides started to conceal their respective powers. Young Master Jiang came to Luoyang from Chang and hoping to make a comeback here. In the end, because the three swindlers old Nun Hanoi, Taoist Sifang, and the barbarian Mo Lei fell from power, his power was wiped out in one fell swoop. The obvious and hidden sects also learned a lesson from this. From then on, the identities of the officials that were supported and bribed by the obvious and hidden sects, as well as the officials that had never been exposed before, were only known by the few core figures in the sections. No one else had the chance to know. The few officials that belonged to the other side in the past had all fallen from power in a few fights. Now, it's very difficult to determine who's on the other side if we want to control them. Rin Wei sighed and continued, "As for the hidden sect's weaknesses in other areas, Shunmu has returned to the Central Plains for more than a year. I'm afraid that all the loopholes that could be filled have been filled. Up until now, we haven't found any places that can be attacked." After Run Wei finished speaking, he was afraid that Yang Fan wouldn't believe him and continued, "This matter concerns the future status of our obvious sect. Even though there are a few elders in the sect that are dissatisfied with Sect Head acting arbitrarily, they will definitely not drag Sect Head down on this matter. They said that they haven't found any weaknesses of the other side, and that should be the truth." Yang Fan nodded and slowly stopped walking. He asked, "What suggestions does Tianshu have?" Rin Wei said, "They believe that rather than casting a wide net and investigating aimlessly, it will waste time and effort with little results. It is better to focus on one point." "What point?" "Food. The reason? Food is the foundation of the imperial court, and it is also an important method for me to influence the imperial court. Once the scale is large, it will not be easy to hide everything. Therefore, if we start from this aspect, we should be able to obtain some results. Also, Shunmu and young Master Jiang once fought over food, and then he was sent to Exile Luo. Before he finished speaking, Yang Fan started to smile. He had already secretly sent people out of the capital with the goal of food. However, he hadn't thought of the first reason that Tianshu thought of. The reason he set his target on food was because he thought of the second reason. In the Battle of Chang, and 2 years ago, the weapons that both sides used were food. In that vicious battle, logically, the obvious sect had the advantage and was much stronger than the hidden sect. However, because young Master Jiang did not listen to honest advice and was obstinate and self-opinionated, and the succession hall was established by him with the full support of the Lu clan, no one could do anything to him. As a result, they fell into Shunmu's trap and suffered a crushing defeat. But to kill 1,000, one would lose 800. To defeat young Master Jiang, Shunmu's losses would not be small. After that, Shunmu was sent to Exile Luo. He did not have time to make up for the losses caused by using food in the battle. Even though Shunmu had quietly returned to Chang, and last year, when he returned to the Central Plains, the Khitans had rebelled, and then the Tuju had invaded. The hundreds of thousands of troops of the imperial court had moved to the north and gathered large amounts of food from various places. The Guanzhong granary was the main gathering area. The war in the north had continued until last winter. In other words, during this period of time, In such a large environment, Shunmu had no way to make up for the problems that had occurred with food. The only thing Shunmu could do was wait until this year's autumn harvest had large amounts of surplus food. Right now, it was summer and still far from the autumn harvest. Shunmu could not make a pile of food out of thin air. Therefore, starting from this direction should be the most correct direction. The reason that Yang Fan was happy was because from the suggestion of Tian Shu, he was sure that the succession hall was now of the same mind as him. When a new emperor ascended the throne, and the military power was scattered, and the throne was unstable, the most commonly used and effective method was to divert trouble from the outside. Through external wars that concerned the life and death of the entire interest group, they could consolidate the internal forces, establish prestige, sort out relationships, and control military power. He was the obvious sect lord, and this method was also applicable. As long as they were forced by the external crisis and listened to his orders and arrangements and planned for him wholeheartedly, when the external threat was resolved, his authority within the internal forces would be established. During this period of time, if anyone provoked him, he could use the fact that most people were forced to obey him due to the overall situation to easily kick the other party away with the least resistance and replace them with his own people. Good. This is a good idea. Let's start from this direction. Yang Fan clapped his hands in praise. He naturally did not have to say that he had already sent people to act. It was not a smart idea to let the people of Succession Hall discover that he did not trust them enough. Renwei said, "But there is one more thing. Our obvious sect has also used a large amount of food. If we want to make a fuss about this, how do we prevent the fire from coming to us? This is a problem." Yang Fan frowned and asked, "Do we have a lot of holes?" Renwei said, "Not a lot. After all, the food has always been in our hands." While the hidden sect had secretly started to interfere with the food storage, they had to avoid our eyes and ears and did not dare to make too big of a move. Most of the food they obtained was given to Wu Jila, who was supported by them. Thus, they used much more storage than us. But just in case, we need to be clear about ourselves. Before this, we cannot launch a counterattack in case they become desperate and try to take us down with them. Yang Fan nodded and said, "All right, have Heaven's Pivot draw up a detailed plan. On one hand, we will fill in our holes, and on the other hand, we will look for their holes. Whoever makes the first move will be able to influence the outcome of this battle." "Yes," Runway responded solemnly and turned to leave. Yang Fan walked to the front of the slope and looked up at the sky. The coolness from yesterday's heavy rain had been gradually dispelled by the sun in the sky, and the earth was once again hot and stuffy. Just as Yang Fan was about to rush back to his tent before the sun's power was fully unleashed, a junior colonel rushed over from afar and reported in a loud voice, "Middle Commander, there is a prince consort Pei outside the Yuan Gate who wishes to see the general." Yang Fan was startled and asked curiously, "Consort Pei? What is he doing here?" That junior colonel said, "I heard him say that he is indebted to the general's help. Now that the imperial court has appointed him as the provincial governor of Feng Province, he is here to express his thanks." Feng Province? Yang Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. Among the prefectures in the Guangzhou prefecture, the Feng prefecture was a major grain-producing prefecture, and Lady Gu was headed there. If the provincial governor there could give him convenience, wouldn't he have more confidence in dealing with the hidden sect? Yang Fan looked at the sun that was gradually emitting blazing rays and smiled as he muttered to himself, "Even the heavens are helping me. Elder brother Shun, what do you have to fight against me?" Chapter 881. Yang Fan came out of the gate to welcome him. As soon as Pei Junma saw Yang Fan, he immediately clasped his hands and said gratefully, "I am indebted to General for your help, allowing me to avoid the humiliation of a woman. Today, I have been sent by the court to be the provincial governor of Pengzhou. Before I leave, I have specially come to express my gratitude to General. Yang Fan hurriedly said, "This is my duty. There is no need for Pei Junma to be so polite." Pei Sun said with a smile, "Now you are the county horse, county horse." Yang Fan smiled and said, "The weather is hot. Please come into the tent to talk." Yang Fan invited Pei Sun into the commander's tent, and they sat down as host and guest. Pei Sun seemed to be in high spirits about this exile to Pengzhou. His words were torrential, and he was very talkative. Yang Fan followed his words and began to talk about Pengzhou. He found that this man, who had grown up in the capital and had never thought that he would one day be sent out, knew nothing about Pengzhou. Or rather, he only knew that it was an upper-class province. Agriculture and animal husbandry were developed, and it was rich in natural resources. He could be the Taiping governor for a few years and then return to the capital in glory. Other than this, he knew nothing about Pengzhou. He didn't even know where Pengzhou was, much less the various shady things that the officials, especially the subordinates of the local officials, could use their large network of connections to play around with the weak officials sent by the court. Yang Fan secretly furrowed his brows. A strong dragon would find it difficult to defeat a local snake. An astute and capable official would need a lot of effort to truly straighten out his thoughts. It was clearly unrealistic to count on this young master. However, he was the provincial governor of a province. With power in his hands, he could provide some convenience for Fan Xian. As for picking on Shunmu's weak points, he probably could not count on him. This person was not worldly and lacked experience. It was better not to tell him his thoughts, lest he was exposed to those slippery old officials as soon as he arrived in Feng province. For now, he might as well build a good relationship with him. When he needed help, he would cooperate fully. Thinking of this, Yang Fan suppressed the idea of telling Pei Junma to strictly inspect the treasury after he took office in Feng province. He only talked with him about romance and the local people. Occasionally, he would mention some general knowledge that a ruler needed to know. Although Pei Junma lacked experience in this area, he was very enlightened. After listening attentively to Yang Fan's explanation for a long time, Pei Junma happily said, "Brother Yang is a military general and has never been a local official before. I didn't expect you to be so familiar with the local political affairs." Yang Fan smiled modestly. "Junma overpraises me. Actually, I don't know much about this. It's just that I have an advisor in my residence. He was originally hired by me when I was the Minister of Justice to help me manage some matters. I've learned a few things from him." Hearing this, Pei Junma's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, "Brother Yang, is this advisor still in your residence?" Yang Fan's heart stirred, and he said, "That's right. He doesn't have a suitable place to go at the moment, and we get along quite well. Although I don't have much use for him now, it's better to keep him in the residence and temporarily help me manage the accounts." It's a bit of a waste of talent. Pei Junma slapped his thigh and happily said, "I won't hide it from Brother Yang. This time, I've been sent out, and I've really been blinded. I don't know how I should be an official or how I should do things. I've also heard people talk about the local petty officials deceiving their superiors and subordinates, making me a mere figurehead. I've been feeling very apprehensive. I don't know if Brother Yang is willing to part with him." Yang Fan stared at him deeply and suddenly smiled. "The advisor that I've hired is proficient in the field of politics and would be the best assistant for a local official, now that he's in charge of the accounts in my residence. It's really a waste of talent. If Pei Junma wants to use him, I'm sure he'll be very willing." Pei Junma was overjoyed. "Since I've met Brother Yang, good things have happened one after another. Brother Yang is really my lucky star. Since that's the case, it's settled. I'll be leaving for Phong Province in a few days. In a while, I'll have to ask brother to accompany me back to the capital and personally invite this mister. Yang Fan inwardly shook his head. This Pei Jun Ma has a fiery temper. If a person like him were to go somewhere, he would really be toyed with by those old officials. I will send someone to assist him as an official, which is tantamount to having him under my control. Thinking of this, Yang Fan smiled and said, Very good. It's just that it's noon today, and we'll miss the hottest time of the day. It won't be too late to return to the city. I'll get someone to prepare a table, and you and I can drink and chat. While he was preparing wine and a banquet, Yang Fan found a gap and left the commander's tent. He called over a trusted imperial guard and instructed, Quickly go to Tianshu and pick out a mister who's been an official and is familiar with the situation in Guangzhou. Quickly go to my residence and pretend to be sitting at the west table. I'll make arrangements. When the imperial guard heard this, he immediately prepared a horse and hurried back to the city. Yang Fan returned to the commander's tent and drank with Pei Jun Ma. When the sun gradually set in the west and the wind carried a slight chill, Yang Fan and Pei Jun Ma went out of the gate and headed straight for the capital. Pei Jun Ma was slightly drunk, and when the wind blew, he felt extremely carefree. He was like a bird that had broken free from its fences and was very happy. The two of them entered Luoyang from the Anshi Gate and crossed the long bridge of the Luo River. After passing 2 squares, they suddenly saw a few badly battered soldiers supporting each other as they walked. When Yang Fan saw that they were wearing black military uniforms, which were very different from the ordinary imperial guards, he immediately knew that they were his subordinates. He couldn't help but be surprised and reined in his horse to wait. When he saw the sorry state of those people, Yang Fan's face immediately darkened. When the soldiers saw Yang Fan, they couldn't help but be overjoyed and rushed to the front of their horses, kneeling on the ground and loudly complaining about their injustice. They were all talking at once, and Yang Fan couldn't hear them clearly. He couldn't help but sternly shout, "Shut up!" Yang Fan swept his eyes over them and saw that one of them was a cook who was covering his mouth with his hand and had a nosebleed. Pointing his horsewhip at him, he shouted, "You speak!" The cook's face was covered in blood as he reported, "Middle Commander, we originally wanted to go to the southern city to play and then return to the barracks. We didn't expect to meet the Jinwu guards, and they purposely bumped into us. We only cursed them once, and they swarmed us and beat us up. We begged for General to give us justice." Yang Fan's face was as dark as water as he coldly asked, "They beat you, and you are going to let them beat you up?" The cook replied, "They patrol the streets with 10 to 20 people, which is several times more than me. Moreover what?" The cook lowered his head under Yang Fan's stare and said, "Moreover, they are led by a Right Street Patrol envoy. His rank is much higher than mine. This lowly one does not dare to resist." "Huh!" Yang Fan laughed and lightly slapped the horsewhip in his palm a few times. He suddenly shouted, "Men!" Behind Yang Fan were 7 to 8 soldiers. Immediately, with a roar, Yang Fan pointed his horsewhip forward and shouted, "Each of you will be punished with 10 strokes of the cane. Beat them for me." Yes, the soldiers only cared about obeying the general's order. They jumped off their horses and went to the roadside shops to search for 2 large sticks. They pressed the soldiers who had just been beaten to the ground. The soldiers did not dare to resist and gritted their teeth as they received the punishment. After a round of beating, Yang Fan asked, "Do you know why this official beat you?" The cook's hands were on the ground as he gritted his teeth and said, "I know. This lowly one did not immediately return to the barracks after leaving my post and violated the law by wandering the streets. Nonsense. Think again. The cook was originally sullen, but after hearing Yang Fan's scolding, he couldn't help but be startled. After thinking for a while, he stuttered. It's because this lowly one had a conflict with the Jinwu guards. We fought on the streets and violated. Yang Fan slightly leaned forward and stared into his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "This official beat you for one reason. Remember this, because you have embarrassed Qian Qi." Ah. The cook lay on the ground and raised his head to look at Yang Fan with a stunned expression. Yang Fan used the horsewhip like a sword and pointed it at him. He shouted, "Who are you?" "You are Qian Qi, the emperor's personal guard. Other than the emperor, who can beat you? You have been beaten, and even the emperor will be humiliated because of you. Remember this. Whoever wants to bully you, go find them yourself. Don't come crying to me like a girl. I don't like it." The cook's face immediately turned red. He forcefully nodded his head and shouted, "This lowly one will remember." Yang Fan coldly looked at the soldiers who had just received the beating and said lightly, "He has a lot of people. Don't you have brothers? If you can't beat him with fewer people, go find your brothers for help. Do you need me to teach you this? What a bunch of idiots." Yang Fan turned his horse and walked past them. He only left behind a sentence, "Don't embarrass Qian Qi, no matter how big the matter is. I will bear it." A few of the Qian Qi soldiers who were beaten looked at Yang Fan's receding figure and felt their blood boil. It was until Yang Fan's figure disappeared at the end of the street that the cook jumped up. He forcefully wiped the blood from his nose and looked ferocious. He raised his arms and shouted, "Brothers, return to camp. They have a lot of people. Don't we have brothers?" "Yes, return to camp." A few of the soldiers who were beaten got up. They no longer limped, and their legs were no longer limping. They rushed towards the north of the city. They were all family. The soldiers had held back when they were beating them. They would not really beat them. Pei Jun Ma followed behind Yang Fan and asked with concern, "The great general of Jinwu guards is the king of Hanoi. Will he?" Yang Fan said, "In this official's heart, there is only the emperor." Yang Fan was not a reckless man. Yesterday he saved Pei Jun Ma and beat up Wei Jun Ma, making enemies with the Li family. Early this morning, Wu Sansi found an excuse to send him a jar of Persian samla juice, a jar of Arabian Malang wine, and a jar of the highest quality Jiannan roasted spring. Wu Sansi's intention was very obvious. With him around, what big trouble could happen? Asking his brothers to retaliate was not only to regain their face and to help him regain his face. Why are soldiers as close as brothers and have such amazing cohesiveness? Why are soldiers loyal to their general and follow his orders? For these hot-blooded men, the most effective way to fight against the outsiders was to group up and fight with them. Pei Jun Ma saw Yang Fan's imposing manner and was extremely envious. He could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Older brother is so impressive. When can younger brother be as overbearing as you? Only then will I not be a man in vain." Yang Fan thought, "I'm afraid what you want the most is to be a husband. It's a pity that you married such a domineering wife and have a royal family. Don't even think about it in this lifetime." But he said, "It's just a habit of martial artists. What's there to be envious of? When younger brother becomes the governor of a region, you will be able to govern the people, recruit talents, adjudicate cases, investigate traitors, appoint and dismiss officials. With a frown, hundreds of officials will bow down. With a raise of your hand, tens of thousands of people will worship you. That is truly domineering and awe-inspiring." When Pei Junma heard this, he was extremely fascinated. Chapter 882. When Yang Fan returned to the manor, a newly appointed accountant was already waiting for him. The old man was not yet 60 years old and had a strong body. This person did not take the imperial examinations to become an official. At that time, only a few dozen people were admitted to the imperial examinations each time. More than half of them were stolen by the rich and powerful families. How could they satisfy the needs of a country's officials? Recommendation was also a way, but this old man did not have a backer. Therefore, he spent his entire life in the prefectures and counties. In the end, he only became a county registrar and retired. Don't look at his small position. A small county lieutenant's experience in official career and life might not be inferior to that of a prime minister. The only thing that mattered was whether he had the opportunity to enter the court and become an official. If Zhang Jianji continued to be a county lieutenant until he died, who would dare to say that he was a great talent? After Yang Fan passed down the order, the old teachers of Tianshu recommended him. This person had been in Guangzhou when he was an official and was very clear about the geography and the people there. He was also very clear about the hidden rules of the local government and the various methods that petty officials and their subordinates used to deal with high-ranking officials. If he was chosen, Pei Juanma would not be fooled by his subordinates into not knowing what was going on and not be a complete figurehead. The so-called advisor was also known as the advisor in later generations, but at that time, there was no such title. As an advisor, he had to give advice and advice to the ruler, participate in confidential matters, draft manuscripts, write memorials, deal with files, make official replies, follow orders, contact the government, and be relied on by the ruler as his left and right hand. Although the advisors did not have official titles and were not within the system of the court, they were the trusted aides, think tanks, and personal assistants of the ruler. The ruler entrusted them with heavy responsibilities and could not leave them. Although they were not officials themselves, they were in charge of important official affairs. Although they were assisting officials in governing, in reality, to a large extent, they were governing on behalf of the official. With this person by Pei Junma's side, to a certain extent, Yang Fan had Feng province in his hands. Pei Junma happily welcomed this old man back to his manor and treated him like an honored guest. On Yang Fan's side, Shang Guanfei also sent news in a timely manner. He had already inquired about the origins of the shoe merchant Long Jiutao. Not only did he find out about Long Jiutao, he also found out about the identities of Song Bazi and a few other shoe merchants. These people were all big merchants from the shoe region. Among them, there were 2 big merchants whose main business was food. Other than that, Shang Guanfei did not manage to find out much. She did not discover any relationship between them and Shenmu. Yang Fan ordered, "Continue to investigate and keep a close eye on them. These people aren't that simple. My advantage was in the officialdom, but there was one thing. My influence was mostly in the open, so they could be on guard. Their advantage is in the Jianghu. In the past, they were greatly suppressed by Xianzong, so they have a lot of power in the dark. It has the effect of catching the enemy off guard. We have to defend against it." The Shangguan family relied on Yang Fan to begin with. They also knew that the female head of the family, Shanghai Wan, was Yang Fan's woman, so they naturally listened to him. Without another word, they immediately replied to Shang Guanfei and continued to keep an eye on the shoe merchants who were renting out of the Liang Wang Fu. The cook, who had been beaten by the Jinwu guards, was called Yang Tianyu. He led a group of people back to the 1,000 cavalry camp to complain to his brothers about his grievances. He also explained Yang Fan's attitude. The group of brothers who had a common enemy immediately rubbed their palms together and followed them out of the camp. These people hurried to the southern city. Those Jinwu guards took a fruit from the owners and some melon seeds from the owners and were still patrolling the streets. Yang Tianyu did not say a word. With a call, a group of men from the 1,000 cavalry camp charged forward. The two sides began to fight in the southern city, causing chaos in the southern city. By the time Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong heard the news and led a group of fast-paced patrolmen to the southern city, the soldiers of the 1,000 Cavalry Camp had already arrived. They triumphantly left, leaving behind a few bruised and swollen Jinwu guards. County Commandant Tang led a group of people forward to investigate, but they were scolded by the Jinwu guards. Then, they supported each other and left while cursing. "We're all soldiers. If you beat me, I'll use the same method to get back at you. Otherwise, how can I raise my head in front of the more than 20 guards of the capital's North and South Yamen? Get the patrolmen to stand up for me? I can't afford to lose face like that. Those lowly servants can only bully the common people. They're nothing." Tang Zong really did not like to care about these trivial matters of the imperial army. But when he heard those Jin Wu guards go back and threaten to get back at the 1,000 Cavalry Camp, he was worried if this really developed into a large-scale armed brawl. Although the scale of the brawl was not small anymore, he, as the Luoyang Commandant, would have to bear the responsibility. But the victim was the Lord of Hanoi, the great general of the Jinwu Guards, Wu Yizong. Would they need him to step in? Without the victim, this matter would be difficult to handle. Moreover, the one who beat them up was the 1,000 Cavalry Camp. The 1,000 Cavalry Camp was not even under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War or the Political Affairs Hall. What right did the Luoyang Prefecture have to detain them for questioning? When soldiers broke the law, it was not up to the civil yamen to intervene. The 1,000 Cavalry Camp was an extremely special existence in the army. Perhaps it would be useful to report this to the Prince of Jian or the great general of the Yulin Guard, Wu Yuyi. Between the Prince of Jian and the Lord of Hanoi, he, the Luoyang Commandant, could not even be considered a judge. He was just a little brat. He would only go find trouble in front of these two Wu Wangya if he had nothing better to do. Helpless, Tang Zong could only clean up the scene and lead his group of people away in embarrassment. The Jinwu Guard's Right Street Patrol envoy, who was beaten up, was called Ding Sheng. His martial arts skills were relatively high, and he had his subordinates to protect him. His injuries were not serious. However, when he returned to the Jinwu Guard's camp, he was carried to see Wu Yizong. Wu Yizong did not care who provoked him first. Once he heard that his men had been punished by Yang Fan one after another, and that his face had been completely shredded, he could only fly into a rage. He immediately wanted to find Yang Fan to settle the score. Ding Sheng hurriedly stopped him. "General, you must not." Wu Yizong looked at him and said, "Why not? Do you think I am afraid of him?" Ding Sheng said, "General has repeatedly tried to make things difficult for him, but he is resolved every time. It is not that General's power and influence is not as great as his, but because we have not taken the initiative to be reasonable." Wu Yizong glared at him and said, "Does this prince need to reason with him?" Ding Sheng bitterly smiled, "But he is not an ordinary person. Once this matter is blown up, it will be up to the emperor to decide. Once this matter is brought before the emperor, we will not reason with him. Is that all right?" Wu Yizong stared at him and said, "What sly idea do you have this time?" Ding Sheng snickered and said, "On the way back, this lowly official has thought of a plan. We can ruthlessly punish him and at the same time make him unable to say anything." Wu Yizong unhappily said, "When did you become so fussy? If you have something to fart, just say it." After sending off Pei Junma and his new aides, Yang Fan stayed at home on the same day. In the evening of the same day, 1,000 imperial guards came to the residence and reported to Yang Fan that the palace will be sending more people tomorrow. They also invited Yang Fan to be on duty in the palace. Yang Fan thought for a moment. Tomorrow is not the date of the Grand Court Conference. Moreover, the court conference has just begun today. According to the rules, tomorrow should be a rest. So he asked, "What is going on in the palace tomorrow?" The imperial guard replied, "There will be a great banquet in the palace tomorrow. I hear that the prime ministers and the princes will all be present." Yang Fan understood and nodded. "I understand. Tomorrow morning I will enter the palace." After the imperial guard left, Yang Fan thought for a while and felt that something was about to happen. Just as he was about to send someone to investigate, Shangguan Fei of the Bureau of Rights came to visit. Only now did Yang Fan suddenly understand. Shangguan Fei said, "Through Princess Taiping's matchmaking, His Majesty will be holding a family banquet tomorrow. But the prime ministers will also be present. The Prince of Xiang and the Prince of Luling will both be there." Perhaps Yang Fan nodded thoughtfully and said, "Yes, the Prince of Luling has been back in the capital for some time. This is probably to inform the prime ministers before the official succession change." Shangguan Fei smiled. General truly guessed correctly. If this were not the case, there would be no other explanation. It's rare for General to return to the estate, and you must enter the palace tomorrow morning. Rest early. This lowly official bids farewell. Yang Fan said, "Since you've already come, why don't you leave after dinner? Let's drink a cup or two." Shangguan Fei said, "The Bureau of Rights has sent this lowly official to the palace tomorrow. I don't dare to delay matters. Another day, another day." Early the next morning, Yang Fan went to the palace to dispatch guards and arrange for defense. There was no court session today. Those attending the banquet had to enter the palace through the Black Tortoise Gate at the back of the palace, so the arrangements at the Black Tortoise Gate were especially strict. By the time the sun was high in the sky, those attending the banquet began to arrive. Li Jingxiu rode his horse toward the palace, his brow tightly furrowed. Logically speaking, he should not have had the right to attend the emperor's family banquet today, but the palace had specifically chosen his name. This was a special honor, and he should be happy. However, he knew the reason why the emperor favored him so much. The emperor had hinted to him that he wanted him to marry again, to marry Zhang Yiji's mother, Lady Zhang. Li Jingxiu was very satisfied with his wife. She came from a noble family, gentle and virtuous. To ask him to marry someone else, and the other party was a few years older than him, he really did not want to. More importantly, he had the reputation of being the capital's most distinguished man. In addition to his talent, his future was guaranteed. If he married Zhang Yiji's mother, it would inevitably give people a feeling that he was lucky to advance. He would become the laughingstock of the capital, and he would not be able to lift his head in front of his relatives and friends. To Li Jingxiu, who cherished his reputation and had become a celebrity in the capital, this was an intolerable loss. But the emperor had come forward. How could he not agree? If he did not agree, based on how much Zhang Yiji was favored by the emperor, his future would be ruined. The Black Tortoise Gate was just around the corner. Li Jingxiu sighed bitterly. In the Shifeng courtyard, the Zhang brothers who lived in the palace had already arrived. They had also invited a few friends. Because the honored guests had not arrived, the banquet had not started, so they were playing chess with their friends. Zhang Yiji played white first. Opposite him was a middle-aged man, facing Zhang Yiji's chess moves. He was constantly frowning and repeatedly muttering to himself. It was obvious that he could not win. Zhang Changzong and the other chess watchers saw him racking his brains, but after a long time he could not make a move. They could not help laughing incessantly. Yang Fan patrolled to this point and was quite surprised. He summoned an imperial bodyguard and asked, "Today is the emperor's family banquet. Not everyone can come. Who is the person playing chess with Zhang Fengchen?" The soldier replied, "He is Zhang Fengchen's friend." Listening to his accent, he seems to be from Shu. I think he is called Songbazi. Yang Fan's heart tightened. Songbazi? Isn't it just a few shoe merchants? These people are already acquainted with Zhang Yiji so quickly. Unexpectedly, they were invited into the palace to participate in the emperor's family banquet. Yang Fan raised his head to look and just happened to see the Minister of Rites, Shangguan Fei, was giving directions in the distance, arranging the musicians. Immediately an idea came to his mind, and he immediately walked toward her. Chapter 883. Wei Yuanzhong, Yao Chong, Wei Engshi, Lu Yuanfang, and the other prime ministers arrived. These officials were experienced and had a good grasp of time. They arrived at the Black Tortoise Gate almost at the same time. They got off the ox cart and walked toward the palace. As they walked, they talked cheerfully and wittily. Just as they were about to reach Fragrance Courtyard, they suddenly heard someone shouting angrily at the bottom of the vine rockery in front of them. Outrageous! Such an unruly thing. What will happen if it gets out? I want to remonstrate with the emperor. The prime ministers were astonished. Wei Yuanzhong made a gesture, and the prime ministers stopped in their tracks and listened attentively. The servant leading the way saw the prime minister stop and did not dare to make any noise. Someone from the vines said, "Today the emperor and the prime ministers will attend the palace banquet. They are all nobles. Shang Jia is a lowly person, a low-ranked official. How can you sit together with nobles and nobles?" At this time he heard another person say, "Dr. Shangguan, calm down, calm down. What you said is reasonable, but can you interfere in this matter? Those shoe merchants are Zhang Fengchen's honored guests. If you go to the emperor to remonstrate, won't you be asking for trouble?" The first person said passionately, "When justice is at hand, there is no need to fear life and death." Another person said with a bitter smile, "Life and death are not involved. But it is not easy for you to be an official. If you lose your position because of this, you will not be able to serve the court. Why bother? Not to mention you, Zhang Fengchen is favored by the emperor. Even if the prime ministers come, I am afraid they will pretend to be deaf and dumb and pretend those people do not exist. The prime ministers are not willing to ask for trouble. Why do you have to meddle?" "I am the guest of the Ministry of Rites." All right. Calm down. Quickly arrange your errand. In your position, you must plan your own affairs. This is true. But today the prime ministers are here. Even if there is something wrong, it is not up to a small guest of the Ministry of Rites to take action. Quickly go and do your work." Following the sound, the two of them went further and further away. Not long after, the two of them bypassed the rockery and wisteria and appeared at the moon gate. Wei Yuanzhong squinted his eyes to take a look and recognized one of them as the recently popular commander of the 1,000 Horsemen Guards, Yang Fan, and the other was the Minister of Rites, Shangguan Fei. Yao Chong turned around and frowned. Zhang Yiji actually brought the merchants into the palace for the palace banquet today. Lu Yuanfang stroked his beard and said, "A few days ago I heard someone say that a magnate from Shu presented a treasure to Zhang Tongxiu. The pearl is the size of a bowl, and the coral is about 7 feet long. It is unbelievable. Now that you've said it, it seems that there really was a merchant who came to the Zhang residence to bribe the second Zhang." Wei Engshi suddenly said, "Just like that, a bunch of lowly merchants can stand proudly in the imperial court." Lu Yuanfang smiled bitterly. "In the end, it was Zhang Fengchen who invited us. As long as your majesty is not displeased, we," Wei Engshi said, "as prime ministers, we assist the Son of Heaven and appease the officials. How can we sit by and watch as the court rules are overturned and the palace is in chaos without saying a word?" Finished speaking, he waved his sleeve and walked away. Wei Yuanzhong and Yao Chong looked at each other and slowly followed. Wei Engshi had just entered the political affairs hall, so it was most suitable for him to take charge of this matter. If he angered Tianyan, then everyone would come forward to mediate for him. Wei Engshi took the lead and entered the fragrance courtyard. Seeing the prime ministers arrive, Shang Guanfei quickly went forward to greet them. His face was still faintly angry. Wei Engshi looked at him appreciatively and said, "His Majesty is not here yet. We will take a look around first. You go and do your work." Finished speaking, he slowly strolled with Wei Yuanzhong and the others along the flower-shaded corridor. When the merchants were seated, they did not sit down, ashamed to be associated with them. After a while, Princess Taiping accompanied the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, and the Prince of Luling, Li Xian, from a distance. Seeing this, the prime ministers came forward to greet them. They stood together and chatted for a while. Princess Taiping invited them to take a seat. Wei Engshi immediately restrained his smile and said, "Princess, please sit. We will wait for His Majesty to arrive and speak." The Prince of Xiang was about to take a seat when he heard that the tone was not right. He could not help but stop and exchange a glance with his brother Li Dan. Princess Taiping followed Wei Engshi's disdainful gaze and immediately discovered the reason. She could not help but frown. She had invited the two Zhangs because she knew how much the two Zhangs were favored by the emperor. Inviting them at this juncture would make the empress even happier, who knew that these two brothers were so rude. Although Princess Taiping did not know the identity of those people, the significance of today's banquet was extraordinary. It was basically to replace the crown prince and blow the wind to the prime ministers. Through them, the foreign officials would be known to avoid unnecessary criticism in the process. However, the two Zhangs had called them friends, which was too outrageous. Princess Taiping was about to go over and inquire about the origins of those people when the chamberlain suddenly announced that the emperor had arrived. Everyone hurriedly went out to welcome him. Zhang Yizhi, Song Batti, and the others also stood up. As Wu Zetian arrived at the Shifang courtyard, two princes, one princess, the prime ministers, as well as the two Zhangs and the merchants, all came forward to welcome her. Wu Zetian did not know what the people standing behind the two Zhangs were for, but she did not ask. She only nodded to her children and the prime ministers in greeting. Since the princess had come to today's family banquet, she had to bring her son-in-law. Therefore, Wu Yuji also attended. Wu Zetian looked around and found that there were only two sons, one daughter, and a son-in-law from the Wu family. She suddenly felt a little strange and ordered, "Today is the family banquet. Call Sansi over as well." Immediately, the chamberlains bowed and left. Wu Zetian originally wanted to call Wu Qingxi over, but thinking of his condition, she could only shake her head and give up. "Everyone, sit, make yourselves at home." Wu Zetian smiled and walked forward. Just as she was about to sit, Wei Engshi suddenly took a step forward and bowed deeply to the ground. He said solemnly, "Your Majesty, please wait. I have a memorial." Wu Zetian was surprised and smiled again. "Today, we are holding a family banquet and have invited all my beloved officials to drink with us. What matter has made official Wei so serious?" Wei Engshi said, "The emperor's family matters are also national affairs. Today, your Majesty is holding a family banquet. Your Highness, the princess, and the emperor's son-in-law are all present. We are honored to be invited and are overwhelmed by the favor." But Wei Engshi flicked his sleeve and pointed at Song Batti, Long Jiutao, and the others who were bowing behind Zhang Yizhi. He said, "These lowly merchants are disrespectful to the emperor's banquet. I ask the emperor to dismiss them." Song Batti and the others turned pale with fright. Wu Zetian frowned and looked at Zhang Yizhi. "They are merchants?" Zhang Yiji did not expect Wei Engshi to not give him face. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry. The emperor had asked, and he had to answer. He could only reluctantly say, They are my friends, Su Mu Tianyin. I am just. Wei Engshi puffed out his chest and asked loudly, May I ask Zhang Fengqian, are they merchants? Zhang Yiji was furious and braced himself to say, Yes. Wei Engshi turned to Wu Zetian and cupped his fists. He said loudly, These lowly merchants should not attend this banquet. Your Majesty, please dismiss them. The Prime Minister was serious, and his words were well-founded. Wu Zetian was also very helpless. Furthermore, she had always valued her status. Zhang Yiji had brought a few merchants into the palace. She also felt that it was somewhat frivolous. She flicked her sleeves and said, Throw them out of the palace. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Yang Fan, who was hiding somewhere, mysteriously appeared beside Wu Zetian. He acknowledged the order and walked in front of Song Bati and the others. He said in a deep voice, Let's go. Song Bati and the others looked at Zhang Yiji. Zhang Yiji's face was ashen and his eyes were spitting fire. However, there was nothing he could do. Song Bati and the others could only awkwardly walk out. Yang Fan escorted them all the way to the Black Tortoise Gate and threw them out of the palace. Watching them leave, he then smiled and beckoned Renwei over. He whispered a few words to Renwei. Renwei nodded and immediately left the palace. Yang Fan looked at the back view of Song Bati and the others who left in shame. He shook his head and said, Every profession has its own rules. The rules and regulations of the officialdom are much more complicated than other professions. If one doesn't understand the essentials and stubbornly walks into a dead end, the result would usually be bruised and bruised. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. The hidden sect has only risen for a short period of time. Shunmu started from an insignificant background. He might be able to roam the pugilistic world with ease, but to mingle in the officialdom, he is truly inexperienced. Wu Sanxi received the emperor's verbal order and quickly rushed to the palace. When he arrived at the Shifeng courtyard, the banquet had already started. After 3 rounds of wine, the Zhang brothers might still be furious, but at least they had regained their composure on the surface. For dancers were dancing in front of the hall. Wu Zetian held her chopsticks and looked at them. She suddenly recalled that day at Dragon's Gate's Ike, where her daughter danced with Shanghai by the riverside of Yi River. She subconsciously looked at her daughter and then at who was by the side. The two of them were as beautiful as before. Time didn't seem to have left any traces on their bodies. Their tender and smooth skin was something that even a 16-year-old girl would be envious of. Wu Zetian subconsciously caressed her face and sighed softly. She took care of herself very seriously. Until she was 50 years old, she still looked like a person in her 30s, bright and charming. However, time was ultimately a natural enemy that everyone couldn't defeat. Once she passed the age of 60, the speed of her aging suddenly accelerated. Even the best elixirs couldn't stop her body from aging. Even the best makeup couldn't cover up her wrinkles. She once again felt her old age. As a person who had been dominant her entire life, when she had to face a situation that she couldn't reverse, the feeling of helplessness was something that ordinary people couldn't understand. Her old eyes flitted across the faces of her son, daughter, son-in-law, nephew, and her lover one by one, as if she was dreaming. Everything in front of him seemed to be harmonious, but how long could this scene last? She knew very well that everything in front of her existed because of her existence. Yang Fan came back from outside. Seeing everything in front of the court, he slowed down his steps and slowly walked down the corridor. Wu Zetian, who was reminiscing and sighing, saw him, and suddenly there was a trace of warmth in her eyes. The person in front of her was not only the glue that she planned to use to continue to hold the Wu and Li families together after 100 years. From another perspective, he could also be considered her son-in-law. Wu Zetian subconsciously glanced at Taiping. She remembered that time at the riverside of Yi River, after Taiping had danced the Tuoji dance. He had struggled with her. Her daughter finally gave in, but she wasn't happy. Wu Zetian knew that. Recalling the past and touching the scene, Wu Zetian suddenly felt that her heart was abnormally fragile today. So just as Yang Fan was about to flash down the corridor, Wu Zetian kindly called out to him, "Subject Yang, stop." Yang Fan stopped in surprise and bowed. Wu Zetian said, "Take a seat and drink with the princes, the prime minister, the princess, and the son-in-law." Chapter 884. Yang Fan was slightly surprised by the special privilege of the Empress, but he saw a smile and kindness in Wu Zetian's eyes. The Empress, who was usually cold and stern, occasionally showed kindness. This made Yang Fan a little uncomfortable. The eunuch quickly added a mat and a table for him. Yang Fan sat down at the last seat. Warner did not look at him. Everyone at the banquet was smart. If she was not careful, she would give herself away. After Yang Fan became the commander of 1,000 cavalry, he could walk around the palace as he pleased. He had more opportunities to meet with Warner in private. Naturally, he was not as hungry as he had been for a long time. Princess Taiping, on the other hand, looked at Yang Fan with a smile. Everyone knew about the scandal between her and Yang Fan. The only one who needed to avoid it was the emperor's son-in-law. Even if the emperor's son-in-law saw it, he would only pretend not to see it. The banquet continued for about an hour. Wu Zetian put down her wine cup and slowly sat up. Shangguan Fei, who was standing to the side, saw this and quickly waved her hand. The music stopped and the dancers retreated. Everyone knew that the empress had something to say. They all stopped eating and sat up. Wu Zetian sighed and said softly, "I am old. This empire will be handed over to you sooner or later. I hope that all the officials will continue to work together to protect the court. I hope that the Wu and Li families can live in harmony forever." Warner said, "Everything will be as the saint wishes." Everyone agreed. Wu Zetian nodded slowly. She looked at everyone and said, "Today, there are the princes of the Wu and Li families, my daughter, the emperor's son-in-law, and the prime ministers. I like the happy and harmonious scene today. I hope that you will also be like this in the future. You will share weal and woe together and protect the Zhou dynasty that I have built with my own hands." Everyone left the banquet and bowed to the emperor. Wu Zetian gladly raised her cup and said, "Come, a full cup." After everyone had filled their cups with wine and raised them, Wu Zetian said emotionally, "Great Zhou is renewed, and the country is stable, just like the sun rising from the east. From now on, as long as the princes and ministers follow the path that I have set, the country of Great Zhou will be protected for thousands of years." "Yes, your majesty." The crowd roared in agreement. Prince Xiang, Li Dan, suddenly stepped forward and clasped his hands. "Queen Mother, a wise sage once said that the safety of a country comes first from the lineal line, and the danger of the country comes first from meritorious service. Now that the Great Zhou country is prosperous and the 4 seas are at peace, the crown prince position should be passed to the mother's eldest son. Going against this, the 4 seas are disappointed. My son and Qilong are Empress Mother's biological sons. Qilong was the elder brother, and his son was the younger brother. Qilong should be the crown prince. Qilong is benevolent, filial, dignified, and intelligent. He is the best candidate for crown prince. Your son is willing to resign from the crown prince position and asks Empress Mother to appoint Qilong as crown prince to the Eastern Palace to reunite the country for tens of thousands of years and to unite the four seas. The news of I Ching becoming the crown prince had long since spread. No one present was surprised. Only Wu Sanxi felt a little disappointed. Although he had long known that this day would come, he still couldn't help but feel dejected when he heard it for himself. Li Xian hurriedly left the banquet to decline. The two brothers pushed each other in front of the emperor, putting on a show of brotherly respect for each other. Only then did the prime ministers rush forward and unanimously approve of I Ching becoming the crown prince. Wu Sanxi and Wu Yuji also braced themselves and stood among them, saying things that they didn't mean. Wu Zetian slowly nodded her head and cheerfully said, "There is an ancient saying, a righteous father, a benevolent mother, a friendly brother, a respectful younger brother, and a filial son. We are comforted that my son can be like this. I approve of your memorial. Your elder brother will be the crown prince. Tomorrow he will announce it to the court and the world." Seeing that his mother had spoken, Li Xian stepped forward to receive the edict. This time, it had to be more solemn. He knelt in front of his mother and solemnly accepted the edict. Wu Zetian said, "As a ruler, you should respect and cultivate your moral character. You should be upright in order to control your subordinates. You should be firm in order to resolve matters. You should be bright in order to observe the minute details. If you do not slack off, the world will change, and the atmosphere will be harmonious. You are the crown prince. You should study the ways of a ruler in order to strive for a prosperous country and to help the people." Li Xian kowtowed and said, "I sincerely obey Empress Mother's teachings." Wu Zetian then said to the prime ministers, "All of you civil and military officials are assisting officials. You should wholeheartedly and faithfully assist the ruler. The ruler has the beauty of appointing virtuous people and accepting advice. The officials have the loyalty to assist the ruler in admonishing. We should discuss the rise and fall of the rebellion, the gains and losses, so that the ruler can understand the most important things. This can serve as a warning. If the ruler is wise and the officials are good, then the country can prosper." All the prime ministers, princes, and even the two zhangs knelt on the ground to accept the edict, because Wu Zetian's first words were, "All of you civil and military officials." Yang Fan could not escape the military part. He could only follow the prime ministers in kneeling and kowtowing. Their solemn appearance had the aura of someone who cared about his life. From Yang Fan's point of view, this seemingly harmonious scene of the ruler and officials choosing the crown prince was just a play. Moreover, it was a play whose ending was already known. It was very boring. All the officials put on an impassioned appearance and cooperated with the emperor in completing this grand play of choosing the crown prince. All the prime ministers expressed their support and praise. Tomorrow, when the court officially chose the crown prince, there would be no need to worry about any accidents. Wu Zetian, who had long felt tired, returned to the inner palace. Once the emperor left, how could the officials sit there and eat and drink? All the princes, princesses, and even the prime ministers dispersed. Yang Fan walked out of the black tortoise gate. Ren Wei was already waiting there. Seeing him come out, he said, "This subordinate has already given the order. Tomorrow, the news will spread throughout Luoyang." Yang Fan smiled slightly and reminded, "It is not very useful for the people to know. It will only be useful if they want to know. If they don't want to know, then you can make a ruckus. What does it have to do with them? Let the people above know that the two zhangs come from prestigious families, and their friends are all officials. Only these people can truly influence them." Rin Wei's eyes revealed a smile. He nodded and said, "This subordinate understands." The reason why we have to go from the bottom to the top is to make it difficult for them to find out. The next day, at the court assembly, a piece of news that had long been known by the court and the public was announced in a loud and heavy manner. He appointed the Prince of Luling, Li Xian, as the crown prince. The happiest person was probably and Junju Li Xinyu, but the most unhappy person was also her. She was happy because she had just been demoted to a Junju and was immediately promoted back to a Junju. She was unhappy because her sisters had all been promoted to princess while she was still a Junju. This made Yi and Junju, who had always liked to compare, very unhappy. However, she had just been punished. If she was directly promoted to princess, the emperor's lecture would become a big joke. She could only accept the fact that she was one level lower than her sisters. The replacement of the crown prince was already known by everyone. The only difference was that no one knew when it would happen. Therefore, the news of Li Dan resigning from the crown prince position and Li Xian ascending to the crown prince position did not cause much of a stir in the court and the public. Instead, the rumor about the shoe merchants Song Basi and Long Jiutao entering the capital to befriend the two Zhangs began to spread in an orderly manner. In the rumor that Yang Fan had inspired to spread, Song Basi, Long Jiutao, and the other shoe merchants were first described as unbearably vulgar and unceremonious nouveau riche. This was very much in line with the mentality of those who hated the rich. Then, they concocted many vile acts of preying on the common people, shorting weight, and raising prices in the process of doing business. This was also in line with the mentality of those noble scholars who had always looked down on merchants. At the same time, it aroused the hostility of the common people who had suffered at the hands of the unscrupulous merchants. Thus, these people all joined the ranks of those who spat. This was not all. There were also some words and short stories about what Song Basi, Long Jiutao, and the others had said after entering the capital that mocked the people of the capital. Of course, Song Basi and the others had not said such things, but the common people would not doubt who had been standing next to them and heard these words and knew so much. Song Basi and the others could not pull passers-by to explain one by one. Once this pot of shit was put on them, Song Basi and the others immediately became the public enemies of the capital. At that time, the regional barriers were very serious. Song Basi's regional discrimination speech could easily cause the local people to unite against a common enemy. Moreover, they were discriminating against the common people of the capital who had a strong sense of superiority. How could this be tolerated? For a moment, Song Basi and the others became the target of scorn. It was as if everyone wanted to beat them up. Not only did they not dare to go out, even those who spoke with a Shu accent did not dare to go out. Soon after, there was a vague mention of the day of the banquet in the palace. They were led into the palace and the news that they were expelled by the emperor. In this little story, Song Bazi and the others once again became unbearably vulgar and ignorant country bumpkins. They made a lot of jokes in the royal palace. How ugly they were. They became the laughingstock of the people of Jingdo. Then, under the inquiry of some people, some well-informed people began to reveal some information. It seemed that the person who led them into the palace was the descendant of the prime minister, the current Fengchen magistrate, young Master Zhang. Some people also mentioned that it was said that these tasteless country bumpkins had given young Master Zhang a golden bowl because young Master Zhang was born in the year of the ox. Dirty water and ridicule began to slowly spread from Song Basi and the others to the Zhang brothers. At the beginning, Song Basi and the others were very angry at the rumors in the capital, but they did not take it to heart. In any case, it did not affect the overall situation, so they could only comfort themselves with the words, "The innocent will be innocent, the turbid will be turbid." But gradually, they found that Zhang Tongxiu and the other Zhang brothers began to alienate and ignore them. They no longer accepted their invitations, and when they came to visit, they were often closed the door. They finally realized the seriousness of the problem, but it was too late to change it. The Zhang brothers were disciples of a noble family and now had power and influence. Money was just icing on the cake for them and did not have much allure. Reputation was what they wanted to have and maintain the most. Now, the entire matter had been formed by a large amount of public opinion. Song Basie and the others were alone in a foreign land and could not defend themselves in the face of this overwhelming slander. They had already guessed that their identities had been exposed and that Xianzong had secretly done something, but they had never dreamed that Xianzong would use such a method. They had spent a lot of effort and money to get close to the Zhang brothers, but before they could use this relationship at all, they had been spat out. Don't slack off. When Yang Fan heard Runway's report, he imagined the anxious appearance of Song Basie and the others and couldn't help laughing. They have failed, so they will definitely think of another way. We have to keep an even closer eye on them. I still don't know why they have come, but their goal must be their greatest weakness. This subordinate understands. Rin Wei had just responded when the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. Before the footsteps reached the door, the old steward's nervous voice came. Ah Lang, something has happened. Something big has happened. Chapter 885. Yang Fan gestured to Rin Wei and quickly walked to open the door. The old steward had just arrived at the door. Seeing Yang Fan come out, he hurriedly said, Ah Lang, something bad has happened. Several soldiers from 1,000 Horsemen Camp have come. All of them are wounded. They say they were wounded by the Jinwu guards, and many of them were taken away by them. Yang Fan's expression tightened, and he said in a deep voice, I'll go take a look. Yang Fan started to walk out, with Rin Wei following closely behind. Yang Fan swiftly rushed to the front yard and saw several soldiers sitting or standing in the gatehouse, all of them covered in blood. Yang Fan saw from a distance, and his heart sank. There were saber wounds. Recently, the conflict between the Jinwu guards and 1,000 Horsemen Camp had become increasingly intense. Both sides had fought at times, but fighting was not a battle. Even if both sides had weapons, other than when Yang Fan was punishing Prince Consort Wei and had used weapons because of obstructing official duties, both sides had only fought with their fists and legs or randomly picked up a stick from a roadside shop. No one dared to use weapons because once weapons were used, the nature of the fight would be different. But today, his soldiers had saber wounds on them. This meant that the conflict between the two sides had escalated, and the other side had people who could no longer restrain themselves and used weapons. Yang Fan quickly walked to the gatehouse. When the wounded soldiers saw Yang Fan, they all stood up. Those with more serious injuries were helped up by others. Yang Fan looked at them and supported a wounded soldier who was standing on one leg. He asked in concern, Is it serious? The wounded soldier tried to straighten his body and loudly replying to General, This lowly officer is fine. My leg was hit by a saber, but the tendons and bones are not injured. Pausing, he continued in a loud voice, As long as this lowly officer can rest for 10 days or half a month, this lowly officer can take back the face that our 1,000 Horsemen Camp has lost and flip over those sons of ** cheese. Yang Fan roared with laughter and affectionately punched the soldier's shoulder, saying, If you wait until you recover before taking back the face, then you will be losing the face of all the brothers of our 1,000 Horsemen Camp. You are injured, can't the brothers, and I help you get it back? Finishing, Yang Fan's expression turned solemn as he asked one of the squad leaders, What happened? The squad leader recounted the entire story. Ren Wei, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but frown. The friction between the 1,000 cavalry camp and the Jinwu guards had been very intense recently. The soldiers of both sides were like a flock of enraged roosters. As long as they saw each other, they would think of ways to start a conflict. After a few clashes, it could be said that both sides had their own victories and defeats, and all of them were within a controllable range. Today, this group of soldiers had followed Gao Chu into the city for the wedding banquet. Gao Chu was already engaged, but the people in the camp might not be able to come out on the day of his wedding. In particular, the soldiers might not be qualified to attend the Gao family's wedding banquet. Thus, Gao Chu brought his good brothers from the camp out to set up a few tables. The Yu had a moment, and Wei went to and the Tian camp, and they and Gao Fan Wei, and he and the Wei, and the two, Gao Chu and the others were shocked and furious. Just as they were about to use their weapons to counterattack, 6 or 7 thieves ran out of a small shop, following which a large group of Jin Wu guards appeared and captured the thieves. They then accused the 1,000 cavalry camp of harboring criminals and obstructing law enforcement. Gao Chu and the others were both shocked and furious. Just as they were about to use their weapons to counterattack, 6 or 7 thieves suddenly ran out of a small shop by the roadside, following which a large number of Jin Wu guards suddenly appeared and captured these thieves in one fell swoop. They then accused the 1,000 Horseman Battalion of harboring criminals and obstructing law enforcement, intending to arrest Gao Chu and the others. Gao Chu immediately knew that he had fallen into the enemy's trap. He quickly led his men to break out of the encirclement, hoping to deliver the news to Yang Fan. Gao Chu knew that he had fallen for the enemy's trap. He quickly led his men to break out of the encirclement, hoping to deliver the news to Yang Fan. The squad leader was 100 cavalrymen and spoke in an orderly manner. As he spoke, Yang Fan's face grew darker and darker. When the squad leader was done, the soldiers looked at Yang Fan, waiting for him to make a decision. After pondering for a moment, Yang Fan instructed Ren Wei, "Send our brothers back to camp and let them recuperate. Tell Commander Liu about the matter, and have him negotiate with the Jin Wu guards to get them back." Ren Wei whispered, "General, the King of Hanoi is in charge of the Jin Wu guards. I'm afraid he won't by Commander Liu's words." Yang Fan nodded lightly. "I know. Just do as I say." Back then, Yang Fan agreed to let Liu Maofeng join the 1,000 cavalry camp because he had his eyes on Liu Maofeng's 2 meat shields. How could he not make use of them now? Ren Wei agreed, because some of the injured soldiers were more seriously injured and were still bleeding. He went to the mansion to find some medicine to bandage their wounds. Ren Wei then had people go to the streets to hire a few carriages to carry the injured soldiers away. Yang Fan then left for the imperial palace. Wu Zetian successfully changed the crown prince. On the surface, the Wu and Li families were connected by marriage and in harmony. This made Wu Zetian very happy and felt that the future was bright. Wu Zetian had been scheming her entire life. Of course, she understood that when it comes to imperial power and officialdom, benefits were the most fundamental decision. However, she was still optimistic that with her arrangements, the Wu and Li families could live in harmony. Thus, these few days, Wu Zetian was in an exceptionally good mood. When she heard that Yang Fan wanted to see her, she was laughing at a joke told by Zhang Yizhi. Unfortunately, Zhang Yizhi's joke was about Song Badi. Even though Song Badi had given many gifts, in Zhang Yizhi's heart, he was still a lowly person. Zhang Yizhi could give him face and glory because of Song Badi's generous gifts. He could also use him as a joke to please Wu Zetian. When Wu Zetian heard that Yang Fan wanted to see her, she said to Zhang Yizhi with a smile, "This Yang Fan, Zhen is most afraid that he will want to see her. Nothing good will happen if he comes. Don't let it be one of Zhen's granddaughters hitting the prince consort again." Zhang Yizhi teased. "If that's the case, this official thinks that the sage should transfer him to the imperial clan temple and let him handle the imperial family's affairs." When Wu Zetian heard this, She laughed loudly again. Amidst the laughter, Yang Fan walked into the palace hall. Seeing Wu Zetian lying on Zhang Yiji's lap, he quickly lowered his gaze and said respectfully, "Subject Yang Fan greets His Majesty." Wu Zetian said with a smile, "Subject Yang wants to see Zhen. What is the matter?" Yang Fan said, "It's like this. I remember that last time this official told His Majesty that I saw and Junju hitting the princess's horse on the street. This official went forward to stop her, but a troop of golden guards just happened to arrive. Because they were acquainted with he and Junju, they tried to stop this official. As a result, this official came into conflict with them." Wu Zetian asked, "What happened?" Yang Fan said with great grievance, "Who would have thought that after this incident, the 1,000 cavalry camp would come into conflict with the Golden Guards?" After that, Yang Fan recounted the numerous fights between the Golden Guards and the 1,000 horsemen camp, but he didn't mention what had happened today. Sometimes the 1,000 horsemen battalion had the upper hand, and other times the Jin Wu guards had the upper hand. However, in Yang Fan's narration, he naturally avoided the important and focused on the trivial, portraying himself as a victim who was willing to compromise. First impressions are very important, especially in the heart of a powerful and stubborn old woman. After Yang Fan finished narrating the events, he said, "The Golden Guards are under the command of King Lin Chuan. This official's position is lowly, so how would I dare to go against King Lin Chuan? However, the Golden Guards have repeatedly pressured me. This official endured and restrained my subordinates many times. But after suppressing me for a long time, my subordinates grew resentful, thinking that this official does not cherish my subordinates. These soldiers are all from the Imperial Army and have high standards. Now that they have become His Majesty's 1,000 cavalry, they even consider themselves as the Son of Heaven's personal guards. They are usually arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Other than His Majesty, there is probably no one else in their eyes. This official has repeatedly suppressed them, causing them to be dissatisfied. I'm afraid that things will change after a long time." So, when Wu Zetian heard this, her heart relaxed. So it wasn't her granddaughter who had beaten her grandson-in-law again. Two armies had clashed, and such a small matter had to be resolved right in front of her. Wu Zetian felt quite annoyed. However, when she thought about how the Golden Guards were under Wu Yizong's command, and how he was her nephew, Yang Fan wouldn't be able to voice his grievances if he didn't come looking for her. Wu Zetian said, "Can't you just talk to Yizong about such a small matter? This is all for official business, so why do you have to go this far?" She thought about it for a moment, then said, "We understand Yizong's temperament. If it isn't easy to communicate with him, you can ask Sansi to mediate on your behalf. If I personally interfere with such a small matter, not only will I lose the dignity of an emperor, it will also be disadvantageous to your command." Yang Fan hurriedly said, "Yes, this official will do as your Majesty has instructed." With that, he bowed and left the hall. When Wu Zetian heard that the Son of Heaven's personal guards only had eyes for her, she was quite pleased with herself. She then thought about how Yang Fan hadn't sought out King Liang first, but had instead come to complain to her. It seemed like her advice that as long as I am on the throne, I should be the only one in his eyes had been deeply ingrained in him. However, if she, as the emperor's subordinate, were to step forward to resolve this matter, she would become a laughingstock in the bureaucracy. How could the glorious Son of Heaven interfere in something like this? If that were the case, the emperor would be far too worthless. What she didn't know was that it was precisely because of these thoughts of hers that the situation had spiraled out of control, and that she really had to step forward to resolve it. When Yang Fan heard Wu Zetian's words, he immediately went to King Liang's estate. King Liang had been secretly delighted when he found out that Zhu and had beaten up the Li clan's son-in-law and had put even more effort into trying to win him over. When he heard that Zhu had come to seek an audience, he immediately adopted a courteous attitude and personally welcomed him into his study. When Yang Fan told him the reason for his visit, Wu Sanxi's brows immediately furrowed. As a leader, it was taboo for his subordinates to group together and be closer to him. If his subordinates were to compete with each other, that would be in line with his interests. However, Yang Fan and Wu Yizong had clearly crossed the line. Even so, it would be difficult for him to step forward. He wasn't the emperor yet, and he urgently needed the support of his subordinates. No matter which side he favored, the other side would inevitably be bitterly disappointed. Putting past matters aside, this time, Yang Fan was the one who beat up the Golden Guards first, and Wu Yizong's status was far higher than Yang Fan's, so it was impossible for him to swallow it down. However, now that Yang Fan's men had been captured by the Golden Guards, Yang Fan wouldn't be able to avoid feeling bitterly disappointed if he just stood by and did nothing. Wu Sanxi frowned and thought to himself, I'll just brush him off for now. Once Yizong has vented his anger, I'll try to persuade him to let him go. Wu Sanxi said to Yang Fan, I understand. You should return and wait for my news. I will hold a banquet and invite Yizong over to have a good chat with him. Do your best not to blow this matter up. Yang Fan cupped his fists and said, In that case, I will have to trouble your Highness King Liang. Wu Sanxi grunted in acknowledgement, then said, You should restrain your subordinates as well. Also, don't make this matter known to the higher-ups. It won't look good for anyone if things get out of hand. Chapter 886. When Yang Fan returned to the Thousand Horsemen camp, Chu Kuanga, Ma Qiao, Huang Xuchang, Lu Yan, and the other officers immediately surrounded him. Some were quarreling and some were cursing at him. It was impossible to hear what they were saying. Yang Fan's face darkened, and he shouted, All of you shut up! Yang Fan swept his eyes over them and asked, Has Commander Lu returned? Your humble servant is here. Lu, Maofeng squeezed in from behind the crowd with a bitter smile on his face. He followed closely behind Su Liang, who also squeezed in with his armor slanted. Yang Fan eased his tone and said to Lu Maofeng, Commander Lu, how did it go? Lu Maofeng said with a face full of shame and anger, Your humble servant was ordered to go to the Jin Wu Guards. The King of Hanoi did not even let me enter the gate and only sent a message. Yang Fan stared at him and said, Oh, what did he say? Commander Lu said angrily. He said that my status is not enough. I want General Yu. Yang Fan said, Pass on whatever he said. There is no need to worry. Commander Lu said, Yes. He said, Tell Yang Fan to come and kowtow to me from the gate, all the way to the marshal's tent. If I am happy, I will let him go. Yang Fan was furious. He knew that the emperor would not come forward to mediate the conflict between the two groups of soldiers. What did he take the emperor for? He went to the emperor to put on a show because he was afraid that Wu Yizong would use his status as a relative of the emperor to report him to Wu Zetian first. He went to see Wu Sanxi because he really wanted to use a more peaceful method to save the hostage first. There was no reason to hold a hostage there and get angry first. Unexpectedly, Wu Sanxi's attitude was very perfunctory. This made Yang Fan very disappointed. Now that he heard Wu Yizong say this, how could he not be angry? Even if he saw the emperor, unless it was a grand court meeting or an important ceremony such as worshipping heaven and earth ancestors, he didn't need to kneel. Wu Yizong dared to say such words. What was important was not how this sentence humiliated him, but how it expressed Wu Yizong's attitude. Clearly, this time, he had set up a trap and was prepared to justify his actions. Because Lu Maofeng did not manage to complete the task, he felt a little ashamed. In fact, he was only a subordinate who was ordered to negotiate. If he failed to complete the task, he could be angry at his comrade's misfortune, but the shame was not his business. The one who lost face was him, the commander-in-chief Yang Fan. It was just that because Lu Maofeng's background was different from the others, he was ostracized at first. It was only after he contributed a lot in the last review that his relationship with his colleagues eased up. It was a very uncomfortable feeling for a person to be disliked by his companions. In order to win the friendship of the other generals, Lu Maofeng would always, intentionally or unintentionally, flaunt his connections. It seemed that in the capital, he was a person whose hands and eyes reached the heavens. Face and reputation were also burdens. Now that Wu Yizong did not even let him enter the Yuan Gate. He had swept his face into the gutter. How could Lu Maofeng not be ashamed and angry at the same time? Su Liang said, "Why don't I go see great General Wu Yi? After all, we, the 1,000 Cavalry, belong to the Featherwood Guard in name. It is justifiable to ask great General Wu to come forward." Yang Fan thought for a moment and said, "You go. You were originally 100 cavalry and are his old subordinate. It is more convenient to ask in private." Su Liang agreed and left the camp. Yang Fan looked at the indignant Chu Kuanga and the others and said, "You guys disperse first. No matter what, I will rescue the people. But let me think of a way. This world has not reached the point where we can do whatever we want." Everyone could only disperse when they saw this. The angry and humiliated Lu Maofeng caught up and tried to salvage the situation. "When I was leading the guards, I had a sworn brother, who is now in the Jinwu Way. The king of Hanoi does not want to see me, so I will ask this brother to take care of our captured people, if possible. If there is any change in the news, he must inform me as soon as possible." Making such a request at this time would put his brother in a difficult position. The Jinwu Wei and the 1,000 Cavalry camp were enemies. His brother was a member of the Jinwu Wei. Whether it was to help take care of the 1,000 Cavalry camp or to report information, it was a big taboo. Although this information only talked about the situation of Gao Chu and the others in the Jinwu Wei and did not involve the defense of the enemy camp, it did not affect the victory or defeat of either side. But if it was known by others, it would not be a good thing for both sides. So Lu Maofeng kept it to himself until there was no one else beside him. Only then did he tell Yang Fan. Yang Fan was moved and bowed to him. "In terms of position, I am higher than you. In terms of age, you are older than me. In private, we don't care about official positions. We only talk about age. Brother Lu, ever since you came to the 1,000 Cavalry camp, I have seen everything you have done and encountered. It's just that there are some things that are not convenient for me to say. It's also not convenient for me to seriously interfere, just because of a small conflict. Brother Lu's background is something that you, I, and everyone else understands. That's why you are unavoidably treated coldly. Actually, this is human nature. Brother Lu is older than this little brother and has more experience. I'm sure you understand this. If we were in each other's shoes and someone insisted on shoving someone into Brother Lu's circle, I'm afraid Brother Lu would not like that person either." Lu Maofeng's face turned red, and he did not know what to say. He did not know why Yang Fan suddenly brought this up. He was at a loss as to what to do. Yang Fan smiled and said, "But everyone has seen Brother Lu's actions after coming to our 1,000 Cavalry camp. Brother Lu did not treat himself as an outsider. He did his best for our 1,000 Cavalry camp. No matter how Brother Lu came in, Brother Lu's ability is worthy of this position. Brother Lu's sincerity towards our 1,000 Cavalry camp is also worthy of being our brother. Brother Lu, do not take other people's prejudices to heart. Time reveals a man's heart. Everyone will eventually understand Brother Lu's character. Actually, I have long wanted to say these words to you." It's just that it was too abrupt to say. It's so suddenly. Now that I have this opportunity, I can have a heart-to-heart talk with you." Lu Maofeng's eyes brimmed with tears when he heard this. He had indeed used Zhang's connections, but he did not have any backing in the army. Now that Zhang had prospered, and the ancestors of the two families were related by marriage, it would be a waste not to use this bit of relationship. Why couldn't he use it? So when Zhang slightly tried to recruit him, he agreed. But the army was not like the rest of the country. There was a system here, and it was difficult for Zhang's influence to seep in. He felt that his abilities and talents were not inferior to others, and he was even more sincere for the 1,000 cavalry camp. But there were always people who looked at him differently. They either felt that he did not live up to his reputation because he had used his connections, or they felt that he was a traitor planted by others. Because of this, he did not know how many times he had drunk in private and was extremely sullen. Now, Yang Fan's words made this man's heart warm up, and he could not help but tear up. Yang Fan did have an opinion of Lu Maofeng at first, although he was very close to him at that time. He was purely using him at that time. But as he watched coldly from the sidelines, he had gradually changed his view of Lu Maofeng. Now, he could still use the relationship between Lu Maofeng and Zhang as much as he could, but he no longer saw Lu Maofeng as a pawn to be used. Yang Fan's words were indeed from the bottom of his heart. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. He could do what you want to humiliate me and what you want to hate me. That was his brother. No matter what happened in the future, who would he choose between Zhang and himself? But Yang Fan wanted him to know, you treat me sincerely, and I will treat you sincerely. Now, we are brothers. It was already close to dusk when Su Liang returned. The news he brought back was not good. Wu Yui was different from the other Wu clan scions. He had always been the great general of the Featherwood Guard, and was in charge of the Imperial Guard's most elite force, as well as the army the emperor trusted the most. He was already a king, and whether it was in terms of actual authority or rank, he could neither be promoted nor rewarded. There was no need for him to get involved in the struggle between the two Wu clans. Even though Wu Sanxi was gradually gaining the upper hand, the crown prince had already been decided, and Wu Sanxi no longer had a share of the throne. There was even less of a need for him to curry favor with King Liang. Because of these reasons, he and the other brothers of the Wu clan walked rather far apart. Even though they were cousins, he and Wu Yizong were close friends. Was there a need for him to stick his neck out for the sake of 1,000 cavalry that was only under his name and name? Was there a need for him to lower his head and smile at that pig-riding fool? That was why he only agreed out of courtesy to Su Liang that he could send someone to negotiate with Wu Yizong, hoping that Wu Yizong would release him. However, Su Liang could naturally tell from his indifferent tone. When he returned and told Yang Fan about it, Yang Fan could only smile bitterly in response. Wu Yui couldn't be relied on either. Everyone discussed for half the night, but to no avail. The next morning, Yang Fan gathered Su Liang, Lu Maofeng, Li Dayan, Lu Yen, and a few other officers with steady temperaments to discuss a way to rescue Gao Chu and the others. Suddenly, a junior colonel came in and whispered a few words into Lu Maofeng's ear. Lu Maofeng bade Yang Fan farewell, then hurried back after leaving for less than an hour. Yang Fan saw that he seemed to have something to say to him, so he brought him into the small tent. Lu Maofeng said, "That sworn brother of mine has sent news. From Gao Chu to us, 16 of our brothers have been hung on a pole, whipped, and cursed by the king of Hanoi. Even now, they are still hanging from the pole." What? Yang Fan's body trembled. His blood boiled, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He knew that Gao Chu and the others would be humiliated after falling into Wu Yizhong's hands, but he didn't expect that Wu Yizhong would dare to torture them, especially when Gao Chu is a brigade marshal and an official general of the imperial court. Lu Maofeng bitterly said, "That sworn brother of mine said that he really has no way to take care of the 1,000 cavalry. Even when he sent out the news this time, he was in a dilemma. I'm afraid that if we want to ask for more information from him, he won't be able to say it." Yang Fan slowly nodded. He silently lingered in the tent for a long time, his expression uncertain. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long while, he seemed to have made up his mind. Suddenly, he turned around and walked briskly towards the big tent. Su Liang and the rest were discussing in the tent when they suddenly saw Yang Fan striding in with anger in his eyes. They couldn't help but shut their mouths and raise their heads to look at him. Yang Fan said in a deep voice, "There's no need to discuss anymore. I'll go to the Golden Guards to get them." As soon as these words came out, the 4 seats were silent. During the discussion last night, Chu Huanga, Huang Xuchang, and the others were shouting about beating and killing them. Because of this, they were summoned alone today. What was going on? Why was Yang Fan so agitated instead? Su Liang stood up in shock and said, "No, you are the king of Hanoi. He won't let you go even if you go. Instead, you'll be humiliated again." Yang Fan said, "What else can we do? Our 1,000 cavalry and the Golden Guards are the Imperial Guards of the North, the Political Affairs Hall, and the Ministry of War can't do anything about it. The Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court can't do anything about it. It'll be a joke if we go to the Luoyang government. Can't we go to the censorate to impeach Wu Yizhong?" Su Liang's eyes lit up, and he said happily, "That's a good idea." Yang Fan laughed angrily and said, "The problem is by the time the censorate starts to spit saliva in the court, Gao Chu will already be a dried corpse, and his fiancée will also be a widow." Su Liang was shocked and said, "How could it be? Then what should we do?" Yang Fan said gloomily, "If the ceremony is over, then we'll send troops." Chapter 887. In front of the Jin Wu Guards Gate, there was a market. On both sides of the road, there were small buildings of different heights. There were many lanterns and banners, and most of them were brothels and wine shops. It was noon, and the sun was scorching. The banners hung listlessly, and a few soldiers were eating and drinking in the tavern. There were also women in red dresses sitting under the green eaves, sewing and mending clothes. The clothes in their hands were mostly military uniforms. Most of these women were prostitutes. The best prostitutes in Luoyang were all at the Tung Wenfang. Those who lived near the barracks were all old prostitutes. Sometimes they would take up sewing jobs, and other times they would open the door and entertain guests on the couch. The soldiers who frequented this place were all poor and didn't have much money, so they could only earn a few copper coins to spend. Under such a scorching sun, the sound of hooves could be heard. The hooves were not hurried, and the drunken soldiers in the tavern looked over. Suddenly, they saw 2 horses slowly approaching. Although they missed each other by a horse's body, their steps were in perfect unison. The 2 people on the horses were dressed in military uniforms, and their leather armor was black, as though it was cast from black iron. The woman who was sewing at the top of the building raised her head to take a look. When she saw the general's face, she couldn't help but be stunned. For a moment, she was lost in thought. What a handsome young general with red lips and white teeth. Aya! In a moment of carelessness, the needle pricked her finger, and a drop of blood flowed out. The woman hurriedly sucked her finger into her mouth, and as she watched the handsome young general slowly pass by, she actually felt shy like a young girl. The Jin Wu Guards had been stationed here for many years, and the military camp was surrounded by mud walls. The gate was also a tall and majestic stone base, and was made of wood. On top of the gate, there was a main and two side eaves. In front of the gate, there was a flat open space, and houses were not allowed to be built here. To the right of the gate, there was a stone archway, and on it were four big red words, Jin Woo Guards. To the left of the gate, there was another stone archway, and the color of the stone was still very fresh. On it were four big words, Duke of Hanoi. It seemed like after Wu Yizong took control of the Jin Woo Guards, he toppled the original archway and replaced it with his own title. The two stone archways were 50 steps away from the huge and majestic gate, and it was very grand. As the Chamberlain of the Chamberlain of the Chamberlain of Imperial Insignia was a permanent military camp, there weren't any tents inside. Looking in from the gate, one could see that there were many buildings on both sides of the road. However, as soon as they entered the gate, they saw a spacious activity area on both sides. There were many instruments placed on it, some made of wood and some made of earth. Yang Fan recognized them at a glance. They were the wooden horse and the earth horse. Unlike the Dragon Guard, the Chamberlain of Imperial Insignia wasn't entirely composed of cavalry, but they still had their own cavalry. If they had cavalry, they would have to be trained. As for horses, to be honest, a horse was more valuable than a soldier's life, so how could they be ridden at any time? Even if the cavalry was given a war horse, they didn't have the right to ride it at any time. The control was as strict as the weapons going in and out of the armory. How could the soldiers practice horsemanship? It was on these earth horses and wooden horses that he practiced the standard movements of mounting and dismounting a horse. The difference between the army's direct line of descent and the miscellaneous troops, as well as the distance between the army and the emperor, could be seen here. The people of the 1,000 Horseman Battalion could ride horses if they wanted to practice horsemanship. Since when did they need to use fake horses as a substitute? However, the Chamberlain of Imperial Insignia didn't have such conditions. If a war horse was injured or sick, it wasn't something that the Imperial Servant Monastery could change at will. At this moment, there were a few soldiers who were bare-chested and wearing a pair of trousers. They were exercising on the back of the wooden horse and earth horse that had long been polished smooth. The guards at the gate were enjoying the shade when they suddenly saw two well-armored generals approaching on horseback. They couldn't help but stand properly. The guards didn't know who they were, so they stood properly. They glanced at the two horsemen and saw them standing in front of the gate. One of the very young generals raised his head to look at the words on the gate before slowly lowering his head to look at them. The young general didn't look old, but his eyes were sharp and spirited. It made the guards even more uneasy. At this moment, another general beside the young general said, "Quickly report to the Grand General of the Chamberlain of Imperial Insignia. Just say that Guide Lieutenant General Yang Fan of the 1,000 Horseman Battalion and Field Marshal Su Liang request an audience." Only then did the guards at the gate realize that the other party was from the 1,000 Horseman Battalion. Their original uneasiness was instantly replaced by a kind of disdainful hostility. One of them glanced at the two coldly and said, "Wait." Then he walked unhurriedly into the camp. Under the scorching sun, Yang Fan rode steadily on the gate, not moving an inch. It was as if both he and his horse had become cast iron. The time it takes for a stick of incense to burn passed, then too, but Yang Fan still didn't move. Sweat slowly trickled down his chin and lightly dripped onto his breastplate. The disdain on the faces of the guards at the gate grew more and more intense. They lazily returned to the shade and started chatting and laughing, no longer paying any attention to Yang Fan and Su Liang. After a full hour, the reporting colonel dragged his spear and slowly walked back. He said to Yang Fan, "The Grand General has something to say. Would General Yang please dismount and kneel to the marshal's tent to meet him? Yang Fan raised an eyebrow and said in a low voice, I am the guide lieutenant general. Although my position is lower than the king of Hanoi, how dare you humiliate me like this? The colonel grinned and said, If General Yang is unwilling, then please leave. Yang Fan said, But what about the 1,000 horsemen captured by Grand General Wu? The colonel said, Those people have offended Grand General Wu and interfered with the Jin Wu Guard's work. They have been punished by the Grand General. You want to bring them back? No way. Yang Fan said, Even if the 1,000 horsemen are in the wrong, it is not the Jin Wu Guard's turn to punish them. This is not the execution of military law. This is the indiscriminate punishment. The colonel laughed. So what if it is? You can either kneel and beg our Grand General to be merciful, or you can leave. Su Liang raised his horse, and it took 2 steps forward. The frightened colonel hurriedly took 2 steps back and shouted, If any of you dare to trespass the camp, the Grand General has orders to kill without mercy. As soon as the colonel finished speaking, a troop of soldiers suddenly charged out from the gate. They formed a formation on both sides of the gate and pointed their spears at Yang Fan. Yang Fan said sternly, If it is to save my brothers, why should I kneel? However, my knees are worthless, but the dignity of the 1,000 horsemen is not to be offended. The emperor's 1,000 horsemen would rather bleed than humiliate their dignity. The colonel laughed and wanted to say something, but Su Liang had already raised his hand, and with a bang, a firework exploded in the sky. The scorching sun was high up in the sky, and the sky was bright. Although there were not many fireworks, the sound was not soft. The sound of the firework was followed by the sound of people shouting and horses neighing in the distance. In just a moment, smoke and dust could be seen billowing. A large army turned into 3 torrents and rushed over from the 2 rows of houses. In the middle was a general wearing a black helmet. He was tall and sturdy, with thick eyebrows and a wide mouth. He dismounted from his horse and galloped forward. The spear in his hand shone with a bloodthirsty light. It was Chu Kuanga. Behind him were the horsemen, each of them pointing their spears forward like a gust of wind. On the left, there was a group of soldiers and horses. The person at the very front was holding a snow-white zamadeo, like an arrow that had just left the bow. The soldiers behind him formed groups of 3 and advanced in an arrow formation. This person was Ma Chiao. He had been in the Dragon Guard for many years and was the best at cavalry battles. The soldiers he led were also the best at cavalry battles. On the other hand, the army on the right side was different. The one leading the army was Huang Xuchang. This former commander of the 100 Cavalry Brigade had been in the emperor's control center for a long time and had seen the nobles and generals every day. He saw them bowing and scraping in front of the emperor all day long, so he really did not have any reverence for them. Thus, he held a horizontal saber in his hand and shouted arrogantly, looking even more powerful than Chu Kuanga. Of course, his soldiers followed suit, and the formation looked a little messy. They galloped forward and quickly shortened the distance between them and the gate. 800 steps, 500 steps, 300 steps, the earth trembled. The 1,000 horsemen that were galloping as fast as lightning did not have the slightest intention of stopping. The soldiers in front of the gate were dumbfounded. The halberds in their hands involuntarily drooped down. One of the captains was muttering to himself, "The 1,000 horsemen have gone mad. The 1,000 horsemen have gone mad. Run!" Someone beside him pulled him back in the spirit of brotherhood. Captain Zheng, who was in a daze, turned his head and saw that most of his brothers had already run away. He hurriedly ran to the left and right as well. He wasn't that crazy to use his own body to block 1,000 crazy cavalrymen. Other than the 100 men on duty in the palace, the entire 1,000-horseman battalion was mobilized like a broken dam. They charged into the main camp of the Jinwu Guards and rolled forward along the main road. Yang Fan and Su Liang were bypassed by the soldiers and stood motionlessly in front of the gate. The billowing dust gradually dissipated, revealing the figures of Yang Fan and Su Liang. Other than them, there was no one else at the gate. The 1,000 horsemen had charged into the Jinwu Guards, and the soldiers guarding the gate had fled. Su Liang let out a breath that he had been holding in for a long time and took a step closer to Yang Fan. He asked worriedly, "General, is it really all right to charge into the camp?" Yang Fan was silent for a while before he slowly said, "The people must be saved. The camp can only be charged. 100 men is a charge. Even if they turn out in full force, it's still a charge. Rather than causing a small ruckus, why not make a big one? Rather than making a fool out of himself, why not make a fool out of himself? I think that our current actions are more in line with His Majesty's taste." Su Liang rolled his eyes. He was asking if something would happen to him. Wasn't this the same as not saying anything? Wu Yizong was wearing a pair of underpants and enjoying the shade under a large tree. He was lying on a lounge chair drowsily when a soldier suddenly rushed over and shouted, "Mutiny! They're charging into the camp. General, leave quickly." Wu Yizong jumped up in shock and cried out, "Mutiny? How can there be a mutiny? This general has never been short of soldiers' pay." The colonel replied, "It's not our men, it's the 1,000 horseman battalion. The 1,000 horsemen are charging forward, and the entire army is in chaos. General, leave quickly. Those 1,000 horsemen seem to have gone crazy. It's hard to say what they won't do." Wu Yizong treasured his life the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done such a shameful thing back in Hebei. Once he heard that it was dangerous, he jumped up naked and wanted to hide in the bushes. The colonel didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "General, how can someone hide in such short bushes? Quick, 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 help me up the tree." Wu Yizong suddenly saw that the large tree he was enjoying the shade was lush with leaves and was suitable for hiding. Furthermore, it was unlikely that the enemy would search the tree. So he hurriedly shouted to the colonel. Immediately, the reporting colonel squatted down and let Wu Yizong step on his shoulder. He slowly carried Wu Yizong up the tree. Wu Yizong stepped on the fork and climbed up the tree in a flurry. He then poked his head out from the leaves and anxiously ordered, "Leave quickly and move the chair away." The colonel hurriedly moved the chair and ran away. Suddenly, there was the sound of galloping horses in the distance. Wu Yizong quickly retracted his head back into the leaves and grinned maliciously. "Yang Fan, you're the one who delivered yourself to me." Before he finished speaking, Wu Yizong suddenly felt a strange itch at the back of his neck. He stretched out his hand to grab it, and a colorful insect appeared in his hand. It was still struggling with its claws and fangs. Wu Yizong was so scared that he screamed and fell down from the tree. Chapter 888. Yang Fan's 1,000 cavalrymen charged into the Jinwu Guards. When they reached the central tent, they put down the poles, saved their brothers, dragged their horses, and turned to leave. They came and left quickly, but in just a short while, they had already turned the entire Jinwu Guards upside down. Gao Chu and the others were hung on the poles for a day and a night. They were fine at night, but during the day, they did not even have a drop of water to drink from the scorching sun. By the time they were put down, most of them were already unconscious. Looking at the situation, if this dragged on for another half a day, they would really die of thirst. Wu Yizong was truly audacious, actually daring to imprison the soldiers of his camp until they died because of a small dispute. These people were carried onto horses and immediately poured some water down their throats. Everyone woke up one after another. Chu Kuanga, Huang Shuchang, and the others had saved their brothers and were about to return to the cavalry camp in high spirits, but were stopped by Yang Fan. Was this a robbery by the Greenwood Mountain stronghold? You're going to leave after the fight? Don't forget that there was still the sun of heaven above. After such a shocking act, you're just going to go back to camp? Yang Fan led them away from the Jin Wu guards and went straight to the capital to find the emperor. Lu Maofeng did not participate in the attack on the Jin Wu guards. When Yang Fan led his troops out of the camp, he had already rushed to the capital. Today, the one guarding the Black Tortoise Gate was Dugu Huizhi. Lu Maofeng did not have time to find Zhang Tongxiu and then find the second Zhang through him. Instead, he went straight to the Black Tortoise Gate and asked Dugu Huizhi to send a message inside. Not long after, Fengchen Commander Zhang Yizhi sent out a little eunuch who handed him a token to enter and exit the palace and led him straight to the Fengchen guards. Lu Maofeng stayed in the Fengchen guards for less than an hour before quietly leaving the palace. Meanwhile, the two brothers, Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong, rushed to Lichuan Tai to serve the empress. Before Yang Fan rushed to the palace, Zhang Changzong had just played the flute, and then it was Zhang Yizhi's turn to play chess with Wu Zetian. The two did not care about winning or losing in chess. Wu Zetian was old and could not afford to waste her strength, so it was purely a pastime. The two played from time to time, and Zhang Changzong sat on the side to watch, chatting with the empress while picking up pieces. The two of them often told Wu Zetian about some of the interesting things that happened in the streets of Luoyang. Wu Zetian rarely entered the palace. In the palace, her hair had turned white and her face had aged. She liked to listen to the things that happened outside the palace. Perhaps the older one got, the more nostalgic they became. She had long held the power of a supreme being in her hands. She could not stop the aging of her face. She had spent most of her teenage years outside the palace, so listening to Zhang's stories became one of Wu Zetian's greatest pleasures. Zhang Yizhi talked about all sorts of things, and soon reached the conflict between the Golden Guards and the 1,000 Horsemen Battalion. Fighting between soldiers was something that could not be prohibited since ancient times. The two used clever words and played it down. They described it as two groups of loyal men fighting over a quarrel, and the methods they used were nothing more than fists and legs. They also purposely made it more humorous. Wu Zetian found it interesting and did not think it was very serious. Zhang Yizhi played chess, as he said with a smile, that Yang Fan is really bold. He actually dares to oppose the Golden Guards. Zhang Changzong moved the silver plate of ice closer to Wu Zetian and used a silver hammer to break a piece to increase the temperature. He said, "The 1,000 Horsemen Battalion is Her Majesty's personal army. Are they not as noble as the Golden Guards? Why can't they oppose them?" Zhang Yizhi rolled his eyes at him and said, "You really don't have a brain. If you want to beat a dog, you have to look at the owner. Don't you see who is in charge of the Golden Guards? Yang Fan's people beat up the Golden Guards. Isn't that just making Grand General Wu Yizong look bad? Look at the officers and soldiers of the North and South offices. Who dares to disrespect Grand General Wu?" Unconvinced, Zhang Changzong said, "Of course there are." He counted with his fingers and said, "Grand General Wu Yi counts as one, right?" And Zhang Changzong counted with one finger and could no longer count. Zhang Yizhi said with a smile, "How about it? There's only Yang Fan left. But speaking of which, Yang Fan's 1,000 horsemen also count as the Featherwood Guard." "Huh, isn't there only the Featherwood Guard in the 24 Imperial Guards? Do you think the other generals are stupid? Why don't they do things that offend people?" Wu Zetian was still listening with a smile, but the smile on her face was becoming more and more stiff. Zhang Yizhi was very alert, not saying anything more, and deliberately arguing with his brother. For a while, the topic of conversation changed, and it circled around to a recent anecdote in the suburbs of the capital. It was said that a tenant named Yu Qinggang made a double-continent bet with his gambling master. In the end, not only did he win the master's land and house, but he also won the master's wife. In the end, the master became a tenant, and the tenant became the master. Most Tangs liked to fight. Tang Taizong liked to hold and mold. Li Ji didn't have any special hobbies, and Wu Zetian was especially fond of double continents. Hearing about this matter, she put aside her worries and listened to them. Zhang Yiji acted as if he was watching the battle with his own eyes, and described this bet in an exaggerated manner. Wu Zetian was listening attentively, and Shanghai walked in. Your Majesty, heard from the eunuch that there are soldiers kneeling outside the Black Tortoise Gate. It's a black mass, and it's very scary. I don't know what happened. Hearing Shanghai Er's words, Wu Zetian, who was leaning on the soft cushion, immediately sat up in shock. She asked anxiously, "Why are soldiers knocking on the imperial palace?" Shanghai shook her head. Doesn't know. I've already sent someone to ask. Just as she finished speaking, eunuch Xiao Hai, who usually attends to the emperor, came in to report. Sage, Guide Zhonglong General Yang Fan requests an audience. Wu Zetian knew that the situation outside the Black Tortoise Gate had something to do with Yang Fan. She hurriedly said, "Let him in." A loud announcement was made outside the gate, and Yang Fan walked in proudly. When Wu Zetian saw him, her eyes immediately widened. Yang Fan was wearing a pair of trousers and a pair of military boots, but his upper body was naked. His arms were tied behind his back, and there were also a few thorns tied to his back. Was he going to carry thorns and ask for forgiveness? Zhang Changzong covered his mouth and laughed. What is General Yang doing? Even if you are Lian Pa, there is no Lin Xiangru here. Yang Fan knelt down on one knee with a military salute and said in a deep voice, "Minister Fengchen must be joking. I am here to ask for His Majesty's forgiveness." Wu Zetian's face darkened, and she slowly asked, "What happened?" Yang Fan said, "Following His Majesty's instructions yesterday, I first paid a visit to King Liang's place, and then returned to the barracks. I heard that the soldiers under my command had a conflict with the Jinwu guards, and 16 of them were captured, and a few of them escaped back to the barracks with injuries. A general in the army has already rushed to the Jinwu guards to demand their release. I hurriedly restrained my subordinates and quietly waited. When it was getting dark, that general rushed back and said that Great General Wu Yizong has an order, and if he wants the soldiers back, I will have to go personally." Wu Zetian frowned and said, "Then why don't you go?" Yang Fan said, "Great General Wu said that he wants me to kneel at the gate, kowtow with every step, and go to the main tent to ask for forgiveness before he will release the soldiers." "Pa!" Wu Zetian slammed her palm on the table, and the chess pieces were knocked into a mess, and she sternly scolded, "Scoundrel! Who does he think he is?" Yang Fan nodded and said, "As a member of the emperor's personal army, I dare not disgrace the emperor. However, it was already late, and if I had entered the city at that time, the gates would have been closed by the time I reached the city. As such, I wanted to wait until this morning to ask His Highness King Liang to mediate. Unexpectedly, just as I was about to enter the city, someone suddenly sent me news saying that several of my subordinates were captured by the Jinwu guards at noon yesterday. They were first whipped, and their bodies were covered in cuts and bruises. Then they were hung on a high pole and exposed to the scorching sun. They have not had a drop of water for a day and a night, and many of them have already fainted and are on the verge of death." Wu Zetian's expression became more and more gloomy. Yang Fan said in a sorrowful voice, "When the three armies heard the news, they were worried about their comrades, and all of them were furious. I really could not suppress them. And Great General Wu is using his power to bully me. Yang Fan lowered his head and choked with sobs. And no one knew if he had shed a few tears of heroism. Shang Guanwan quickly turned her head away, fearing that she would burst out laughing if she saw her Longjun's pretentious expression. But on second thought, her Langjun had really caused a great disaster today. Although she had tried her best to make up for it, His Majesty's mood was unpredictable, and she did not know if he would really be safe. She could not help but feel deeply worried. Yang Fan suddenly raised his head, and his voice suddenly became impassioned. His clear and high-pitched voice echoed throughout the hall. I am also a courageous man. I am someone who leads troops. If I continue to cower and bear with it, how can I please the people? How can I command 1,000 cavalry? I had no choice but to lead the entire army to the Jinwu guards and beg for Great General Wu's mercy. Under the scorching sun, I stood solemnly for 2 hours and lost count of the number of people who fainted. In the end, Great General Wu did not even want to see me and only sent a message. Either I kowtow with every step I take and kneel to the commander's tent to beg for forgiveness, or I return and leave my brothers hanging on a high pole to fend for themselves. I begged again and bowed my head again and again, but in exchange, Great General Wu took a mile after giving me an inch. I wanted to endure it, but I could no longer. I wanted to retreat, but I had no way out. I had no choice but to lead my men and charge into the Jinwu guards and rescue my comrades who were still hanging on a high pole under the scorching sun. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Although they had fainted at the time, they have now been saved. Although they are weak, they are not dead. I also know that even if I have 1,000 or 10,000 reasons, I am still wrong. I have committed a great mistake and have failed the Emperor's expectations. Today, I am here to beg for forgiveness. And even if I die 100 times, I will have no regrets. Even if I am to be executed, I will have no regrets. After Yang Fan finished, he nodded his head and did not say another word. The main hall immediately quietened down, but everyone's ears seemed to be reverberating with Yang Fan's sonorous and forceful voice. There was no expression on Wu Zetian's face. After a long time, she lightly said, "So, what is your intention in leading the troops to the imperial palace?" Yang Fan hurriedly said, "The 1,000 horsemen kneeled to the imperial palace, not to confess their feelings, but to beg for forgiveness from His Majesty." Yang Fan paused for a while, then said, "I know I am guilty, so I beg for forgiveness from His Majesty. I am willing to be punished by the country's law. As for the 1,000 horsemen general, I am only acting on my orders, so I beg for His Majesty's magnanimity and forgiveness." Wu Zetian asked, "What about the people who were saved from the Jinwu guards?" Yang Fan replied, "I had someone feed them water, and although they have regained consciousness, they are still too weak. I am afraid that there will be further changes, so after entering the city, they were sent to the medical center for treatment." Upon hearing this, Wu Zetian's expression became slightly better. Sometimes one must look at a person's intentions, and it is more accurate to deduce from small details. If Yang Fan dragged back those soldiers, who he said were half dead but did not treat them in time, and instead displayed them in front of the imperial palace for her to see, and even said that it was for the sake of his comrades and to beg for forgiveness, then his intentions should be put to death. But what should she do now? It's fine if the soldiers fight, but for a general to lead his men to charge into the camp, it is simply outrageous. Just as Wu Zetian was in a dilemma, Wu Yizong, supported by 2 fat eunuchs, tiptoed over. The pig-riding general climbed up the tree in a hurry, but was frightened by a bug and fell down. Unfortunately, there was a sharp stone on the ground that was poking into his tailbone. Hence, he ended up like this. Chapter 889. Aunt, you must uphold justice for your nephew. Wu Yizong relied on the fact that he was the emperor's nephew and barged in without sending anyone to report. As soon as he entered the main hall, he saw Yang Fan, who was offering a humble apology. He was stunned for a moment before he was enraged. "Motherf asterisk her, you barged into my camp and embarrassed me like this, and you dare to complain?" Wu Yizong was enraged, and his buttocks no longer hurt, and his legs were no longer wobbly. He broke free from the support of the two fat eunuchs and rushed forward to kick Yang Fan. When Wu Zetian saw this scene, she immediately flew into a rage. Her nephew was half dead when he first came in, but now he's as lively as a dragon and a tiger. Was he acting pitiful just now? He even dared to beat up an official in front of me. How domineering is he? Wu Zetian was already prejudiced by Yang Fan's continuous hints and hints. Wu Yizong was so angry that he forgot his strategy. Wu Zetian's heart immediately tilted towards Yang Fan. "Enough! A street brawl! How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me?" Wu Zetian stood up and roared with her dragon head crutch. Wu Yizong said with grievance. "And you don't know," Wu Zetian said, "I know everything." She leaned on her dragon head crutch. Every time she stepped on the golden bricks, there was a kung sound. After walking 7, 8 steps, she suddenly turned around and glared at Wu Yizong, saying, "Letchen ask you, a fight between soldiers is a small matter. You are the Grand Prince of Hanoi, a great general. Why did you rely on your power to capture 1,000 cavalry officers and men, first punish them with heavy punishment, and then hang them high on a pole, exposing them to the scorching sun, almost causing them to die?" Wu Yizong hurriedly said, "Aunt, your nephew did not rely on his power to commit a crime. Your nephew's men did not capture 1,000 cavalry soldiers because they were arrogant and out of line. That day, our golden insignia guards received a report that a group of bandits had gathered to rob a shop. The patrolling officers and soldiers quickly rushed to the rescue, but the soldiers of the 1,000 horsemen guards obstructed them. It was clear that they were secretly cooperating with the bandits, covering for them. They were accomplices of the bandits. Our Jin Wu guards are responsible for the security of the capital, so it is only right for us to detain and interrogate them." Wu Zetian was still unaware of such a matter. She thought that the escalation of the fight was entirely due to the constant friction between the two sides. Hearing this, she could not help but look at Yang Fan and said, "There's actually such a thing? Yang Fan, what do you say?" Yang Fan said calmly, "I have never heard General Wu mention this before." Wu Yizong was enraged. "You dare to deceive the emperor? If one of you escaped, I don't believe that they wouldn't tell you about it." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Yes, they did say that to me. They said that on that day, they accompanied Brigade Commander Gao Chu to the wedding banquet. Your Majesty can investigate this matter. Gao Chu will be getting married in the next few days, but due to military duties, he could not attend. Thus, they took advantage of the free time on that day to set up a few tables." Wu Zetian did not need to ask. Once she investigated this matter, she would know that Yang Fan would not dare to lie about this matter. She said in a deep voice, "Continue." "Yes," Yang Fan said. When they reached the long street, they suddenly encountered the patrolling officers of the Jinwu guards. They purposely collided with each other, and both sides started fighting. In the past, both sides only used their fists and legs. No one dared to use weapons. But this time, it was very strange. The moment they started fighting, the Jinwu guards all drew their weapons at the same time and started fighting. My 1,000 horsemen were caught unprepared, and many of them were injured. Wu Yizong said, "Bullsh *T. You shut up." Wu Zetian hit the ground with her dragon-headed walking stick and shouted, "We are questioning you. You are becoming more and more unruly." Wu Yizong swallowed his saliva and angrily shut his mouth. Yang Fan continued. Just at this time, a few thieves carrying sharp blades suddenly jumped out from a small shop by the side of the road. At the same time, a large group of Jin Wu guards suddenly appeared and blocked both ends of the long street. They then arrested my subordinates and those thieves together and accused my subordinates of covering up the criminals and our accomplices. Speaking up to this point, Yang Fan paused for a while before continuing. However, when I was earnestly negotiating with Grand General Wu, I did not hear Grand General Wu mention a single word about this matter. He kept saying that I only need to kowtow with every step and kneel to the commander's tent of Jin Wu guards to beg for forgiveness. There was no one present who did not understand what Yang Fan was trying to say. It was not difficult to verify this matter if Wu Yizong had handled this matter carefully. And those thieves were real, they might have intentionally bribed the criminals and fallen into their hands long ago to trick others. How long has the 1,000 horsemen been established? The soldiers were also drawn from the various guards, so it was impossible for them to form a relationship with the local bandits and thieves in such a short period of time. Instead, this convenient condition belonged to the Jinwu guards. The 1,000 cavalry battalion was guarding the palace. How could they help the thieves? Wu Zetian was silent for a while before turning to Wu Yizong and asked, "What do you have to say?" Wu Yizong replied, "Those thieves are indeed criminals and have been handed over to the Luoyang government. If Aunt does not believe me, you can investigate and you will know. Since those people are criminals, the 1,000 cavalry battalion cannot absolve themselves from the blame." Wu Zetian looked at Yang Fan again. Yang Fan said, "When I was handling criminal cases in the Autumn Magistrate's office, there was a system of protecting the innocent in the judgment. Anyone who beats someone will be punished within a time limit. Beating someone with hands and feet, whether or not the person is injured, is limited to 10 days. Beating someone with other objects is limited to 20 days. Using a blade to hurt someone is not limited to size. Using fire or water to hurt someone is limited to 30 days. Breaking a bone or breaking a bone, regardless of whether it is the hands or feet or other objects, is limited to 50 days. Those who die within the time limit will be punished according to the crime of murder. His Majesty will definitely understand this principle." Yang Fan's words meant that there was such a rule in the imperial court called the system of protecting the innocent. For example, if two people were to fight, it is not based on the other party's injuries. There is also a period of observation because there is the problem of the worsening of injuries. Therefore, if one uses fists and feet to hurt someone, then from the day of the incident, one must be observed for 10 days. If the person dies within 10 days, then you will be charged with murder and not injuring someone. Of course, the person who dies within 10 days must be related to the fight. At the very least, you will not be able to find any other cause of death. You cannot say that if one was punched today and run over by a car tomorrow, it will be the responsibility of the perpetrator. Wu Zetian did not understand Yang Fan's intention, but she was very clear about this law. The law of Tang has been revised many times, and the law is an important power of the state. It must be reported to the emperor for discussion and approval. Wu Zetian nodded and said, "I am naturally clear about this." She briefly explained the meaning of the system of protecting the innocent and asked Yang Fan, "Why did you mention this matter? If the captured soldiers are killed or injured, will the Jinwu guards be held responsible?" Yang Fan said, "In front of His Majesty, everything will naturally be decided by His Majesty. What this subject means is that the imperial court has such a law. It is clear that everything must be done according to the order and cause of the matter. If today someone is falsely accused of murder, and this subject investigates the matter, punishes the real murderer, and clears the name of an innocent person, and this innocent person kills another person 10 years later, is this subject going to hold this subject accountable for judging him innocent 10 years ago the conflict between the Thousand Horsemen camp and the Jin Wu guards this time, whether there was an antecedent cause or not. If it was just a conflict, then great General Wu's arbitrary decision, arbitrarily using the law disregarding human life, was a serious crime. As for those thieves, whether they are real thieves or fake thieves, it depends on whether the Thousand Cavalry camp knew about it, and if they are really covering for it. If the Thousand Cavalry camp has nothing to do with these thieves, then even if the thieves are guilty and the Thousand Cavalry camp did not know about it, in that case, great General Wu's actions are also unreasonable and also guilty. Therefore, now we only need to investigate whether the Thousand Cavalry camp and those thieves know each other, and if there is any collusion, then the truth will be revealed. Yang Fan did not want to tangle with Wu Yizong on the details and went straight to the crux of the matter. He said to Wu Zetian, "This subject begs, Your Majesty, to have the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Censorate to investigate and find out the truth. If my Thousand Cavalry camp is really colluding with the thieves, this subject is incompetent and does not know the right person. I am willing to be punished for both crimes." Wu Yizong heard this and thought to himself, "The Ministry of Justice is your home, and many people in the censorate rose to their positions because of you. They owe you a favor. Moreover, they have always considered themselves to be clean and are very dissatisfied with my Wu family. As for the Supreme Court, they are not your people, but they are also not my people. If we think about it carefully, I am afraid they will be more biased towards you. What 3 departments' joint investigation? Aren't you just finding people to take sides?" After hearing Yang Fan's words, Wu Zetian thought for a while and said, "All of you go out. I want some peace and quiet." Yang Fan and Wu Yizong looked at each other and said respectfully, "This subject obeys Your Majesty." It had been fine if he had just stood there without moving, but now he wanted to leave. After talking for a long time, his anger had mostly dissipated. Only then did Wu Yizong feel the pain again. He had 2 fat eunuchs help him out. Seeing this, Wu Zetian felt that Wu Yizong was putting on an act, which made her hate him even more. Yang Fan and Wu Yizong retreated to the outside of the hall and stood side by side. They looked at each other and really hated each other. Wu Yizong laughed coldly and said sarcastically, "Offer a humble apology? Only you can think of that. Leading troops to attack my Jin Wu camp, no matter how you look at it, you have committed a capital crime. Yang Fan, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. At that time, I will burn some joss paper for you so that you won't be too down and out in the netherworld." Yang Fan smiled and nodded, saying, "This Yang has a son and a daughter. I do not need your highness to sacrifice for me." Wu Yizong was enraged, but after being reprimanded by his aunt a few times, he didn't dare to make a move. He could only laugh coldly and say, "You have a sharp tongue. So what if I let you have your way?" Yang Fan said, "Your highness has the demeanor of a gentleman. It seems that this Yang is stingy. Thank you, thank you." As the 2 of them bickered inside the palace, Wu Zetian was full of misgivings, and it was hard for her to make a decision. This matter itself is not difficult to determine. Yang Fan mobilized his troops and attacked the Jin Wu guards camp. Whether he was in the right or not, he must be guilty. Right now, all she had to do was investigate whether Wu Yizong was also guilty. What truly troubled her was the external influence of this case. It would affect the entire situation, making it difficult to judge. The northern part of the city was adjacent to the imperial palace, so there were very few commoners walking about. When the soldiers entered the imperial palace and kowtowed to the gate of the Black Tortoise, there was not a single commoner in this area. But even though the commoners of Luoyang could not see it, the news of so many soldiers kowtowing to the imperial palace quickly spread throughout the palace. The Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, and the former Prince of Luling, the current Crown Prince, Li Xian, who were in the middle of moving to the Eastern Palace, also heard the news. Li Xian immediately fell into a dilemma. Given the enormous kindness that Yang Fan had shown his family, now that he knew, could he still pretend to be deaf and mute? This favor, should he ask for it or not? Chapter 890. Consort Wei said, "Lang Jun, you should go." Li Xian hesitated, "But I don't know what mother means." "If I act rashly and anger mother," Consort Wei said, "so what? Regardless of what happens to Yang Fan, you have to go. You didn't return to the capital peacefully. If someone else had come to pick you up, you might not be here right now, let alone become the crown prince. Even if the emperor doesn't want to spare him, what can he do to you if you go plead for him?" Li Xian said, "But I heard that Empress Mother gave a death order. If I live, he lives. If I die, he dies. That's why he did everything he could to protect me. It's not like he's loyal to the Li family." Zhong Ruan said that his relationship with King Liang isn't shallow. "You're muddle-headed." Consort Wei's face reddened with anger. "His goal isn't important. What's important is what he did. If you were the emperor, would you carve out someone's heart to see if they were doing things for you out of loyalty to the emperor? What he did was beneficial to the country, the people, and you, so he should be rewarded. It doesn't matter why Yang Fan protected you. What's important is that you were able to keep your life because of him. Now that Yang Fan is in trouble, it's fine if you don't know about it. But who in the palace doesn't know about it? If you don't stand up, how will others look at you? If you can't even protect the person who risked his life to protect you, who will be willing to work for you? The ancients know that 1,000 gold pieces can buy a horse's bones. How can you not understand such a simple matter?" Li Xian was a bit moved, but when he thought of his mother's dignity, he was still timid. He shook his head. "Wife, this matter, let's wait and see." "Father, mother." Following a crisp call, Li Bauer rushed in with a flushed face. "Have you all heard about Yang Fan trampling over the camp and trampling on the chamberlains of imperial insignia? Her older sisters were already married. She wasn't too old and could live in the palace for another 2 years. Otherwise, it would be unsightly for all her daughters to be married at once." Consort Wei angrily flung her sleeves and turned to enter the inner room. Li Gua looked at her mother's back in surprise, then looked at Li Xian, asking, "Father, what happened to mother?" Li Xian anxiously said, "Don't mention it. Your mother told me to go to your imperial grandmother and plead for Yang Fan. Your imperial grandmother has always been arbitrary and strict. How can I go and ask for trouble?" When Li Gua heard this, she smiled and said, "Father, don't worry. Uncle has passed away." Li Xian was startled and asked in surprise, "Eighth brother?" He went to the emperor to plead for mercy for Yang Fan?" Li Gua nodded and said, "Yes. Just now I saw him hurriedly leaving the crown prince's palace. The young chamberlain said that uncle went to see his majesty to plead for mercy for Yang Fan." "Oh," Li Xian stroked his beard and thought for a moment, a strange expression appearing on his face. In a corner of the eastern palace, Li Dan's sons were waiting for their father's return. They were originally going to move out of the eastern palace and return to the prince's residence today, but the incident of 1,000 horsemen suddenly occurred. Li Dan's second son, Li Qingyi, said, "Third brother, didn't you say that Yang Fan is very close to the Wu clan? Why did you persuade father to plead for mercy for him?" Li Longji was now a 15-year-old youth with red lips and white teeth. He had bright eyes and handsome eyebrows. His bearing was extraordinary. Hearing his second brother's words, Li Longji said, "Third brother, you might not know, but I heard from Gao Lisher that Yang Fan is not only close to the Wu clan, but also to Aunt Taiping. It's not impossible to win this person over." The current Li Longji was no longer the young man who had been angry at Yang Fan for echoing the Wu clan's words. He had been living in the palace all year round, and he had been trying to survive amidst all kinds of deceit and danger. He had already gained the ability to see through the surface of the problem. Li Longji said, "This at least shows that Yang Fan's position between the Wu and Li clans is still uncertain. If our Li clan can plead for mercy for him and save his life in today's crisis, he will have to accept this favor no matter what. He controls 1,000 horsemen, and with his support, our Li clan's position will be more stable." Fifth brother Li Longya was unconvinced. Seventh uncle should be the one to say that. He is the crown prince, so why should we let our father do it? Li Longji dotingly rubbed his fifth brother's head and said with a smile, "Fifth brother, you should know that seventh uncle is the crown prince, so it's not convenient for him to do it. If seventh uncle does, imperial grandmother might think that seventh uncle is trying to buy people's hearts. Father is just a prince, so it's more convenient for him to do it than seventh uncle. At least there won't be any suspicion of buying people's hearts." Li Dan had 6 sons. Other than his 6th son, who had died young, he still had 5 surviving sons. They were different from the other descendants of the imperial family, who had an apathetic relationship of blood and shallow brotherhood. Thanks to Wu Zetian's care, these 5 brothers had been locked up together since they were young, trapped within the walls of the Eastern Palace. They had gone through thick and thin together, so their brotherhood was very sincere. The 5 brothers of the Prince of Xiang's clan were like the brothers of many impoverished families among the common people. To them, brotherly respect was no joke. It was truly like feet and hands. They were extremely close, brothers united in harmony and a deep sense of righteousness and loyalty. For the Son of Heaven's clan to have such deep brotherhood between brothers could be considered unprecedented in history. Wu Zetian slowly paced back and forth on the lovely spring platform, her mind in a dilemma. From what she had observed just now, she had already understood 80 to 90% of the truth of the matter. Investigate. If she really did investigate, then the thief was definitely real, but the Golden Guard's deliberate framing was also definitely real. Given her nephew's conduct and the massive difference in status, how could it be Yang Fan who had initiated the provocation? Yizong had been in the wrong first, and Yang Fan had been impetuous. One was the 1,000 cavalry camp, one was the Golden Guards, one was a close minister of the Son of Heaven, one was her own nephew. Was this case better treated as a misunderstanding? Or was it better that one side deliberately framed the other and brazenly violated military discipline? From an even longer perspective, although she was inclined to protect Wu between the Wu and Li clans, she had been forced by the general trend to return politics to Li. This was because she understood that if she completely abandoned the Li clan, the Wu clan would lose the support of the people. Her nephews also did not have a single genius who could serve as a cornerstone, so the Wu clan would inevitably be abandoned. Thus, she had no choice but to return politics to Li and control the military to Wu. The establishment of the 1,000 cavalry camp was to balance these two factions, to give the Son of Heaven a certain amount of power to protect himself. This was not only for the future Son of Heaven, but also for the present Son of Heaven, herself. After she had planned out the blueprint for the future regime, she began to strengthen the process of devolving military power to the Wu clan. However, she was also afraid that the Wu clan would take the risk out of desperation and launch a coup to seize the throne, even killing the person who had supported the Wu clan single-handedly. This kind of thing was not impossible. As an emperor, even his own son had to be on guard against the army, not to mention his nephew. Yizong took advantage of his power to bully others and pressured them step by step. If Yang Fan did not decisively rescue them and allowed his subordinates to be persecuted and killed by Yizong, how could he continue to lead the army? He also had his own difficulties. Zhang Yiji's words about the 24 guards of the capital other than the Yulin guards, all submitting to the Wu clan, were still ringing in her ears. If she severely punished Yang Fan now, would it speed up the army's shift to the Wu clan? Although this was her goal, she did not want even the fulcrum that balanced the power of the Wu and Li clans to disappear. Furthermore, she did not want the army to start looking for another master while she was still alive. The more Chengxi's illness grew, the more the Wu clan gradually leaned toward Sansi. But what about her? She was also old, getting older and older. Could she not be abandoned by those people who only cared about profit? The fact that Yang Fan was able to defeat the main camp of the Chamberlains of Imperial insignia with 1,000 cavalrymen proved that he was indeed an elite troop. If Yang Fan, the chess piece used to balance the situation, her entire setup would fall apart. However, if she did not punish him, she would not be able to justify it. The dispatch and command of the Southern Palace Imperial Army was under the jurisdiction of the Political Affairs Hall. At the same time, it also needed her approval. Whenever an army of more than 10 people was dispatched, unless it was an emergency, there must be an imperial edict and a tiger seal from the emperor issued by the Shangshu province and the Minxia province. The Northern Palace Imperial Army was directly under the emperor, so it was less restricted. However, it had never done something like Yang Fan. If she did not punish him, Wu Zetian thought about it and was full of worries. At this moment, Little Hai came in and reported, "Sage, the Prince of Xiang requests an audience." Oh, Wu Zetian thought for a moment and understood why her son had come. She originally did not want to see him, but she changed her mind and said, "Tell him to come in." Standing in front of the hall, Wu Yizong and Yang Fan watched as the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, entered the lovely spring platform. After about the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn, Li Dan came out of the hall and walked past the 2 of them. After a while, the eunuch Little Hai came out of the hall and stood on the steps. In a clear voice, he said, "His Majesty's verbal decree." Wu Yizong and Yang Fan bowed. Slightly, Little Hai said, "Yang Fan, quickly order the 1,000 cavalry to return to camp. All soldiers are not to discuss today's matter. The soldiers are to return to camp. Yang Fan is to return to the estate to await his report." Yang Fan secretly sighed in relief. Since he had not been punished on the spot, even if he was guilty, the consequences would not be too severe. He clasped his hands to the director of the lovely spring platform and turned to leave. Wu Yizong glared fiercely at him, then suddenly turned his head to look at Little Hai. Little Hai leaned to the side and said, "The saints summoned you. Great General Wu, please." Wu Yizong swung his sleeve and angrily walked into the hall. The moment he saw Wu Zetian, he said, "Aunt, the facts are before us. Yang Fan was audacious to the extreme and should have been executed. Aunt, how could you let him go?" Wu Zetian's face darkened. "Did you really think that we didn't know about those shameful things you did?" When Wu Yizong saw that Wu Zetian was angry, he shrunk his neck back and said nothing. Wu Zetian snorted, then said, "The Golden Guards had 40,000 soldiers, but they were utterly defeated by a trifling 1,000 people. You truly led a good army." Wu Yizong straightened his neck and said, "Aunt, that was different. Your nephew didn't think that he would be so daring. He was completely unprepared." Wu Zetian paused with her dragon crutch and scolded, "Then in Zhaozhou, when your 100,000 soldiers were scared away by a mere chitin cavalry of less than 1,000, you were also completely unprepared." Wu Yizong's face immediately turned red. He stammered for a moment, unable to respond. Wu Zetian coldly glanced at him and said, "Go back and restrain your soldiers. In the future, if there is another battle, we will only hold you accountable." Wu Yizong stammered. Then this time, Wu Zetian said, "This matter only happened between your 2 camps." Outsiders don't know about it yet, and they don't know the details. You can't make this public. You've already embarrassed yourself enough. If this goes on, how can I give you the authority to station troops in Jingdo? As for how this matter should be handled, we have our own plans. Chapter 891. It was a summer afternoon in the backyard of the Yang family, and it was cool under the trees. There were a few mats on the ground, which made up a large area. Yang Fan and his family were resting under the trees. In the middle of the mats, there was a shiny wooden table with all kinds of fruits, snacks, and drinks on it. There were iced sour plum soup and sour sheep's milk as drinks, but Yang Fan was used to drinking tea now. Tea was the best to quench his thirst, especially in summer. Moreover, the Tang people's diet was mainly meat, as long as the family's financial situation allowed it. Drinking tea had the effect of refreshing oil. Yang Fan gradually tasted the taste and told his wife. Now, not only Yang Fan liked to drink tea, but also Xiao Man and Nu had developed the habit of drinking tea. Now, when Xiao Man went to the shop to do the accounts, she would always put a cup of tea beside her. Yang Nianzu had become more and more robust. He had a cute peach heart shape on his head and a lock of black hair in front of his forehead, which made him look particularly cute. He wore a sleeveless floral gown and held a bamboo pole. The end of the pole was bent with a bamboo strip, and he was sticking cicadas. How could he really catch cicadas with his loud voice? He was just having fun. When the spider web was broken, Third Sister would patiently wrap a few more layers of the pole, and then the silly boy would happily continue his great cause of catching cicadas. Si Rong was much quieter than her brother. She sat on the mat with a pile of clay dolls, cloth dolls, and wooden dolls in front of her. She was very focused on playing with the dolls, and she was also mumbling something, probably arranging these dolls to play house. Xiao Man was holding a lady bamboo in her arms and was dozing off on the mat. Last night, Yang Fan slept with Nu, so the children naturally came back to sleep with their mother. Unexpectedly, the little century eggs were even more annoying than Yang Fan. First, they refused to sleep, and then they asked her to tell them stories. Finally, they fell asleep, but it was easy to wake up in the summer night. One got up in the middle of the night, and the other looked for their mother. She didn't sleep well all night, and now she was sleepy. Nu sat at the side, attentively threading a needle and sewing a small piece of clothing. In fact, with the Yang family's current family business, there was no need for Nu to make her own clothes. Not to mention the tailor shop in the square, there was also a needlemaker in her house. But to make a shirt for her own children was a very different feeling. Yang Fan did not directly sit on the banquet. Instead, he set up a leisure chair on the bamboo chair. Yang Fan lay on the bamboo chair with his eyes closed. He looked as if he was sleeping, but in fact, he was thinking about something. He had already made a move, but he didn't know how Mu would react. So far, he didn't notice of Shenmu. In fact, if the clues of Song Batty and Dragon 9 were left untouched, it was possible to figure out Shenmu's plan from their actions. That was what the old gentleman of Heaven's Pivot had suggested to him. But after thinking it over, Yang Fan thought that he would rather not take the risk without knowing Shenmu's purpose. One had to know that his greatest advantage in dealing with Shenmu was the power of the officials. If he allowed Shenmu's people to form a relationship with the most favored second Zhang, once they found a way to involve second Zhang, then his greatest advantage would disappear. At that time, even if he understood Shenmu's intentions, what use would it be? He wasn't very worried about leading people to attack the Jin Wu guards. Since he was ordered to stay behind closed doors, then there was still room to maneuver. Otherwise, with the fact that he mobilized troops without permission, he could have been dealt with immediately. Whether this matter should be dealt with lightly or heavily depended on the emperor's whims. Mobilizing troops without permission was a big taboo, but the cause and process of the matter was due to the discord between the two generals, which developed into frequent conflicts between the soldiers under the two. If the emperor had enough trust in him, then he could completely understand this matter as a larger-scale group fight. The nature of the matter was different, and the punishment wouldn't be as severe. As Yang Fan was pondering, his arm was suddenly touched by someone. Yang Fan opened his eyes and saw Anu had stopped her needlework. Her beautiful and alluring red lips were moving towards him. Yang Fan was stunned for a moment, then revealed a mysterious smile and returned a knowing look to her. Yang Fan's expression was wrong, causing Anu to be stunned for a moment. Then she came to her senses and blushed. "This shameless fellow, what are you thinking about?" Now that she was pregnant, Yang Fan often stayed in her room just to take care of his beloved wife's emotions. It was impossible for him to think about the matters between a man and a woman, but sometimes when he was aroused and faced with his beloved wife, he would not force himself to restrain himself. For example, last night, after a series of begging, Anu half-heartedly leaned towards the jade flute and pressed her lips against his. Unexpectedly, Yang Fan seemed to have tasted it. Seeing her pouting, he actually thought of such shameful matters again. Anu glared at him, her beautiful red lips pressed into a line. Her slender jade-like fingers held a silver needle and pointed behind Yang Fan. Only then did Yang Fan understand. Turning his head, he saw Tao Mei standing there. Thinking that Tao Mei had something to report, but seeing that he was dozing off, she did not dare to wake him up. Yang Fan asked, "What is it?" Tao Mei presented a letter with both hands and said in a low voice, "From Princess Taiping's residence." Yang Fan understood and took the letter. With a light wave of his hand, Tao Mei retreated. Yang Fan opened the letter. There was only a thin piece of paper inside. After reading it carefully, Yang Fan's lips slowly curled into a smile. "All of you rest first. I'll make a trip to the study." Yang Fan said to Anu, who had her head lowered as she sewed. Her heart was filled with joy as she looked forward to becoming a loving mother as soon as possible. He then stood up and walked confidently towards the study. The incident that happened between the Thousand Horsemen camp and the Jinwu guards was not known by the common people. The only people who saw the Thousand Horsemen move were the people in the wine shops and brothels in front of the Jinwu guards' encampment. Moreover, they only saw the Thousand Horsemen pass by aggressively and did not know what happened after that. As for after they entered the city, because they went through the north gate, they turned directly towards the palace. Thus, the common people in the city did not know about it. However, this incident was known by everyone in the palace. Through the mouths of the internal palace maids, this matter quickly spread to the outer court, and then through the internal servants of the Political Affairs Hall, Hamlin Academy, and the Hall of History to the ears of the officials. Very quickly, this matter was no longer a secret in the imperial court. Almost all the imperial censors in the capital submitted a report to impeach Yang Fan. Those in their positions had to plan for their own affairs. Such a major matter, they could not pretend to be unaware. Thus, even the imperial censors who had a good relationship with Yang Fan or had a good impression of him had to report to the emperor. The only difference was that some people only severely impeached Yang Fan, while others punished both Yang Fan and Wu Yizong. Wu Zetian still couldn't make up her mind. It wasn't difficult to punish Yang Fan. She could behead him, exile him, demote him, or take away his salary. There were many ways to do so. The problem was that Wu Zetian wanted to find a way to punish him. This way, she would be able to explain herself to the nation's laws and regulations, but it wouldn't affect her own political plans. On the second day after the imperial censors submitted a report to impeach Yang Fan, Prime Minister Yao Chong spoke to the emperor. He believed that Yang Fan had a rash and impulsive personality and was not qualified to command 1,000 horsemen. He recommended the left commander Zhang Hao to the emperor, saying that this person had a calm personality, was honest and prudent, and had a reputation in the army. He was qualified to command 1,000 horsemen. Wu Zetian did not express her opinion on the surface, but she was very unhappy in her heart. The emperor had always regarded the northern Yamen as his own backyard, not to mention that Wu Zetian had always been under too much pressure because she was a woman and had always been suspicious of the emperor. Even Li Shimin had always regarded the northern Yamen as his exclusive property and did not allow others to touch it. In the 15th year of Jingguan, the Xuanwu Gate in Chang and was being renovated. After hearing this, Prime Minister Fang Xianling and Gao Shilian inquired about the progress of the Xuanwu Gate's renovation from the junior supervisor of the Ministry of Finance. Li Shimin was very unhappy after hearing this. He specially found Fang Xianling and other prime ministers and warned them, "You should just take care of the southern Yamen. The northern Yamen has nothing to do with you." Now that Yao Chong coveted 1,000 horsemen, Wu Zetian was very unhappy. Back in the harem, the Zhang brothers led the beautiful young men of the Fengshan prison to present a large-scale song and dance that they had just rehearsed to Wu Zetian. Only then did Wu Zetian's gloomy mood slightly dissipate. While she was beaming with joy, Zhang Yiji, in a roundabout way, hinted to Wu Zetian that he wanted to put one of his cousins into the army and lead 1,000 horsemen. Wu Zetian, who was dissatisfied with Yao Chang's overstepping his authority, was extremely sensitive at the moment. When she heard Zhang Yiji's words, she immediately refused. In the past, whenever the Zhang brothers performed a song and dance to make her happy, she would ask them to stay in bed with her. But this night, she was not in the mood and went to sleep alone. The news that Wan Chong and Zhang Yiji had their eyes on the 1,000 horsemen camp and had recommended wise men to the emperor quickly reached the ears of Wu Yuyi, the general of the Yulin Guard. Wu Yuyi was afraid that the 1,000 horsemen would fall into the hands of others, so he quickly went to recommend them to the emperor. As a result, he naturally met with a rebuff that was neither soft nor hard. Wu Yuyi had just left when Wu Sanxi smelled the scent and ran over the unhappiness that Wu Zetian had accumulated from Yao Chong, Zhang Yiji, and Wu Yuyi had already turned into a thunderous rage by the time Wu Sanxi rushed over. Wu Sanxi was scolded until his head was sprayed with dog blood, and he left in a sorry state. Immediately after, an imperial decree was quickly transmitted to the Yang residents: promote Yang Fan to the rank of loyal general. Yang Fan had been promoted. As soon as the news came out, the officials who did not know the inside story were only shocked at Yang Fan's imperial favor. The officials who knew the inside story could not help but secretly laugh at Li Dang, Wu Dang, and Zhang Dang's eagerness for doing all this for nothing. The officials who knew the inside story did not dare to say anything to incur the emperor's displeasure, and the officials who did not know the inside story would not dare to offend the emperor's favorite. Therefore, the strange phenomenon of Yang Fan being promoted instead of being punished could only be said by the censors, who were always upholding justice and speaking up for justice. However, the words of the censors had to be listened to by the emperor. If the emperor was willing to listen, it would be swords. If the emperor was not willing to listen, it would be spit. This time, the censor's remonstrance was undoubtedly spit for nothing. Yang Fan's promotion had nothing to do with his authority. He was still in charge of 1,000 cavalrymen. Be it loyal general or guide commander-in-chief, those were just ranks. What was related to rank was not authority but treatment. For example, salary, exemption from classes, punishment, order of class, carriage, clothing, etc. Other than that, it also involved retirement, conferment of nobility, purchase of property, construction, funeral, posthumous appointment, etc. A guide Zhonglong general was a lower secondary rank for, while a loyal marshal general was a higher secondary rank for. Yang Fan skipped the upper secondary rank 4 and lower secondary rank 4, and was directly promoted to the upper secondary rank for Loyal Marshal General. He had actually been promoted 3 times. Yang Fan was promoted despite being guilty. What kind of logic was that? It was indeed illogical. However, did Wu Zetian need to reason with him? Chapter 892. The bright moon hung in the sky, and the light clouds covered it. Under the moonlight, a small building was like a poem or a painting in the hazy artistic conception. The small building was richly ornamented, but many of the exquisite beauty was lost in the darkness of the night. At this time, it could not be seen clearly, but that kind of elegant and luxurious temperament could still be faintly revealed. This was a girls' embroidery building. The upstairs was still lit, and the dancing shadows of the bamboo reflected on the green screen window. When there was no wind, it seemed like a few bamboo leaves attached to the window. Inside the boudoir was full of a delicate and gentle atmosphere, rippling with the unique light fragrance of a girl's boudoir. On the screen were lake stone flowers and butterflies, and the color was just right. The top-quality sandalwood table, stool, table, shelf, everywhere flowed with the delicate and gentle feeling of a girl. Next to the window was a bookcase with curled ears and carved flowers. On the desk were all kinds of famous people's calligraphy and several precious inkstones. Inside the brush pot and brush holder were either inserted or hung, all filled with purple ink. On the wall was a picture of a pair of chess in a lotus pavilion, and on the left and right hung a pair of couplets. The ink was dripping as if it wanted to seep out of the paper. Against the wall was a frame bed with 4 pillars and 4 poles, beautifully carved. The curtain was hung high, but it was not put down. The light reflected on the 2 people on the bed. A crimson gauze nightgown was still wrapped around Warner's body. Her skin was like ice and jade, and her soft breasts and pink legs were faintly discernible, making her even more charming. And Yang Fan was buried in this pink, snow-white, and jade-like body, hugging that astonishingly thin waist, as if he was trying hard to suppress the twisting, jumping, and struggling catfish under his body. The sturdy frame bed made a creaking sound. The sound of the creaking became louder and more urgent. Suddenly, the creaking sound came to an abrupt stop, accompanied by a sound from someone. It was as if a passionate picture had been frozen. On the screen, there was only one place that was still moving. It was a pair of snow-white, slender, round, and firm thighs. Those thighs were tightly wrapped around Yang Fan's waist, and they were still twitching uncontrollably, the muscles of the thighs suddenly trembling. Gradually, that beautiful, tightly curled toe with bright red cardamom slowly stretched out, like a blooming flower in the spring breeze. Then a pair of snow-white, round, and smooth thighs, like someone had suddenly pulled out the bones, softly slid down, accompanied by a delicate moan. Panting, Yang Fan held up Warner's little face and kissed her sweaty forehead with pity. He laid down next to her, as if he was afraid of crushing her. Looking at his tender and protective appearance, it was really hard to tell who the man who had been pounding on her body was. Warner's heart was still beating rapidly. Her skin was hot and suffused with a rosy red. Her cheeks were still flushed, her almond-shaped eyes were still blurry, and her full breasts were heaving up and down. But as Yang Fan lay down on his side, she seemed to be glued to Yang Fan's body. She immediately turned over and squeezed into his embrace, as if she still felt that he was not heavy enough just now. Yang Fan gently stroked her soft and fragrant hair, as well as her soft and delicate back, which was slightly rough because of the sweat. Warner comfortably nestled in his embrace, like a cat that had just swallowed a fresh fish. After a long, long time, she faintly sighed and said, "I really want a child." Yang Fan's hand froze, and then he gently wrapped his arms around her and slowly tightened his embrace. They listened to each other's fierce heartbeats, but did not speak. Juana regretted her words and quickly changed the topic. She sneered and said, "This method of yours is really clever. The saint is very suspicious, and you used her suspicion. In the end, not only did you not receive any punishment, but you were promoted. You made me worry for nothing." Yang Fan used his nose to rub against her nose and said, "Do you want me to be punished?" Yang Fan lay flat and sighed. He casually put an arm behind his head and looked at the top of the tent. He slowly said, "Do you think I was not worried in the beginning?" No one could predict the result, and no one could be sure what the emperor's reaction would be. But I had to do what I had to do. All that was left was to do my best to make up for it and lessen the punishment. At the beginning, I also expected to be punished. I just hoped that the punishment would not affect my control of the 1,000 riders. I was quite sure of this. Later, I found that the emperor had many misgivings and did not impose any punishment on me. I had a plan in my heart. Only now did I think that perhaps doing this would not only not be punished, but it might have other miraculous effects. Speaking of this is also due to your efforts. You and the Zhang brothers have helped me a lot, haven't you?" Warner said lazily, "Saints are extraordinarily intelligent, but it is a pity that they are too smart. They act in the opposite way and say more bad things about you. The effect is even better. That's why they've been saying a lot of bad things about you these past few days. As for Heir Zhang, they've been too close to you recently. If they say bad things about you, they'll make His Majesty suspicious. They've only praised Wu Sanxi and Wu Yizong's power." Yang Fan laughed a few times and then became silent. He gently caressed the smooth skin of Warner's thigh and slowly said, "In the recent days, there will be a few reports about the grain problem." Warner understood and nodded gently. Yang Fan and Warner had not married yet. The ruler could marry, but they could not become husband and wife. In the beginning, it was because Yang Fan's position was low and Wu Zetian relied heavily on Shanghai Warner. Once a person who had helped her deal with things was used to it, no one could replace him. The ability to control big and small matters, the importance of military and politics, the understanding of the emperor's attitude, all of this required a lot of time to get used to and a lot of energy to train him. She would not give up this capable assistant for the sake of Yang Fan. Now, Yang Fan's position was becoming more and more important. He could be considered one of Wu Zetian's confidants, so this kind of thing could not be mentioned. The palace could use female officials, but there was absolutely no reason to use the wife of an official. Husband and wife being officials in the same court, one civil and one military, one inside and one outside, no ruler could accept this. Furthermore, it was impossible for Yang Fan to have any emotional entanglements with Warner, who was deep in the palace. If the emperor knew that they were in love, Wu Zetian could immediately think of many things. Past, present, future. At that time, it would be difficult to guess what the empress's intentions would be. But those who should be husband and wife could not be husband and wife, and those who should not be husband and wife were forcibly brought together by Wu Zetian. Li Chongxiu and Lady Zhang were going to get married. When officials became rich, they could take concubines, but rarely would they divorce their wives. Loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness, and other qualities were very important. Those who were unfilial to their parents, the court would not think that they would be loyal to the country. Those who despised the poor and loved the rich, no one would believe that they would become an upright official with noble character. If you abandoned your wife, who had gone through thick and thin with you when you were at the end of your career, it would be a huge stain on your political reputation in a society that was based on feudal ethics. Your career and reputation would be greatly affected. However, under Wu Zetian's increasing pressure, Li Chongxiu still divorced his wife. His mother was originally a servant girl and had a lowly status. She was repeatedly invited into the palace by the empress and treated with courtesy, which made her feel flattered. After she learned of the emperor's intentions, she also began to persuade her son. Li Chongxiu had his mother's persuasion internally and the emperor's pressure externally. In the end, he could only obey the emperor's arrangements. But this wedding was not held at the Li family. Lady Zhang had changed her marriage. Of course, she could not continue to live in her late husband's home. This new residence was bought and decorated by her son, Zhang Yizhi, for her. In the end, it was still considered the property of the Zhang family. In this way, Li Chongxiu was no different from becoming a live-in son-in-law. At that time, those who were willing to become live-in son-in-law were people who were so lowly that they had no means of livelihood and were unbearably poor. Li Chongxiu first divorced his wife and then married into the family. For a time, his reputation was ruined. His former colleagues, friends, relatives, and friends all looked down on his character and behavior. They all kept a respectful distance, and no one came to congratulate him. In order to make his mother's wedding a grand and lively event, Zhang Yizhi sent out invitations and invited all the famous people to attend the wedding banquet. With their reputation, they were naturally able to invite many famous people. These famous people actually came because of the second Zhang. They did not have to worry that others would criticize them because of Li Chongxiu, this moral scum. Li Chongxiu was the groom, and the guests were all famous people in Jingdo. He had to personally welcome them. Every time he welcomed a guest, no matter if the other person sincerely congratulated him or casually brushed him off, he, who had a psychological problem, always felt that the other person was mocking him. His face was boiling hot from the beginning. In the eyes of those who did not know, they would think that this groom was very excited to be able to climb up to the Zhang family and despised him even more in their hearts. Princess Taiping was also invited to the new residence. A banquet was specially set up in the inner residence for these female guests. Princess Taiping, Princess Qianjin, Princess Annal, and a group of Lady Zhang's famous friends were all under the guidance of Lady Zhang to tour her bridal chamber. In order to create a love nest for his mother, Zhang Yizhi could be said to have taken great pains. The luxury of the bedroom was unheard of, not to mention other things. Just the wedding bed was already so luxurious that even the empress, who was the mother of the world, had never had the fortune to enjoy it. This bed was known as the Seven Treasures tent. It was filled with gold, silver, pearls, jade, and all kinds of rare treasures. Spread the ivory bed, woven the horn of a rhinoceros, the mattress of a marten, the carpet of a fly, the beard of a dragon from Fenjin, and the bed of a phoenix in the river. Li Gui'er had never seen such a priceless treasure bed. She touched it here and there, unable to conceal the envy on her face. Even when Princess Taiping saw it, she could not help but sigh to Princess Qianjin. Look at where she is sitting. We can only be considered to have wasted our lives. Princess Qianjin agreed deeply and could not stop nodding her head in agreement. Yang Fan, who had been promoted to the rank of General Loyal Wu, was also invited today. Today's guests included the Zhang faction, the Li faction, the Wu faction, and other influential figures in the capital. Yang Fan, the new favorite of the emperor, could not be considered a big shot among them. Moreover, his current position was too vague. It seemed that he was really following the emperor's plan, walking towards a position where he would have connections with any faction, but it would be difficult for any faction to take him as a confidant. Therefore, no one from any faction would have too much contact with him under the watchful eyes of the crowd. This made Yang Fan, who was sitting in a corner, feel very relaxed. Yang Fan and Chun Dong sat side by side in the corner. They looked at Li Jingxiu, who was walking in with a radiant face, accompanying a few guests who had just arrived. He shook his head sympathetically and raised his cup to take a sip of wine. He savored the sweet and mellow wine and let it slowly flow into his stomach. Suddenly, he thought, those few memorials should have been sent to the emperor. Today, Lady Azang was getting married. Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong had left the palace. A group of beautiful youths from the Fengshan Institute also followed them to Lady Azang's new residence to celebrate. The lovely spring stage was deserted. Wu Zetian rushed to Hall of Martial Accomplishment to read the memorials. Ever since she threw her son off the throne, going to Hall of Martial Accomplishment to read the memorials became her daily homework. It was only in the last 2 years that she could relax. Today, she was revisiting her old dream and was in high spirits. There were plenty of ways for the people working beside him to notice certain things that were happening in a superior position. Warner's method was very simple. She reduced the number of other important memorials. Thus, in a pile of small problems that could only be considered trifling matters to the emperor, she could easily find the only important point. The first memorial that Wu Zetian noticed was the imperial censor Su Yogong's Qing Taiyuan prepared grain to benefit the people. Chapter 893. The people were the foundation of a country, and food was the heaven of the people. In a feudal empire where agriculture was the foundation, if there was no food crisis, ambitious people, no matter how many reasons they had, would rarely be able to overthrow the regime. Thus, food had always been the foundation that a dynasty placed the greatest importance on stabilizing its foundation. But the Central Plains Empire had vast territory, and transportation was inconvenient. Information was blocked, and the emperor sat in the imperial palace, making it very difficult for him to keep track of the production, consumption, and storage of food. Thus, the government had devised a system for auditing grain storage and verifying accounts. This department of auditing grain storage was not located in the Bureau of Revenue, which was in charge of money and grain, but in the Bureau of Justice. Its purpose was to prevent the Bureau of Revenue from colluding with the provincial governments, which were directly in charge of grain storage, from working together to embezzle grain. The grain of the capital was audited quarterly, and the grain of the prefectures was audited annually. The prefectures would first report to the Bureau of Revenue, and the Bureau of Justice would sort out the statistics and then report to the Minister of State. The Bureau of Justice would then report to the department responsible for auditing grain storage, and if there was a problem, the imperial censorate would investigate. Su Yogong's memorial had not mentioned any problems with the grain storage, but had recommended that the imperial court release the grain storage in Taiyuan to stabilize prices. Taiyuan was the place where the Tang dynasty had flourished, so it had always been an important place for the country. At the beginning, the places with the most grain had been Taiyuan and Luoyang. It was said that Taiyuan was a granary of millions, while Luoco was the millet of the world. On the other hand, the capital of Chang, and the inconvenience of transportation and frequent droughts had resulted in a severe shortage of grain. During Gaozong's reign, the imperial court had moved to Luoyang many times precisely because it was impossible to feed the officials in Chang. And from the end of Gaozong's reign until the recapture of Anxi town, the country had not engaged in any large-scale wars, and it had always placed great importance on agricultural production. It had been at least 15 to 16 years since the country had experienced a large-scale natural disaster like the one Tineno had experienced in his youth, so the country had an ample supply of grain. Su Yogong's memorial said that when he was inspecting the grain storage in Taiyuan, he had noticed that some of the grain had been stored for too long and had become old and moldy. The country had once decreed that no one was allowed to move the grain reserves without permission. This was to prevent the lack of grain reserves in the years of disaster to provide relief to the common people. This was originally a good thing, but even though there was no famine in the Taiyuan area, the price of grain was not cheap. The price of grain among the people was high, but there was a large amount of grain stored in the treasury. They could only watch helplessly as the grain spoiled because it had been stored for too long. This was the result of the local rigid implementation of the court's decree. They failed to understand the emperor's love for the people, and at the same time caused unnecessary losses. Therefore, they hoped that the court could allow the local areas to produce grain to stabilize the price of grain. Su Yugong also mentioned in the memorial that there were tens of thousands of ships in the Taiyuan area, and the transportation was convenient. They could buy surplus grain from other places at any time and store it. In this way, the imperial court could sell old rice to the people at a cheaper price, and then buy new rice at a higher price to store it. The price difference between the sale and purchase was not very large for the imperial court, but it could take into account the strategic needs of the country's reserves, extend the storage time of the grain reserves, and benefit the ordinary people who could not afford the high-priced grain. Su Yogong's memorial was written in great detail, and it was reasonable and clear. Wu Zetian listened and was very moved. After careful consideration, she ordered, "Yes, it can be implemented. But first, the Ministry of Revenue must send people to investigate and draw up a plan. No matter what, the grain reserves must be sufficient. If possible, we must first contact the grain source and confirm that new grain can be stored as soon as possible before we can sell old grain." Wu Zetian was in Chang, and at the time of the great disaster that Tin Ano had experienced when he was young, and she had also experienced it. Although the imperial court was not without food at that time, the various supplies were sharply reduced. She had also heard about everything that had happened in the outside world. After that, the emperor visited the eastern capital, Luoyang, several times, mainly because of grain. Because of the great drought in the Guangzhou area, the grain production decreased, and the lack of storage, the emperor could only lead the court officials to move east to Luoyang to find food. Fortunately, at that time, the Tang dynasty had not been established for long, and the people had already experienced many years of war. They knew that this was caused by the natural disaster and not by the inhumanity of the government. At that time, the families of the rich and powerful also did not have any grain reserves. They revolted and did not have enough to eat, so they could only make the situation of the starving people even worse. But as a ruler, Wu Zetian deeply understood the power of the natural disaster and the importance of storage. On this point, she did not dare to be careless. Now that she was old, and at the important moment of handing over power, she hoped that the transition could be smooth and no accidents would happen. One smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Then there were a few more memorials that talked about grain prices in the north. Since last year, because of the war in the north, the local output was insufficient. The cost of transferring grain from other places was too high, so grain prices had been high. The people were suffering, and they asked the imperial court to open up grain reserves to stabilize prices. There were also memorials that first praised the abundance of the treasury, and then raised the issue of the hamster, embezzlement, and poor safekeeping. Wu Zetian knew of Su Yogong's prestige and power in the imperial censor. He wanted his memorials to be valued by the emperor and to be carried out. He would certainly contact his good friends and support each other. However, these good friends of the imperial censor would not speak nonsense without reason. Since they all raised this issue, it could largely verify the truth of Su Yogong's words. Wu Zetian made her decision and said to one, Taiyuan granary is the largest granary in the north. The grain situation in the north is like this. If we follow Su Yogong's words, we can solve this problem in the shortest time possible. The Ministry of Revenue is afraid that it will take a long time to send people to investigate, so give the edict, order Su Yugong to cooperate with Taiyuan Prefecture to handle this matter. The Ministry of Revenue will prepare this autumn's new grain for storage. The emperor made the final decision, and the reply was quickly passed down. When the edict reached Taiyuan Prefecture and Su Yogong's hands, Shenmu also received the news. As expected, he plans to start with grain. An elegant middle-aged scribe sneered repeatedly. When Shenmu first led a group of people to conquer the world, he completely relied on his intelligence and wisdom. But as time went on and the number of people increased, he didn't have 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. It was impossible for him to have enough energy to analyze and understand all the problems and handle all the matters. Hence, he gradually had a group of wise advisors. However, due to the hidden sex status, he didn't have anyone who had been an official as an advisor. He had been an official before, and even if he didn't have any authority, his status would still be there. Not just anyone could recruit him to be an advisor. This middle-aged scribe was called Zhang Rumin, and he was just an unsuccessful county official. However, to be able to be recruited by Shenmu, he naturally had some capabilities. Shenmu knitted his brows slightly, and his usual carefree attitude was nowhere to be seen. He was very clear that the only loophole that they couldn't plug in time was the grain. Yang Fan chose the grain as the breakthrough point and hit his only Achilles heel. How many gaps do we have in Taiyuan granary? Shenmu thought for a moment and asked a subordinate who looked like an accountant. That person had a stack of account books in front of him, but he didn't even flip through them. He opened his mouth and said, "There is still a gap of 200,000 dawn that hasn't been filled." Shenmu said, resolutely, "Immediately think of a way to fill in the gap. If it really isn't enough, use the grain that was prepared to be transported to Wu's-Heil." Zhang Rumin said, "Young master, there are 1,000,000 grains in Taiyuan granary. They might not be able to find out. Furthermore, this subordinate suspects that Yang Fan has been preparing for a long time. Is this all there is to it? I'm afraid he is purposely beating the grass to startle the snake. In reality, he is making a feint in the east and attacking in the west. He wants us to be at a disadvantage. If we use this batch of reserve grain, and he has a backup plan, we will definitely be in a passive position." Shenmu nodded and praised. "Brother Zhang is right. I have also thought of this point. However, did Brother Zhang think that his method might not be a feint in the east and attack in the west, but a feint in the real situation?" Zhang Rumin's expression changed. "Young master is saying," Shenmu said solemnly, "based on my understanding of him, it is very likely that this is his true goal. Perhaps Taiyuan granary is just a feint, but if we bide our time, then this feint might become a real stab. Furthermore, we have indeed done something to Taiyuan granary. It is hard to guarantee that he won't find out anything." Zhang Rumin's expression tightened. "Then, can we only be led by the nose by him?" Shenmu revealed a slightly bitter smile and said, "Who asked this to be our weakness? Since he has attacked, we have to guard against him. Right now, we can only react accordingly." As Shenmu said this, his eyes faintly flickered. Master Zhang had followed him for a long time. From the look in his eyes, he could tell that the sect master must have other plans. However, he had no way of knowing what the sect master was thinking about. He could not say, nor could he ask, so he nodded his head and said, "Young master, rest assured. This subordinate will personally go and make Taiyuan granary invulnerable. On a certain day, half a month after the imperial court's order to investigate Taiyuan granary storage and remove the accumulated grain, Pai Erding, the director of the Ministry of Justice, submitted a secret memorial. The secret memorial mentioned that there were some discrepancies between Danzhou and Fuzhou's grain storage and the Ministry of Revenue's report. The Ministry of Justice was only responsible for reviewing the data, so the memorial requested the emperor to send someone to investigate. The speaker, Cui Yuanzong, was known as Bodhisattva Chue when he was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. He had 4 Vajra under his command. Difficult to write Sun Yuxuan, treading sweet potatoes Yin Xiao Jun, gentle blade Qindong, and big axe chopping window Pai Erding. After Yang Fan went to the Ministry of Justice, he fought openly and secretly with these 4 Jianghu masters. However, no discord, no concord. After gaining the title of Plague Doctor, he became friends with them. This memorial was submitted by Yang Fan's good friend, Pai Erding. Grain had a very important place in Wu Zetian's heart, but this did not mean that she would listen to the wind and rain, or that she would fly into a rage at any time. Sometimes there were errors in the audit, and sometimes there was a time difference between when the grain left the granary, when it entered the granary, and when it entered the accounts. There was a discrepancy, but it did not mean that there was a problem. Therefore, Wu Zetian did not make a fuss. However, since there was a discrepancy, she had to find out the truth. Wu Zetian thought for a moment and said, "Have the Imperial Censorate send people to Danzhou and Fuzhou to investigate the reason for the grain storage." Yes. Wanner picked up her pen and wrote another line on Pai Erding's memorial. She added, "Have the Imperial Censorate investigate." The tip of her pen drew a circle on the memorial. Chapter 894. The Imperial Censorate sent 2 censors to Danzhou and Feng Prefecture to check on the grain storage. The censor sent to Danzhou was named Shiyu, a jinshi in the first year of Changshu. The censor had a reputation as a virtuous man who was smart and capable. Ever since he was transferred to the Imperial Censorate, he had been inspecting the country and had impeached many provincial officials, including local officials with powerful backgrounds. Although the Imperial Censor had the power to make reports, he had to rely on solid evidence when handling cases. Whenever he reported a case, the evidence was irrefutable and no one could refute it. For a time his name was known throughout the capital, and he became a new member of the Imperial Censorate. This censor was currently on patrol in Jiangzhou. If they sent him to Danzhou, the distance would be very short. It would save the court the trouble of sending another censor on a long journey, and it would also save a lot of time. As for the provincial governor sent to Feng Prefecture, it was Hu Yuanli, the censor who had gone to the southern border with Yang Fan and went through fire and water with him. Being sent to the capital on official business in the middle of summer was definitely a tough job. Hu Yuanli sat in the carriage with the servants, guards, and guards of honor, all listlessly leaving the city's west gate. Most of the officials in the capital were more prestigious than the local officials, but where the emperor was, not many officials were qualified to go out with guards of honor. Usually, they just hung an official banner on the carriage to show their status. But the local officials were different. Once they went out, they would be surrounded by guards of honor and show off their authority. Because of this, when the officials of the capital left the capital, it was the same. As soon as they left the capital, the ceremonial procession would begin. Placards of silence, placards of retreat, placards of official titles were raised high, flags, spears, water, and fire cudgels were all present, but there were no gongs to open the way. Gongs opening the way originated from the Qing dynasty. At this time, it was still the servants leading the guards of honor who shouted to open the way, but they did not have many opportunities to shout, unless they were blind, who could not see the appearance of the guards of honor. The weather was so hot that it seemed to be on fire. It was almost autumn, but the heat did not lessen at all. They walked on the straight official road without any cover. Because it was close to the capital for safety reasons, there was not a single tree on either side of the road. So there was no place to hide, even if they wanted to. The ground seemed to have been melted by the sun. Even the dust stirred up by the horses' hooves was weak. After walking for only a few miles, the entourage's clothes were already soaked in sweat. Hu Yuanli sat in the carriage with the curtains drawn up high. He kept waving the fan in his hand, but he still felt unbearably hot. Finally, they saw the shade of a tree in front of them. Everyone was delighted. The convoy naturally deviated from the main road and drove under the shade of the road. Ah, I was wondering who had left the capital. Turns out it's Imperial Messenger. Who? Haha, brother, who? It's been a long time. Suddenly, someone on the side of the road spoke loudly. Hu Yuanli turned his head and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. He quickly ordered, "Stop the car!" Standing by the roadside was a man with a green headscarf on his head, wearing a short shirt with narrow sleeves, rolled-up cloth pants, barefooted, looking like a farmer working in the fields, but he was very handsome. His body did not look very sturdy, but he did not look thin or weak either. His eyes were full of spirit, with a hidden glimmer of precious light. That unruly appearance did not resemble a farmer at all. He was none other than the loyal general of the imperial court, Yang Fan. Hu Yuanli quickly got off the carriage and went forward to pay his respects, saying, "Greetings to the loyal general." Yang Fan helped him up and said with a smile, "Brother Hu, are you treating me like an outsider? We are brothers. There's no need for so many unnecessary formalities." Hu Yuanli laughed and stood still. He asked, "Why is Erlang here?" Yang Fan said with a smile, "Taking a break from my busy schedule, I came to this lake with my family." As Yang Fan said this, he pointed to the side. Hu Yuanli looked over and saw that behind the roadside there were layers of green lotus leaves stacked on top of each other, reaching far into the horizon. He did not know how many hectares it was. Among the dark green leaves, there were lotus arrows leaping out one after another, like a brush dipped in rouge, so much so that the color would not fade away. In the depths of the blue lake, there were several small boats with sheds floating among the green lotus flowers. There were women and children on the boats, but they could not be seen clearly from afar. Presumably, they were Yang Fan's family. Hu Yuanli could not help but say with an envious smile, "Erlang is really free. I can't compare to you." Yang Fan laughed and walked to the lakeside. He plucked 2 big, wheel-like leaves and spread them on the grass. He said to Hu Yuanli, "Long time no see. Please sit for a while. I won't disturb brother. Whose journey?" Hu Yuanli smiled slightly and turned his head to order, "All of you rest." Finishing, he walked over and lifted his robe to sit on the lotus leaves. The servants were overjoyed, but they did not dare to disturb their superior. One by one, they dispersed to the distant lakeside to wash their faces and cool off. Yang Fan asked with a smile, "Where is brother? Who going?" Hu Yuanli frowned and sighed. "AI, it's a hard job. The Ministry of Revenue has found some discrepancies in the grain reserves of a certain area in Guangzhou. The court has sent me to investigate." Yang Fan suddenly said, "So brother who is here for this matter. Then brother who must be going to either Danzhou or Fengzhou." Hu Yuanli originally thought this was an ordinary mistake. It was not as if similar things had not happened before. After investigating, it was mostly a problem with the efficiency of the local authorities. Some of the grain entered the warehouse had not been entered into the accounts. Some had not been entered into the accounts. And it was the same for the exit. When these 2 factors were added together, there was a relatively large discrepancy. Upon closer inspection, it was only the efficiency of each link that had a problem, but there was actually no problem with the grain amount. The law did not punish the masses, so it was not good to investigate further. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. Therefore, he had no interest in this trip at all. But now that Yang Fan had blurted out his destination, Hu Yuanli's heart was moved. Yang Fan was a member of the 1,000 Cavalry, and the ears and eyes of the palace were extremely well informed. This matter had nothing to do with the military, but Yang Fan could blurt out his destination. Was there some reason behind this that outsiders could not know? Hu Yuanli's spirits rose. He hurriedly caught on to what Yang Fan had revealed and asked with a smile, "How did Erlang know my destination? Is there some inside story that outsiders cannot know? You and I are brothers, not outsiders. Erlang, please give me your advice." Hu Yuanli's ceremonial procession began once again, and he headed west in an awe-inspiring manner against the scorching sun. The weather was still hot and stuffy, but Hu Yuanli sat in the carriage and forgot to wave his fan. He had heard some news from Yang Fan, which made him pay extra attention to this trip to Feng Province, which he did not attach much importance to before. It seemed that there really was a problem with the grain storage in Feng Province and Danzhou. The Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Revenue each had their own version of events. The emperor could not be sure if there really was a problem with the local grain storage, so he ordered the censorate to investigate. The emperor did not give any special instructions for this mission. Naturally, it was the result of the dispute between the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Revenue. Before he had solid evidence, the emperor could not be partial to the Ministry of Justice. He could not investigate the Ministry of Revenue with great fanfare and see them as thieves. Otherwise, if there was no solid evidence, it would inevitably chill the hearts of the Ministry of Revenue. Thinking of this, Hu Yuanli suddenly became excited. This was a chance. Among the various censors in the censorate, he was inexperienced and had little reputation. Originally, it would have been impossible for him to become an official in the censorate so quickly. However, his last trip to the southern border had become his greatest political asset. Now, he was one of the two officials with the highest hopes of being promoted to imperial censor. Currently, the right imperial censor position of the censorate was still vacant. There were only 3 people qualified for this position. One was Imperial Censor Shiryu, who had gone to Danzhou to investigate a case. The other was Imperial Censor Li Qingma, and the last was Hu Yuanli. Among the 3, Li Qingma was the most senior. However, other than this advantage, he was inferior to Meng Qi and Shiryu in other aspects. His political achievements were really nothing to write home about. In terms of political achievements, his greatest achievement was the last time he and Yang Fan toured the southern provinces and quelled the rebellion. However, that had been some time ago. During this time, it was Imperial Censor Shiryu who had risen to fame. What were the political achievements of the Imperial Censor? It was not to pacify the people, control the government, or manage the army. It was not about money and grain. It all depended on how many corrupt officials and servants he had gotten rid of and how many major cases he had solved for the country. If there was really a problem in Danzhou, when the capital was still in Chang, and the food supply for millions of people had been continuously supplied during the years of disasters, under the circumstances of transportation difficulties, the emperor had once decreed that scholars were forbidden to go to the capital to take the imperial examinations to avoid increasing the food burden. The emperor had also moved to Luoyang several times and was jokingly called the grain-chasing emperor. Therefore, Hu Yuanli was very clear about his Majesty's attitude toward grain. If there was really a problem with the grain, if there was really a problem, Hu Yuanli's eyes slowly narrowed. An indescribable excitement surged in his chest. He seemed to see the official hat of the imperial censor waving at him enthusiastically. Rumble, the sound of rolling thunder, came from afar. Hu Yuanli subconsciously looked up and saw dark clouds slowly approaching. It seemed that there would be a heavy rain soon. Hu Yuanli frowned. It was difficult to walk under the scorching sun, but it was also difficult to walk under the pouring rain. Thinking of the grain storage case in Danzhou, Hu Yuanli couldn't help but feel a haze in his heart. This, is God telling me something? It seems that I have to plan carefully, On Yang Fan's side, the sun was still shining brightly. Xiao Man sat at the bow of the boat, with Si Rong in her arms. The boat lady held the bamboo pole, and the sharp tip of the boat squeezed through layers of green leaves and rode to the shore. The red lotus petals were like the rosy clouds, reflecting the picturesque Xiao Man and her beautiful daughter. The daughter was playing in the water for fun and was having a good time. "Father," Si Rong giggled, trying her best to stretch her small hand out of her mother's bosom, grabbing the clear water in the lake. The water flowed past her delicate fingertips like a white jade comb, combing countless extremely fine green silk ribbons. This scene was vaguely familiar. Yang Fan suddenly thought of Chang, and Xiuqi, the head of Hibiscus Bridge, the cluster of green lotuses, and of that indescribably beautiful and graceful young lady who was like the first tilt of a lotus lid. The news of the battle with the hidden sect has been sent to Chang, and with Miss Ning Ke's wisdom, she should be able to deal with it easily. Yang Fan thought and smiled slightly. He admired Miss Ning Ke's extraordinary wisdom. Although his decision was given to Du Guyu, he knew that Miss Ning Ke wouldn't just sit by and watch, as long as Miss Ning Ke took action. Even if they couldn't win, at least they could stabilize the situation in Chang. And rumble, the faint sound of thunder reached his ears. Yang Fan looked up and saw a line of dark clouds in the sky. Yang Fan bent down and plucked a lotus flower. He threw it to the bow of the boat, and it hit his daughter's head. Si Rong exclaimed, hugged the lotus flower, and laughed. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Good daughter, don't be naughty. Let's go home quickly. It's going to rain." Chapter 895. In a tall building that was dark, cool, and emitting a musty and sweaty smell, moldy and dirty mats were spread out. There was a short table. On each mat, originally, a group of people were gathered around the short table, shouting and yelling as they played gambling games, such as Six Gambles, Cattail, Double Continent, and so on. At this moment, the gamblers at each table ran to the table near the door and surrounded it, watching the two people's magnificent gambling feat. The two of them used the simplest method of gambling, dice toss. 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. There was a small white porcelain bowl and 3 wooden dice in the shape of a hexagon. From 1 to 6, they were painted black dots. They were like the eyes of the devil, spinning and staring at the gamblers in a seductive manner. With the crazy roar of the crowd, the dice did not disappoint. 6. The gambler sitting on the left side of the short table was thin, with a sharp chin, 2 mustaches, and a face full of pockmarks. He was calmly holding the dice and smiling at the person opposite him. The person opposite him was not tall, fat, and his fat face was covered with greasy sweat. His eyes were wide open, and he was breathing rapidly, constantly wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. The mustache youth smiled and said, "You lost. Your house is now mine." This casino was converted from an abandoned granary. There was a curtain with a picture of a pie show hanging at the door, which was the casino's signboard. Because of the hot summer, the granary was very cool. So since the beginning of summer, the casino had a lot of customers. The fat man who had just lost his house was called Ku Zhao, and he was a pawn of the Feng Zhou granary. The pawn was a small official with no rank, but the person in charge of the granary had a lot of power in the eyes of the commoners. In addition, this casino originally belonged to the Feng Zhou granary, and Ku Zhao, who was addicted to gambling, hung out here every day, so everyone here knew him. "How is it, Brother Ku? You don't seem to have the capital to gamble anymore, right?" The rat-bearded young man had a nasty smile on his face as he looked at Ku Zhao. The 3 dice were spinning nimbly between his fingers. Fatty Cook clenched his teeth and slammed the table, and shouted, "I'll put my wife on the line." The rat-bearded young man curled his lips in disdain and said, "The one who brought you lunch just now? You've already lost your money and house to me. Isn't it easy for me to get a wife? I really don't like your wife's appearance. One of the surrounding gamblers said, How good can your face be? Someone else said, Foreigner, don't be too arrogant. Where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. The rat-bearded young man said with a smile, This is a casino. If you're willing to bet, you must be willing to accept your loss. It doesn't matter if you're a foreigner or a native. How do you want me to forgive you? Oh, I remember you. A few days ago, I gambled with you and lost 4 strings of money to you. Now, I'm asking you to spit out the money. Will you do it? The man didn't speak after hearing that. Because of the geographical relationship, the locals would always side with the locals. However, this rule didn't seem to work in the casino. There were no fathers and sons in the casino, let alone the villagers. The rat-bearded youth glanced at Fatty Coo and said, What? If you still can't take out your capital, I'm leaving. Fatty Coo slammed the table again and roared, I'll give my daughter to you as well. The rat-bearded youth's eyes lit up and said, Your daughter? How old is she? Fatty Coo stuttered and said, 2 years old. The rat-bearded youth was greatly discouraged and shook his head. No, you don't have any capital. Then let's go and collect the house. He stood up and was about to leave when Fatty Coo pulled him back. The rat-bearded youth stared at him and said, What? Are you still going to go back on your word? Fatty Coo's face turned red and said, Let's bet again. I'll write you an IOU. I'm the manager of Peng Zhou's warehouse. Everyone here knows me. If I lose again, I won't be able to repay your debt. It's going to be autumn soon. It won't take long for me to repay your debt. The rat-bearded youth hesitated for a moment and reluctantly sat down. The 2 of them started gambling again. After a while, the rat-bearded youth laughed and left. Fatty Coo's face was as pale as paper. He sat there motionless, like a clay sculpture. The rat-bearded youth swaggered back to his rented courtyard and returned to his room. He closed the door. There was a pottery basin filled with water on the wooden shelf facing the wall. The rat-bearded youth bent over to wash his face. Soon, the pockmarks on his face disappeared, and his yellowish skin became white and tender. When he straightened his back, his willowy eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, greasy nose, and cherry lips astonishingly turned into a big beauty with bright eyes and white teeth. An extremely strong man yawned and came out of the inner room. He had just stretched his waist when he saw her and couldn't help but smile. Shu Yun is back. The beauty looked back and smiled. Big brother, my matter is settled. The rest is up to you. Si Rong and Nian Zhu were not afraid of the heat. They were playing happily on the lake. When they heard that their father wanted them to go back to the city, Si Rong was better. But Nian Zhu couldn't help crying and acting coquettishly, hoping to change his father's mind. As a result, Yang Fan was not moved by his crying at all. He was a strict father, and he also spoiled him like his mother. Nian Zhu had no choice but to lie in the carriage and play with a few small fish caught from the lake. There was a green jar, which was half filled with lake water. A few small fish were swimming happily. Nian Zhu reached out to catch the fish and played with it a few times. He laughed, and the tears on his face had not yet dried. Yang Fan and Xiao Man looked at each other and shook their heads in amusement. Ka, la la, a deafening sound of thunder seemed to ring above their heads. Si Rong, who was tired from playing, woke up with a start. Xiao Man quickly patted her head and coaxed, Nan, be good. Sleep well. Si Rong closed her eyes again in a daze. The rain came down. Bean-sized raindrops pattered down and hit the roof of the carriage. There was a commotion outside the carriage. The attendants put on their straw raincoats. The common people who were hurrying on the official road ran under the trees to shelter from the rain. There were also those with rain gear who hurriedly held up umbrellas and put on straw raincoats. A man in black, riding a donkey and wearing a straw raincoat, hurried past the carriage of Yang Fan's family in the rain. The rain was very heavy. In just a moment, the raindrops formed a line. The world was a vast expanse of white. The man in black, riding the donkey, was in a sorry state in the rain. When he reached a place where weeds, reeds, and shrubs were flourishing, he suddenly looked back and hurriedly pulled the reins, driving the donkey into the reeds. Two people suddenly emerged from the reeds. They parted the reeds to the left and right to let the man in black riding the donkey pass. They then let go of their hands, and the reeds returned to normal. The two figures behind the reeds fell down and disappeared. The torrential rain poured down without warning. Who would have thought that a moment ago the sun was burning like fire, and a moment later it would be pouring rain? Although Ding Lauscher, who was driving the carriage for Yang Fan, was wearing a straw raincoat, he was also drenched. He could barely open his eyes. Fortunately, this was a straight official road. Even if he closed his eyes, he could still drive. At first, when the rain fell, dust flew everywhere, and there was a pungent smell of soil in the air. Now, there was only a clear and cool water vapor. In the heat of summer, it was actually quite good to have a little rain to cool down the temperature. If one were to stand under the porch and watch the rain fall like a curtain and listen to the sound of the rain falling into the lotus vats, it would be quite an artistic experience. But standing in the rain, the feeling was completely different. Puddles of rainwater quickly formed on the ground. The wheels of the carriage passed by, and the rainwater splashed high into the air. It was probably because there were 4 people sitting in the carriage, and the materials used to make the carriage seemed very exquisite. The curtains of the carriage had already been drawn down to prevent the rain from entering the carriage. There were a few riders in front of the carriage. The rider on the horse squinted his eyes and shouted, "Hurry up, we'll enter the city in a few more li." His voice didn't travel too far amidst the sounds of the rain, but the carriages nearby heard him. Ding Lauscher immediately raised his whip and urged his horse to speed up. When the carriages behind him saw the one in front speeding up, they naturally followed suit as well. Large patches of shrubs and reeds gradually appeared on both sides of the road. In the reeds, there were 2 people lying in ambush. They were draped in rain silk, which could barely shelter them from the wind and rain. The rainwater hit the reeds around them, making rustling sounds, but when it hit their bodies, there was a continuous thud sound. This rain really came at a bad time. One of them forcefully wiped the rainwater off his face and said softly, "The 2 people lying here were the 2 most skilled martial artists of the hidden sect in Luoyang. The one who spoke was called Yi Xiaoyu, and the one beside him was called Lung Aoyu." Lung Aoyu said, "Fortunately, it doesn't affect our plan much. When the rain comes, pedestrians will avoid it, and there will be fewer people on the main road. If someone sees them, when the rain washes away, there won't even be any hoof prints left. It will be even harder for the authorities to find their whereabouts." Yi Xiaoyu let out a breath and said, "Will Lord Zhao's move work? We didn't report to young master to get his approval." Lung Aoyu said, "Why not?" Lord Zhao said that this is called taking drastic measures. As long as we take down that young fellow, the hidden sect will be without a leader and will be in chaos. It's coming. Before Yi Xiaoyu could finish his sentence, Lung Aoyu subconsciously lowered his body. His chest was immersed in the rapidly overflowing water, and his chest felt cool. "Prepare to move." Yi Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with radiance, and he also lowered his body while his hand slowly moved to the back of his waist. On his waist, There was a cloth belt that was twisted into a rope, and on the cloth belt there was a long whip that had a handle made of cow bones. The whip was coiled around the handle, and the whip was made of cow skin that had been soaked in the rainwater until it was glossy. Move. When the first chariot neared the encirclement, Xiaoyu let out a loud roar and stood up. He shook his arm in midair, and a black whip appeared in his palm. It was as if a bolt of lightning had flashed across the sky, and it swept towards Ding Laosher, who was driving the chariot. Lung Aoyu was like a ferocious tiger that came out of the mountains, and he scuttled out of the reeds with a swish. The whip was like a spirit snake, and it suddenly wrapped around the carriage driver's body. Xiaoyu forcefully swung it, and Ding Laosher was swept horizontally to the front. The two horsemen who had heard the warning fell off their horses, and they fell into the rain with a bang, splashing water everywhere. At the same time, Lung Aoyu's 8 steps chasing Cicada was as fast as the wind, and with a few leaps, he had already pounced in front of the first carriage. Everything happened in the blink of an eye.